Okay, out here on the outfield, players warming up just to my right and behind me in the nets. I'm delighted to say, the man to my right, big beaming smile on his face, and why not? Debut for the big boys, the England seniors. Vince Mulholland, Vinny, good to see you. Great day for you and your family.
Absolutely, it's just a real honour and privilege to have a first outing, having been into the Lions over the winter and the Tri-Nations back in September, which seems a long time ago. But look, I've got a good day for it, and it's there's a few families already arrived, so very much looking forward to the day and hopefully do some justice.
Good stuff. Last time we talked, Vin, you were just coming back from that Achilles injury. Listen, being in question, how are you?
Yeah, it's making great progress. Had a scan actually 2 weeks ago. The injury is healed completely, which was a massive relief. There's still a little bit of work to do in terms of strength conditioning, but I've got a program in place for that. So it's a little bit about managing time and game time, because there is a danger you can overdo it. So, but no, going well overall.
Yeah, super stuff. Vinny, good to see you. I'll let you. Sorry to interrupt your warm up. I'll let you get back to it. But that says Vince Mulholland played for the Lions, as you said. Went out to India with the Lions in January, making his debut for the England seniors. We'll try and grab a few more as and when we can.
So I'm joined by Ian Barton. Ian, great to see you. How are you feeling today?
Feeling well, a little bit nervous, obviously, making my debut, but yeah, feeling good and really looking forward to today.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit of a special ground for you, isn't it, with your Lions debut here last year against the USA and then your first cap for the senior team today?
Yeah, just really surreal, isn't it, really? Like I said, I made my debut last year for the Lions, had a great experience, and I was so thrilled to get the call last week. I know I'm really upset for Nick Gaywood, who's obviously got an injury, but obviously I'm looking forward to standing in for him, and hopefully he gets himself fit for the World Cup and he can take his place rightfully back in the squad. But obviously today's my day, so I'm going to try my best to play well, but more importantly, win for the team. I'm happy to get a duck and we win rather than getting 100 and lose, so it's all about winning for England, isn't it?
Yeah, and anyone special with you here today to watch your debut?
Unfortunately, no, because I've been called up at the last minute. My wife's working, my daughter's working, can't get off work, and I've got one son who lives in Lincolnshire. He couldn't get another. My other daughter lives in Liverpool with she's just got two twins, so it's all a bit manic. So it's unfortunate. I've had so many messages. I've had probably 100 odd messages yesterday when people have found out that I'm being picked and stuff. But unfortunately, nobody's here in person.
Well, best of luck today. So that is Ian Barton making his debut for the senior team today.
Thank you. Is that all right?
Okay, out in the middle, the all-important pitch report. First thing to say, it's going to be a great day here. Temperatures expected to get up to 25 degrees. Cloud cover, well, it's quite extensive. I don't think it's going to change much. Bit of humidity in the air, but let's have a look at the all-important pitch. Well, the first thing to say, it looks in absolutely cracking nick. Nice tinge of grass around, some bare patches, questionable weather. Let's have a look a bit closer in then. Now you can see here the grass has been cut, I think it's about 4 mil. Nice covering, some cracks appearing. Now traditionally this pitch is a really good one. It's good for batting, it's good for bowling. I think with the overhead conditions and the state of the pitch itself, definitely some turn for the spinners. May get a bit of lateral movement from the seamers, but not too much. The bounce should be nice and true. The ball should come onto the bat. So all in all, a really good pitch that's been prepared for this match between England and Wales. There you go. Well, there's a view. Okay, out in the middle, the all-important pitch report. First thing to say, it's going to be a great day here. Temperatures expected to get up to 25. Yes, please.
Normally it's one either side.
One either side.
He likes to feel
You've
comfortable.
got that roll down to a nice house, haven't you? Right, counts him all. Okay, out here in the middle. Toss has just taken place behind me. I'm delighted to say I've got the two respective skippers. Ed Gordon-Lennox to my left from England, Mike Hayden from Wales to my right. Ed, turning to you first. Winning the toss, electing to bat. Bit of moisture in the pitch, but it will burn off. It's going to be a beautiful day here. Bit of a breeze. Couple of late changes to the team that was published on social media. Neil Brathwaite and Nick Gaywood out. Two very able replacements. Steve Small and Ian Barton winning his debut.
Yeah, it's an exciting day for Barts. He's got a lot of runs in the county championship, and he got runs for the Lions last year. So we're delighted to have him on board. Steve Small, great left-hander. He'll be opening the batting today with Mel, and he's proved himself as well. So it's really good that the Lions are, proving their worth to bring these on. Yeah, Gaywood and Brathwaite very unlucky. Bit of injury, bit of illness, but these things happen. So that's where we are.
They do. The final recognised one-day international of the summer for the England team before you get on the plane to Toronto. It's important to bring a winning atmosphere and what have you. But how confident are you that you're going to get enough games in between now? You've only got one more game before you get on the plane. This means a lot, this game, doesn't it? Over and above, you want to put a good performance, but this means a lot.
Yeah, it does, Rash. But we've got a couple of days down at Dunmow in July. We've got a trial game against Canada in the real conditions that we'll know. We're playing county cricket every week, and so we mustn't make too much of this. We need to just go through the process, play the game, and hopefully put Mike and his boys under pressure.
Thank you for your time. Go well. Turn to my right, Mike. Nice to see you again. How are you? Now listen, my spies told me that you had an injury not long ago. Was that right?
Well, it depends which one really. So I tore my hamstring about 12 months ago, and obviously broke my thumb in Chennai. So I've had a couple of games out, or a couple of months out in the last 2 seasons, but fully fit now, thankfully.
Excellent. Now, I think it's fair to say, Mike, in the last 3 occasions that you've played England, you've played well in phases. You just haven't managed to put all 3 phases together. I mean, when you do, you're a very accomplished side, some very, very good players. And testament to that, winners of the county championship last year. Can you put all 3 phases together and put these England boys under pressure?
Well, that's the hope. I think winning the county championship was brilliant for us last year. It was the first time Wales have ever won the county championship, so that was a big moment for us as an organisation. I felt we've grown in the last 3 years since we've known each other, and we are becoming more consistent. I think the challenge with playing the likes of England is that it's hard all the way through, and you've got to play for that full 45 overs. So I'm crossing fingers we can stay in the game longer today than we possibly have done in previous years.
Yeah, looking at this pitch, as I mentioned to Ed, I think there's probably going to be a bit early doors. You'll be hoping to get in and amongst those England top 3 or 4 as quick as you can. Very powerful batting lineup, but you boys are playing well.
Yeah, we are, and I just hope that we continue that. We continue that today. I think we've not had the benefit of taking any early wickets in the last couple of seasons, so that my hope for me is we can take 1 or 2 early wickets. And look, I'd like to see Ed and his team under a little bit of pressure, and that will make for a good game. So we're really looking forward to the challenge.
Super stuff, Mike. Thank you for your time. Always good to see you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Eastnor Castle here in Hereford, where the England seniors over 60s are taking on Wales. And as you heard from the toss, England have won the toss and have elected to bat first. I'm delighted to be joined by Adam Harrington. Adam, what do you make of that decision?
Well, it's quite an interesting wicket. It's quite dry and there's a lot of wind early on, so I think it'll be tough to negate early on, but it'll get easier to bat, and England are a very strong batting team.
Yeah, I'll just run through that England lineup for you. So it's Mel Hussain and Steve Small opening the batting. Timor Allen, Edwin Gordon-Lennox is the captain. Ian Barton, Steve Aston, Simon Ralph, Philip Deakin, Mohammed Zahid, Vince Mulholland, Mel Dobson is the lineup, and then the 12, the non-batter, is Mark Wilson. And I'll take you through the Wales squad as well for today. Mike Hayden is the captain. Gareth Edwards, Andy Jones is their wicketkeeper. Neil Williams, Michael Cann, Chris Hudson, John Jones, Martin Powell, Paul Smith, Tony Smith, Adam Glasnicks and Adrian Webber. So there are your teams. We've had the national anthems and we are getting ready to come out to the pitch. The umpires today are Chris Johnson and Bob Sparts.
And the bell's just gone there, so we will be seeing the players out in the middle shortly now as the umpires are walking out.
Yeah, the sun's just coming back out now, isn't it? And yeah, that wind was picking up whilst we were playing those interviews for you earlier on. But it's just settled down a little bit now. Do you reckon that could play a bit of a factor today, Adam?
Well, it definitely could if you get some. It helps the spinners because Wales have a lot of spinners. We've heard they might open with some spin bowling and wind, crosswind especially would help them. But yeah, we had the national anthems and now the batters are walking out into the middle, ready to score some runs for hopefully for England.
Yeah, so Mal Hussain and Steve Small, the two openers for England today. And we've got two debutants as well for the England over 60s, Ian Barton and Vince Mulholland. Ian Barton I spoke to earlier. On this same ground, he made his debut for the Lions last year against the USA, so becoming that bit of a special ground for him, making his over 60s debut as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he enjoys it here, and he'll be happy to be back, I imagine, especially on this occasion. Good luck to both those two making their debuts.
Yeah, so the Wales squad are just there on the boundary waiting to come out. And we will soon be getting underway as we approach 12 o'clock.
It's a nice looking clubhouse, that. And in the background, you can't see it right now, but you've got the castle behind the ground, and it's a lovely ground here.
Yeah, it's a lovely facility here, isn't it? And that's the best thing about these opportunities. We get to go and see some lovely cricket grounds, don't we?
In the middle of Herefordshire, rather.
Yes. Yeah, it just almost came out of nowhere, didn't it, upon driving here? And yeah. And here we go. The Wales squad are making their way onto the pitch then.
Yeah, with a few applauses and making their way out, and we'll see how many overs they're out there. They'll hope it won't be all the required overs. It'll be a tough job, but of course they got to make hay with the ball early. We reckon it will do a lot at the start, and then settle down a touch.
Yeah, they'll be wanting to take advantage of this early phase, won't they? And hoping to get through that sort of top 4, top 5 quite early on. But in Rash's interview with Mike Hayden, he said that's one thing they've potentially struggled with a little bit most recently, so they'll be looking to take advantage of that.
And opening the bowling is Smith from the home end, as he's just running, marking out his run up there, running in practice there. And that's the home end you can see in the background there, and the other end, the church end. And it'll be a touch of pace to start off with Mel Hussain on strike. Steve Small, of course, at the non-strikers end. A very good player, and I watched him bat previously in the intra-squad game a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, I think I remember watching Mel Hussain bat last year, and he's a very, very good player. So it'll be interesting to see how they start as well today. So here we go, from the home end, Paul Smith to open the bowling for Wales. So here comes the first ball of today then. And there we go, just a single to start off there.
Just a bit of a loosener there, bowled it too straight, and Mel Hussain just helps himself to a single to get off the mark there. Just pushes it down to fine leg. And fine leg moves up and becomes third man now with the left-hand, right-hand combination.
Better that time from Paul Smith, would you say?
Yeah, that was a good length and also a nice tidy line there. You know, you've got a lot to comprehend with the left-hand, right-hand combination, and that's why a lot of teams do it. With Steve Small here, expect to see some lovely shots though if he can stay in and make hay.
Yeah, good start this for Wales.
Both shots early on here for Small, just camped on that back foot. He's just trying to force that one slightly, just pushes it to mid off.
Nothing off that one as well. So yeah, actually, according to our score, this is Mel Hussain on strike, and Steve Small got that first run off that first ball. So 3 dots for Hussain.
Yeah, sorry about that mistake. But yeah, Mel Hussain on strike here.
Oh, that was a bit of a nervous one there for England. That one started to go for the run, and then the late call not to.
Well, we talk about early on, and that can happen, and poor calling, and that could have ended really poorly if it was taken, you know, more cleanly at the non-strikers. And it was a tough one, but yeah, proper miscommunication there.
Good over from Paul Smith to start off. Just the 1 run off that one. Steve Small off the first ball. 5 dots to follow.
Yeah, you can definitely say Paul Smith eased into that over nicely there. He finished off with the best ball of the bunch, especially against the right-hander Mel Hussain. He was finding his length really nicely at the end. It was just outside off, just above off stump, and that's a nice line to finish off, and he'll be happy with that one. Just the 1 run from it as well. So positive start for Wales here. And from the church end now, Adam Glasniks is taking the ball. So it won't be spin, it'll be twice over pace.
So yeah, Adam Glasniks to Steve Small then for the second over. Just comes towards us here, and another single to start off this second over.
Well, Steve Small's had a nice start here. He's faced 2 balls and he's just turned the strike over both times. That was a very, very serviceable ball, of course. He just rocked onto the back foot and just put it through point, and that's where the man out is. He just went softly to the fielder on the boundary rope. Easy single though. It's a nice rotation and strike early on as Glasniks comes back in.
And another dot ball for Hussain.
Yeah, early on, just twice over here, Mel Hussain trying to force it on the back foot, and it's just found mid off.
Tried the same again that time, and the same result as well.
Well, that was well fielded at cover there. Getting the game early. It was bouncing around. This outfield looks really, really good. There shouldn't be any bobbles in this. It's a nice bit of grass.
Yeah. Ooh. Good delivery that time from Glasniks.
Yeah, he's getting applause from his team, and you could hear that. That's a nice delivery, and beating Hussain outside off. He'll just want to get his first run underway here, Mel Hussain.
Just blocks it that time.
Yeah, after being beaten outside off, you know, he's not chased after it. He's not pushing there. That was good soft hands. Just respecting the good ball from Adam Glasniks here, and it's been a good first over here. There's just a question about a potential change in the field, but Glasniks happy with it.
And happy just to leave that one, Hussain. So 2 runs off the first 2 overs. And it's Paul Smith coming back in now. Will England be happy with that start, 2 runs?
Well, I can tell you Wales will be happy with that start. They haven't got a wicket yet, but both seamers have got into this game already with their first over. Both beaten the bat, and both will probably feel in the game, and they'll be especially happy attacking the right-hander here. So you know, good start for them. For England, it's you know, they've not lost a wicket. Nothing's gone wrong, but they'll probably have no opinions about the start of this game as of yet.
Yeah, those 2 good deliveries that you feel could have caught Hussain out, and then the next 2 in both overs just happy to block. But here comes Paul Smith again.
And good shape there from Steve Small. It's his first dot ball that he's faced, but he's looking in all the good, getting in all the good positions here early on with the bat, and again, that's nice. And if he, as I said earlier, unfurls a drive, you'll know it's him because it's crisp.
A nice shot that time from Steve Small to get his 3rd run of the game. And then almost a little fumble almost in the field out there, but got it back in. Only the single off it.
Yeah, they almost thought about a second. It was cut really nicely there from Steve Small. A touch wider, and he just put it away with some power. And in the end, he got it in. There was no story to be had. Almost though.
Good bit of field in there, and Hussain is off the mark. Another single.
Yeah, it's taken him 11 balls, and he'll be happy. He'll be happy to sit at the non-strikers end now. He's had to face almost all the deliveries so far in this game, so he'll be happy. He can just stand at the non-strikers end. It's the one place that's very difficult to get out from.
Yeah. A good shot that time, and there's the first boundary of the day. A 4 there for Steve Small. Really nice shot, that one.
Yep, there you go. I talked about his cover drives, and he's unfurled one there. You could tell that was a touch fuller out the hand from Paul Smith, and he just released that shot, and it beat the close infielder to his left-hand side on the dive, and rocketed away to the rope. Once it got past him, it was never being stopped. I don't mind that as a length from Paul Smith early on, test out the full length, but maybe it was just too full and maybe just a touch too wide, especially with no slips in. Here he comes again though, Paul Smith.
And a dot ball that time to respond to that boundary.
Well, yeah, interesting. I talked about potentially being some seam movement early on, and to the left-hander here, the pitch slopes slightly away from him, so the outside edge is in the game, I reckon.
And a wide ball given that time, and does run all the way for 4 as well.
Yeah, that is 5 wides there, just loose, and it's beaten the keeper, it's beaten the bat, and England will take that early on, especially after a good start from Wales. Just a boundary and then a loose ball there from Paul Smith.
Yeah, but he started well, Paul Smith, hasn't he? You know, that's the first one where we've kind of thought, you know, that's not the best of deliveries. And just a single to finish off that over then.
Well, England, you asked me last over how will England feel. They'll be happy after that over. Of course, Mel Hussein got off the mark, and then they got their first boundary. They've ticked over to double figures, and after a good strong first over piece, Paul Smith will just be slightly annoyed with himself, I imagine. There, a few too many runs from that one.
Yeah, just that fuller length, which Steve Small got away for 4. And Steve Small remains on strike now as well, to face Glasniks once again.
Yeah, just retained the strike with that cut shot at the end of the over, and right now I don't think he's looking very troubled.
And a single once again to start off this over.
Well, it's turned off the legs nicely. It's a straight full ball there, searching for the LBW, searching for something early. No problem with that. It'll just be a single, nicely turned away to the leg side, and get Mel Hussein on strike.
And another quick single that time. Leg by Given.
Well, it was a quickly run one. It was a good calling. We of course had the error in calling early on in was it the first over, I think, and
yeah.
That was good strong calling though. I heard it from here, and
yeah.
Good running there.
And just misses everything that time, and into the hands of Jones, but dropped onto the floor, but nothing coming from that, no trouble at all.
Well, I think that's some good keeping there, because that was
yeah.
Not only just past the white line, but it was also Yorker length, and he's done well stood up. Just gets himself in a nice position there, pushes it to cover, but 2 fielders stood there, and no chance of a run. That length just popped on him a bit there, just bounced a bit. I don't think he was. I think it hit a bit high on the bat handle than he was expecting. As Glasniks into his work.
Just caught the edge of the bat there, I think, that one.
Yeah, it got something. I think it was bat onto leg. It was a bit of a swing. He's looked so confident early on. That was a wilder thing. And he's tried to clear the front leg almost in just the 4th over here.
A good end to that over then for Wales. 17 for none at the end of the 4th over.
Yeah, comparatively to the ball before, he definitely respected that one a touch more. Just got in behind it as they have a chat in between overs. Bump of the gloves, and back to it.
Yep, back to Paul Smith. Obviously that last over that Smith bowled, you had the boundary and then the 5 wides as well, didn't you? So we're hoping just to keep that run rate down a little bit now.
Yeah, 12 from the last. Only 1 from the over before that though.
That's a good shot there by Hussein, and another 4.
Well, he's looked very cramped early on, but he's definitely not looked cramped there. He's just properly got into it, and he's not got all of the ball, but he's got enough to send it over and over mid-on and mid-off, and it's straight enough where it'll beat both fielders and rush away to the boundary rope for 4 there.
Yeah, and happy just to block that one. Hussain.
And the wind has well and truly gone down there.
It has. No run again. But yeah, that wind was really picking up just before we started play, wasn't it? And now it's settled quite nicely, and nice bit of sun coming through as well. So all that moisture that was on the wicket beforehand.
Well, the wicket itself is actually quite compact and dry, and almost a few cracks as well as some grass. It's an interesting thing to look at, and interesting to know how it will play. It's just beaten the keeper slightly, deflected off his gloves down the leg side, and it will probably be signalled a wide, and it is by the umpire.
As if on cue.
Yeah. Time that to a T. It was a one run off the wide as well, but honestly, good keeping when it's down the leg side like that. You stood up. He's done well to get something on it.
Yeah, Smith once again then. Fielded well there as well.
See, that full ball is probably a better length. It's not in the slot as it is. It's just challenging that bat edge either way. See what it does early on. And he knows he'll play the shot.
And another single then, and that brings up the double digits for Steve Small. 10 off 14 balls then. And one ball left of this Paul Smith over, with Hussain now on strike.
Yeah, and as we see, the sun's starting to come out now, and it's looking a lot of a nicer day than just 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, definitely. Single off that final ball. But yeah, just before we started play, it was almost looking a little bit miserable, wasn't it? It was quite grey overhead, but yeah, sun's coming out nicely now. 25 runs then off the first 5 overs. Glasnick's coming back in as well.
Yeah, so sun come out a bit now. Wind died down, and in for a good day of cricket. It looks like 5 overs in. There's not been much of note. A couple outside edge beaten, and we've had a boundary, 2 boundaries to be precise. But a slow start for both teams potentially. Mel Hussain just took the single at the last ball of the over against Paul Smith, and now he'll drive this one for another single into mid-off, where it ricochets off the dive. They get it in though, only 1 run there from it.
Good bit of fielding there to get down low and stop that one. Thought at first it was just going to race away towards the boundary, maybe a chance for 2, but good fielding there.
It was a good bit of fielding. There's a change in the field. They're bringing in a slip to the left-hander here, and a backwards point as Glasnick's coming in, and down the leg side, and will be signalled wide. It must have been close to the leg stump though, as you heard a few shouts of ooh. Glasnick's got a bit more pace than Paul Smith. And he's getting a bit of bounce out of this wicket. As we said, it's quite dry and hard, the surface. And that is full, that's really full. And he's thrown everything at it, but doesn't get everything from it. And a dot ball just fended into the offside.
Yeah, really full length on that one. Yeah, good fielding once again from Wales.
And a sweep shot off the pace. That's quite extraordinary. He'll just get 1 run from it as he turns. There'll only be 1 though. He's got down really early and unfurled a sweep. Pretty impressive stuff. Obviously, he's decided that he only needs 15 balls before that shot comes out.
Yeah, they've got taken the slip out now for the right-hander.
And Mel Hussein dossing the quick single into mid-wicket, short mid-wicket area. He's got a couple there now. It seems to be an area of strength, just pushing it into that mid-wicket region, and good calling and a quick response from Steve Small. Adam Glasnick's in, and a bit of an outside edge there. He's pushed at it there, pushed at it. They'll go for a second run, and the non-strikers end. This is going to be close as Mel Hussein made his ground there. It was a good call in the end. He made it comfortably enough. Good throw, though, from the outfield. Good ball as well from Adam Glasnick. Just getting Steve Small to push forward at it and taking a bit of an outside edge. And this over's been a lot fuller here from Glasnick. And that'll be the end of the over. A couple runs from it, but some good bowling. These two in the middle looking like they're growing in confidence, playing more shots as the overs tick on. And we talked about the weather getting a bit nicer. It could be a long day in the field for Wales early on, of course. Let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, it's not like one of the days I was at last year where it was just so incredibly hot, almost 30 degrees I think it was. So yeah, not as hot today for the Welsh in the field as Paul Smith comes back in.
And it's a bit of an outside edge. I think it was an outside edge. It might have been almost a bottom edge with how he was playing the shot, or a top edge. He was trying to cut at it, but it might have been too close to his body there. But he'll get the single either way. Just fending at it as a couple over 60s players walk in front of our view. No worries there. Turned into mid-wicket there. Just turning the wrists on it. Angling the bat into the mid-wicket region. Dot ball. This is Paul Smith's fourth over here. Run rate just above 5 now. And here he comes again. Back of a length and sat on the back foot and pushed it to cover. Dot ball.
It's been a good over so far from Paul Smith.
Yeah, good lengths here from him. And that's driven to the fielder once more. They keep finding the fielders with these shots, and Paul Smith won't mind at all. He's got a very distinct action, hasn't he, running in? He really hops and almost unleashes his arms.
Yeah, and he doesn't go very far towards the line as well. He's quite, he's quite far back almost.
As we just see that action again, and once again, push towards the fielder at mid-off.
Carbon copy of the last ball, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, very, very similar. He's dotting them up here after a single off the first ball. And one ball left in the over. He'll look to replicate that. And he will. He just deflected to that fielder again. Well, sorry about that. That was a much better over there.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Much tidier almost than the last couple as well. So we'll be much happier with that one, Paul Smith.
Yeah, he found his line and length, and it was nothing too dangerous, but it was the perfect line and length and probing away, and he might find something from that line and length, that consistency, and well, from that over he found plenty of dot balls, 5 of them, and that will help the economy. As Glasnick continues. And that is full on the leg side, signalled wide, and they'll sneak through for one at the same time. He's really trying to fire it in full at those toes. We saw it in the last over. Changed his length here. Well, just sneaking that one run. Change of strike. And, of course, with the left-hand, right-hand combination, changing the field. And there's some effort behind that. He's really trying to smoke that. Doesn't get it quite, and again to the fielder, but he is trying to hit that all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, really did try and put a lot of effort through that one, didn't he? Which is something we haven't seen too much of at the moment.
And that's aerial, that one. It stayed aerial for a little while, just fell short. As you can see here, he's really playing upper under it, and mistimed. Just fell short of the man. Didn't get near carrying in the end, but for a second there was a bit of panic. And they'll respond by leaving that one, and it will be signalled wide again. There's been a couple wides early on here from Wales. They started off first 3 overs. I don't think there were any, but there's creeping in now.
Yeah, it was that first 2 overs with just the 2 runs, the 2 singles from Steve Small. And yeah, they've just almost lost their way almost a little bit with these wide balls. So we saw Paul Smith in that last over sort of kind of regain his line and looked much better. Glasnick's with the 2 wides so far in this over.
And that is smoked back at the bowler, and I think it was put down. It would have been a stunning catch. It was hit with some ferocity, that.
Yeah, it was, and straight back into Glasnick's, and I think just the pace that was on it meant he didn't have much chance of taking a clean catch then, but he did well, I think, to get his hands to it. Another dot ball there. But yeah, it was literally straight at him, almost straight into his chest, I feel like.
Well, Steve Small looking a bit touchy here, trying to get a few runs. He's trying to smack it all the way to the boundary rather than look for that single. And as I say it, he goes up, trying to play the full shot, and it's a top edge, and it's landed just in between mid on and long off. It went straight up and almost perfectly timed there.
Yeah, you can see what he's been trying to do this over, and yeah, you saw a shot like that coming with some of the shots he's tried to play. Obviously that one that didn't go past the discs and was close to the fielder, but yeah, better that time. Managed to just find the space.
Well, it's definitely not what he was trying to do. He
No.
got a big top edge on that. He was trying to get it all the way into the trees, I think. There's trees all the way around this ground, and he was trying to find one of them with that shot. He really put his back through the through the ball there, and his arms all the way round, but top edge, and it went somewhere in between everyone. Oh, and it's hit the pad. Loud shout, especially from Paul Smith there. Not much interest from the umpire, and it's signalled leg by.
Yeah, Paul Smith had a bit of a shout at that one. But yeah, umpire just wasn't interested in that at all, was he?
Well, a couple of chances back to back there at bookend in the overs with the top edge and the LBW shout. Wales, bit of interest, and with that interest, they're pushing cover out, bringing third or fine leg rather up into the circle, the inner circle, as it's the right-hander Mel Hussain. And again, it's hit the pad, and they'll run another single, and again carbon copy, and the umpire signals leg by. Well, Paul Smith twice over, beating the bat and hitting the pad, but currently not hitting the stumps according to the umpire. He'll have a third effort at it though. And as in he comes. It's full again, and it's driven this time to mid-off. Not quite out the middle of the bat there. Just skewed a bit towards mid-off. This is a good start to the over. 3 balls in, and challenging the batsman here. And a bit of interest there for the stumping. We'll look at that again. I think his back foot was in the crease, but keeper... Oh, there was a second when it wasn't there, Ben?
Yeah, there was just that little kind of swap of the feet as he, almost thought about a run there, not knowing where the ball was, and yeah, did well to swap his feet back and get his other foot back into the crease.
Well, as that's just pushed into the offside. I think it was a balance issue. He just fell forwards and swapped feet trying to regain his balance, and quick keeping there, quick glove work, and almost had him sent back. That's the danger of, well, that's the positive for Wales, having the keeper stood up to the stumps. He's a danger even when they're not looking to try and exit it, with the balance and everything. And for the third time this over, the ball's collided into the pads, but they won't get a leg by this time. Just a touch short there, and he's missed out on a pull shot. I think it's a bit too full maybe to pull, as he shadows the back foot drive straight down the ground after it's done.
Another one onto the pads.
Yeah, it's been a good over that from Paul Smith. He's bowled some really tidy stuff there, and challenged the bat and challenged the pad specifically. And he'll be happy with that. There was not much shouts for LBW, just the one that he went up for, but challenging the batsman a touch more that over and looking a touch more dangerous. And Glasnicks will continue from the church end here. Right-hander Mel Hussain on strike. And pushed to long on. No two there, just the single, and he'll walk down to the non-striker's end. Quite calmly played, just set onto the back foot, and turned his wrist through it to take the single. Brings Small on to strike. Well, good opening partnership here, isn't it? What have you made of it?
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, the communication's been good between Small and Hussain. There's only been that one moment, I think it was in the first over, where there was that little bit of miscommunication, but some of the running between the stumps has been very, very good so far.
Yeah, there was a couple overs, probably 3, 4, 5, where Wales were letting the run rate slip a touch as well, and they recovered it, found their line of length a bit more. And they're bowling well the last few overs here, as he's just played with an open face, looking to take the single to backward point, but quick in the field there, quick to react, and there'll be no single there. Just turn around the leg side and to that fine leg, but the single will be taken. Just to touch straight with his line, Glasnicks. And on occasion he has slipped down the leg side. And there's that sweep shot. It's quite extraordinary, that. An incredible shot. Just gets down and gets all of all of it past that square leg, and that'll be 4 runs. It'll be a lovely shot for 4. Incredible stuff there.
Yeah, lovely shot. And he tried to do that an over or so ago, didn't he? And yeah, to come off this time, really, really nice.
He just looked in so much control playing it. And now it'll be a quick single into the offside. And he'll get down to the non-striker's end. Yeah, it was such an excellent shot that for 4. And we'll have a change in commentary now as we pass over to very own Rash, who will take the guard.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Ben. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, or indeed good morning, wherever you are. Thank you for joining us here at Eastnor Castle. This one-day international between England and Wales. England's last full international before they depart across the pond for the World Cup in Toronto, Canada, starting in August. And I'm delighted to say I'm not on my dog today. This young man next to me, I last saw him 2 years ago in India. Hugh Morgan from Wales. Hello, Hugh.
Diolch yn fawr. Ras, pnawn da pawb, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Trying its hardest to be a good afternoon here, isn't it?
Well, 10 overs in. England going along quite nicely. A couple of scares, as you heard the boys mention. A bit of an after you, Claude moment early on. Mix up between Steve Small and Mel Hussain. A couple of inside edges. But the Welsh boys getting as much as they can out of this pitch. It's certainly going to do a bit first 12, 15 overs, I would have thought.
I don't think it's easy at all out there, Rash. I mean, it's we know exactly what the weather's been like here for the past 6 months, really, because it's cumulative, isn't it? Rain, hot sunshine, more rain. It's difficult, and we've got a muggy, cloudy day here. I don't want to say there's rain in the air, but you've almost got to say there might be rain in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Paul Smith continuing from the home end. Steve Small, the left-hander on strike. Strides down the pitch, strikes it very nicely through the offside and straight to the fielder at mid-off, and he trots through for a single.
Yes, I think England will be very pleased with this start. It's the sort of conditions where you can lose a couple of early wickets. And as you said, that there have been a couple of little scares, but they seem to be settling down the last couple of overs, and hopefully the wicket will flatten out as the day goes on.
Well, you might be just here on the effects, Mike. Strong gust of wind, and he's blowing over Paul Smith's left shoulder. 49 without loss then. Steve Small on 16. Mel Hussain on 17. Just a tick over 4.5 runs per over. Smith in again, Small. Pushes forward, just prods it into the offside, and there's no run. Hugh, just well, I've got you. We're here for the next 9 overs before we hand back over to the boys. How much of a fillip was it for Cricket Wales to be crowned county champions last year?
Tremendous, tremendous. It's highly competitive, but I think to pull the results together that we did time and again, that's... Has he glanced that down? We'll see now. No, I think the umpire's going to call a wide there. Yeah, a highly, highly competitive cricket. Group stages, never an easy game there. And then, of course, you get through to the knockout. Every game's a cup final. But the boys are absolutely delighted. Very lucky. Last year we were joined by Michael Cann, who's playing here today. Michael, ex-first-class cricketer. Bats, bowls. President-elect of Glamorgan Cricket as well. So he, not only on the field, but Michael puts his bit in off the field, and he's also a bit of a cricket poet as well. He's just telling me just before the game about his latest poem. I don't know whether we can get him to share that with us before the day's out, but just a bit of inside knowledge there.
Well, she'll do his best. Well, that final delivery. Paul Smith's over. It was indeed single leg byes, and with that, England go past the 50-run mark. 51 without loss. And a change of bowling at the... boys, what did you call this end?
They called it the castle end, I think, did they? Is it the castle end you called it, boys? The church end,
church.
apologies.
We were close.
There is a castle there. You'd have thought they'd have seen that, wouldn't you?
Oh, we got rare done at Stratford last year. Oh dear. Church end.
Church end. Tony Smith it is, coming on to bowl. Left armour. From the way they're moving their side screens, I suspect he's going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Hussain.
Yeah, just picking up on what you said, Hugh, it's tremendous achievement. I mean, it's that division, that southwest division that you're in, with Cornwall and Gloucestershire, and it was brutal, and all those teams progressed into the latter stages of the county championship. So, as you said, there were no easy games, even in the group stages.
No, yeah, it's a tough group to get out of, but again, I would argue that if you've got a tough group and you can get through it, it sets you up well for the knockout games. There's nothing worse than having too many easy games in the group. You think, oh, this game's easy, you know, and then you go into the knockout and you're totally unprepared for the level of competition there. So I think actually being in that southwest group probably helps all the sides that go through it.
And do you think it's helped with people probably, you know, in the mid-50s in Wales and still playing good level cricket? Seeing Wales win the county championship inspires them to move up a division if they're able to when they get nominated. It's obviously going to bring more and more talented cricketers to the fore.
Well, we've had probably 5 or 6 boys join us this year, and all in their mid-60s. Right. So that tells you something. Yeah. And you speak to them, well, you heard about it on the radio, I saw it in the newspaper, or, you know, there was a bit of buzz around the club about it and everything. You'd expect people to come through. Tony Smith, round the wicket to Hussain, takes a step down, plays it out. You'd expect people to come up from the 50s. They know what the scene is, and you know, there's a natural progression there. But when you start getting boys who've been around playing club cricket for years, not knowing about it, and then suddenly coming forward and contributing a lot, they're good cricketers, you know. Yeah. The game's growing, isn't it, at this level? It's down the leg side, I think that's, yeah, it's called a wide.
Just wait for the signal from umpire Chris Johnson. It is indeed a wide.
No, I look forward to the March, April every year, and they publish the fixtures, and you see another 3 or 4 new teams emerging, and the leagues are getting bigger, and the leagues are getting deeper. There's a 5th division this year for 5th teams, and you know, we have weeks, not every week, but we have weeks where we could easily field another 11 at Wales. We field 4, so that's the way it's going, which is brilliant news.
Yeah, it's superb. Over 3,500 registered players, folks, and I think at the last count, 136 county teams. It's absolutely staggering.
And it's exploded in the last few years. I mean, I came into this about 5 years ago again because playing at a club for years, not knowing there was age group cricket, and so oh, why aren't you playing seniors cricket? I've loved it, but I've seen, you know, 4 or 5 teams every year coming on, more players coming on, and it's that's a good stop there in the covers by Chris Hudson from a lovely sort of back foot smash from Mel Hussain. Gets 1 for it, probably deserved more, but it's a funny old game, cricket, isn't it? Probably deserved more, but when there's a superb bit of fielding, doesn't the fielding side deserve some credit for that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. It was hit very, very powerfully by Steve Small. It's his favourite area. Good stop. Smith in again, and Haynes just prods this time. Should get there, and does good bit of fielding. Oh, not backing up.
Buzzers, as we used to say. Buzzers.
I think in fairness to the fielder out there at long on, he would have to make a lot of ground up to cover the stumps. And maybe the person at wideish mid-wicket.
It's a bit short. Rocks onto the back foot, pushes it out to, I won't say deep extra cover, but he wasn't conventional extra cover. Deep enough to take a comfortable single to him. That's 56 on the board, and that's the end of the 11th over. Let's see if there's a double change. Gareth Edwards, the Welsh vice-captain, the only North Wales resident in this Welsh side today. actually, we'll have the two bowlers, I don't know who are the two North Wales in the side, but Tony Smith has been down in South Wales for many a year. But Gareth and Tony are our two North Walians, which again shows the reach of cricket in Wales. The majority of it is down the M4 corridor.
Yeah.
Starting under the bridge, Paul Smith plays for Undy and Mega, which anybody who's crossed that new bridge, you'll have passed by within a couple of 100 yards of where Paul Smith plays his club cricket, which isn't that far from here actually, just down the M5. And then you've got Newport, Cardiff, Swansea, all represented here today, all the way down to Pembrokeshire. And I think we've got certainly Neil Williams from Pembrokeshire in the side today, so well represented all down the M4 corridor. Some cricket in Mid Wales, some cricket, but the majority of it would be based around the M4, within 10-15 miles of the M4 and the A4. Mr. Can waving to us. Has he got another poem for us? Maybe, I don't know. Gareth Edwards comes in. Yes. Right arm off spinner. And then, likewise, up the top of Wales, for those that know it, the A55, which is the dual carriageway which runs across the top of North Wales. Lots of clubs around there. And Bangor, which is Gareth's club, is at the westernmost end of there. I think there have been quite a few England-Wales games at Bangor over the years, haven't there? Or certainly Lions games.
Yes, they have. It's a lovely ground.
Two is the call here. Yeah, I think. Yep, 2 runs taken, 2 to Hussain.
Yeah, good intent from Melisane.
Yeah.
Just back in his crease. Punched it out into the offside, but 2 with a shout immediately, and very, very good between the wickets, these two. They're very, very quick. 59 without loss then.
And that's another point, Rash, isn't it? Is that fitness and be able to run runs at this level really does change games.
Beautiful shot.
Is that going to run for 4? Or is John Jones has pulled it up just inside the rope.
Good chase.
Good chase. Good chase to keep that.
Yeah, good chase by Jones.
2.
It's a long way there and
Yeah.
a good throw in, but again, since the pitch is just going a touch easier. If visually for the last over and a half, Melisane, a lot of time there, back in his crease, and again just punched it into the leg side. Watchful this time, big step forward and just prods it into the offside where Michael Canton does the fielding, and there's no run. 61 without loss.
Edwards in. A little bit short. Stopped a bit, I thought that did. Was saying had to check his shot, didn't he? He saw it early, went to pull it, and I think he just stopped on him a little bit, so he had to pull back a little bit on the shot and just helped it round the deep mid-wicket rather than absolutely leather it.
Yeah, it's the first one that sort of stuck into the pitch. And I mentioned in my pitch report, I think it's certainly going to do something I mentioned the first up to about the 15th over. But that one noticeably stuck in the pitch, and Melisane adjusted well. Played it out into the leg side and trotted through for another single. 62 without loss. Steve Small just surveying the field.
Edwards in. Onto the back foot. No run.
Well, not a bad start from Edwards there. And these two have made a good start for England. Not a ridiculous run rate, just about 4 3/4, 4.77. Melisane on 25 off the 34 deliveries he's faced. Steve Small 17 off the 44 he's faced. It's difficult to know what a par score is on here, and when England played the USA, I'm trying to find the right words to say. And if I say they put up a cricket score, it really doesn't make much sense, but they scored very, very heavily. I think it was over 300.
It was well over 300 if I recall, yeah. That was last summer, wasn't it?
It was, Hugh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. With 3 one-day internationals and 3 matches against the Lions, and the Lions did exceptionally well, actually. The clean sweep of the West Indies at the start of the summer, clean sweep of the USA at the end of the summer, and a 3-match series against Australia, which was a very, very entertaining series. They should have really won the first game at Cheadle-Hulme. With a bit of luck, they could have won the second one at my home club at Outerbridge, and then they went to Stratford and got a bit of a tonking, but arguably could have won that series 2-1. That's nicely played by Hussein. Full toss, out into the onside. Should be 2. No, just the 1. Well, it was certainly 2-1. The fielder had to run a long, long way to his right. Settled for 1, 63 without loss.
Martin Powell it was from Craigie in Cardiff who fielded that ball. 1 or 2 native Welsh speakers in the side, and 2 others, Can and Hudson, are learning Welsh, and both learn it to quite a good proficiency. So 4 Welsh speakers in the team. Oh! Another look at that. What's happened there? Oh, no, it's a bye. It's a bye. No edge there. But again, Rash, I think we saw there the up and down nature of this wicket, didn't we? Kept it a little bit low.
Yeah, it's judging by the reactions of the Welsh boys. Lucky man, Steve Small.
That's far more emphatic. Is he going to beat the fielder? No, great diving stop out there. Adam Glasnick's still energy left after his opening spell to sprint along the boundary, throw himself full length and stop that 4 there. Great bit of fielding.
It certainly was, Hugh. Tremendous.
Watching too much 2020, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's great, and it just shows you the athleticism and the commitment that these players have. Ooh, and that stuck in the pitch as well. Steve Small was through his shot.
Do you know what's interesting? You were saying you and I last met in Chennai, and I think that was a huge eye-opener for the Welsh boys, seeing the Australians in particular, but the New Zealanders and the South Africans, the way that they're super fit, you know, and how important athleticism is. And as a result, we brought in a lot of yoga and stretching, and the warm-ups have intensified. And I think that's, you know, one of the many benefits of playing World Cups at this level, is that you do learn from other countries, and you bring it back, and you improve the cricket at home then.
You do, and it's an integral part. I mean, these boys are super fit. Yes, they're in their 60s. Look, you don't lose your talent and ability. Your body may not allow you to do things it could have done 40 years previously, but you've got to be fit to compete at the highest level, and you will see that, folks, in the World Cup at Toronto. They throw themselves around, no regard for their health or safety. And it's an inspiring thing to see, Hugh. And I say it on many of my commentaries, these boys need every consideration and congratulations for the way they prepare and the way they perform.
See, I mean, you know, when I was a kid, seldom see boys over 45 playing cricket, would you? And you certainly wouldn't see boys over 50 playing cricket. Whereas now you've got, you know, 60s, you've got the over 65s are starting this year. We've got 70s cricket, rumours of 80s cricket starting even.
Well, do get in touch on the YouTube stream. Please, we'd really like to hear your comments. We'll try and read out as many as we can. Oh, now then. Nice work, team. It will be great to be back with everyone tomorrow at Brook Cricket Club for the Lions v Geelong. Meant to be very sunny in Godalming. Can't wait. And that's from young Owen. Young Owen Mason, who was with us for the last couple of seasons. Himself and Matt Evans. Great work. He's a viral video star now, I believe. I'm just looking at Ben. He works in a butcher's. And he does these videos. He's getting quite a following, his young Owen. Be nice to catch up with him tomorrow.
Well, I hope you have more luck. We were supposed to play Geelong last Friday, and unfortunately had to call it off because of the inclement weather. So hopefully the weather will be better for you tomorrow, and they'll get a game in. Well, let's hope so. It's been an up and down tour for the Geelong boys, but they've thoroughly enjoyed it, being all over the place. That previous delivery, Melisane prodding forward, beating all ends up. Good delivery by Edwards. I fancy it just turned a touch as well. And it might have kept a bit low too. Edwards in again. Very, very good start from England. A day like today, with the conditions as they are, a little bit dark, an opening partnership is absolutely vital to set the platform for a good score, isn't it?
It is, you, and it settles everybody in the pavilion as well.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they can see it. You can get 15, 16, 17, 18. Well, let's hope they can go all the way, of course. But it does set it. And England have got some very, very decent batsmen to come in middle order. They can accelerate the score in the blink of the eye. The likes of the skipper, Ed Gordon-Lennox, Ian Barton, Timor Allen. But as you say, going along very nicely indeed without really taking any risk.
And yet you get the sense that any ball could do something. I hate to use cliches. No, I don't. I love using cliches. But it's one of those wickets that you're never really in on, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can't take anything for granted. We saw Miller's aim beaten, and then in the previous over, that ball sticking in the pitch. Steve Small got one from the other end, so he does concentrate the mind. There's no two ways about it. 15 gone here. 71 without loss, and as you said, really good platform for England.
Tony Smith to continue from what we've decided is the church end, although I maintain there's a castle there. There's a castle there, for goodness sake, you know.
Oh, you're in trouble. I'm telling you, they'll be out with the pitchforks of locals.
Oh, I know. How dare I? How dare I come along here, you usurper, you.
We were persona non grata down at Stratford, let me tell you.
Oh, you didn't call it the poet's end or something like that, did you?
Yeah, that's a
That's
lovely
a
shot.
gorgeous shot.
Shot of the day.
Oh, that's a lovely, lovely sort of a cover drive, but more an elegant cover punch, wasn't it? Lovely shot.
Yeah, absolute quality. So 75 without loss, with that boundary, which prompts the fielder going back onto the deep extra cover boundary. Really was a very, very nice cricket shot indeed.
Four fielders outside the ring now for Wales. 5 in. You've got to keep 4 in at all times. So 5 in at the moment, which at this stage of the innings is, it just shows how well the England boys are batting here, doesn't it?
Oh, push through quicker. Yeah, quicker from Edwards that time. Steve Small betwixt and between, neither forward nor back. Just dangled his bat very, very close to the outside edge. Good take by the keeper.
Bit more air that time. He's asked for it, but I think that was bat first.
Yes, it certainly sounded bat first.
Yeah.
Well, they all say, if you don't ask, you don't get.
Absolutely, absolutely. A lot flatter that time. Lots of variation, Tony Smith here.
Well, apart from that first delivery, it's been variety all the way. Let's see what he finishes up with then. Final delivery of this over.
A bit more air that time. The boundary, that beautiful boundary off the first ball, and then 5 dots. Then good comeback from Tony Smith in that over to that boundary at the start of the over.
It certainly was you intelligent bowling as well. Okay, he slightly over pitched the first delivery, and Steve Small produced a shot of the day so far. But the final 5 deliveries of the over, variations of pace, variations of flight. Good to see. It's good intelligent cricket.
Yeah. Played for the minor counties against Pakistan many years ago, did Tony?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Now plays his club cricket in Pentirch in Cardiff.
Are you World Cup bound, Hugh? Were you jetting across?
Hopefully. Hopefully.
Good man. And I take it the Welsh team will be giving us a rendition of some song or other, as they did in Chennai at the, what was it, the Vice Governor's house or whatever it was.
What a night that was, wasn't it? What a night that was.
Well,
so they tell me.
What I can remember of it, yeah.
It was me the same.
It was a free bar.
Oh, yes. All that orange squash I drank.
Oh, that was a stonker of a night.
Oh, it was great, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was brilliant.
Really good. And the Welsh boys got up to much applause on the stage.
Somebody filmed it on their phone. It went viral. And it was viewed by hundreds of thousands of people.
It was. It was a wonderful, wonderful night.
Yeah.
Just added to what was a fantastic tournament.
Well, I think again, it sort of these World Cups are wonderful because you make friends for life on them, don't you?
You do.
And I mean, there are other World Cups going on now, apparently, around the world. Apparently, I wouldn't know, in some other sport or another. But I doubt that the players get together in the way that the 60s cricketers get together when we go away. Talking of World Cups, it's nice to have two teams you've actually heard of playing here, you know. No liqueurs or spirits playing today. We've got Grand Marnier against Port Vale sometime next week in the World Cup. It's going to be fun. The other World Cup, not the important one that's in Toronto in August.
You would have been delighted with the performance yesterday, Hugh.
Yeah, I mean it's the first round of football, and already you can see. I know it's very early days, but there are 4 or 5 sides already, and the ones you'd expect really, and the players you'd expect, you know. If they're not going to perform at a World Cup, where are they going to perform?
Yeah,
a good ball from Edwards. But, you know, your Messis, your Mbappes, your Kanes, your Haalands, all did the business, didn't they?
They certainly did. It was a good watch.
Yeah.
Well, 17 gone here. Good over from Edwards. 77 without loss. Steve Small on 25, brought into the squad today due to the absences of Nick Gayward and Neil Brathwaite. And Ian Barton brought in as well, winning his first cap to go along with the other England debutant, Vince Mulholland. 4.53 runs per over.
Yes, the scoring slowed a little bit since the spinners have come on, which tends to suggest what we said about the wicket. It was probably not that much pace on it, not that much life on it, and take the pace off the ball, and it's harder to score runs all of a sudden. Yeah, again, that's a good shot from Steve Small, but again, you got the sense that the ball almost died in the pitch, didn't it?
Yeah, when I was speaking to the Welsh skipper Mike Hayden just after the coin toss, Hugh, I mentioned that in the 3 previous matches that England have played against Wales, Wales have played well in spells in certain phases. They just haven't been able to put all 3 phases together. And I know it's something that was beaten that time. A rueful stare down the pitch by Melisane.
I think that turned.
It certainly did.
I think that turned.
You can see by Melisane's reaction,
Yeah.
he wasn't expecting that to do that at all.
No. He's played very few false shots, if any at all, in the first 17.5 overs. But that one did him, as we say, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. He was looking down at the pitch for a long, long time. Good delivery.
And this will be encouraging. Wales have got 2 more frontline spinners to bring on here. And I think Mr. Hudson, Dr. Hudson's in front of us here, is one of them. And he's got a bit of a grin on his face. It could be that he's licking his lips at the thought of bowling on this, I think. Oh, he's played on. He's played on. Unlucky.
Have a look on the replay. Yeah, played on.
Yeah.
And again, it was a bit of a nothing shot from Steve Small. I think he started to come forward, then he's back trying to run it through one of his favourite places, through the vacant gully area.
Tony's got a very, very, very good arm ball, which comes into the left-hander. And I've got a feeling that that's what was bowled just then, because Small seemed to be thinking this is going to turn away and it's going to go, and I think it just came in with the arm, didn't it? Caught him unawares. I speak as a left-hander who's been caught unawares many a time in the nets by Tony Smith.
So Steve Small makes his way back to the pavilion. Breakthrough for Wales. 79 then, for the loss of 1 wicket.
But a good start for England. As a number 3 batsman, if you come out with 79 on the board, you're always in a good place, aren't you? But as we were saying a couple of overs ago, things have slowed down, things have changed since the slower bowlers came on.
So Steve Small departing for 26 after 57 deliveries that he faced. Made a good start, but as you've heard my colleague Hugh say, he's just lowered up in the last few overs.
It's gone below 4.5 for almost the first time in the innings, hasn't it? He's been pushing up towards 5, but it is definitely slowed down the last few overs. Tony Smith, 3.5 overs, 13 runs, is it?
There you go. Just put the worm on.
Yeah. Yes.
That's levelling off.
Yeah, you can see it, can't you? Shows it all. So 15 runs in. 1 ball short of 4 overs.
There you go, in graphic format.
Yeah.
So it's the hard-hitting box player, Timor Alam, in at 3. Made his breakthrough last year. Firstly with the Lions, excellent 90-odd in the first match against Australia at Cheadle-Hulme, and carried that on. Made his debut for the England senior team in a century against the USA as well. Likes to get on with it. Very, very destructive player when he's in the mood, Hugh.
But I would imagine this wicket is quite different to the ones he's used to playing in Bucks. We played at Bucks a couple of times in the last few years. It's a joy. Wherever we go to in Bucks, it's a joy. For a batsman anyway, because it's a road every time there. And this will be quite different experience for him batting-wise, I would have thought. It's well farmed. Well farmed. An apt adjective, I think, for this part of the country. For most people listening will probably know exactly where Herefordshire is and what Herefordshire is famous for. But if there are people not knowing, then you are in the heart of agricultural England here, aren't you? Beautiful farmland all around us. Orchards, crops, Hereford bulls. That's a good 4. Rocked onto the back foot. The ball was slightly short, and Alan picked it up and it's crossed the road. It's crossed the road. You won't be able to see that a car had to stop there for John Jones to fetch the ball from, almost say from an orchard, but it's not. That would be taking things a little bit too far.
Well, Timor on with a big smile on his face and wide up. Halfway down the track, sets up nicely. A player of his calibre is not going to miss out. That'll give him a confidence booster.
Yes, it's not to be underrated, that first 4. If you get a 4 early on as a batsman, it does make a huge difference to... It's a lovely shot. You'll only get 1 for it, though. So much in the mind, cricket is, isn't it? And you can go into the nets before and smack it all over the shop, and then you get out and a couple nibble and a couple wobble, and all of a sudden you're scratching around, but then you hit that first 4, and you think, all is well with the world again. And again, he played that with a lot of confidence off the back foot.
His bat makes a lovely sound, Timor Alam. Really does.
Hardly hear it, can you? Oh, yeah. Resident of someone who knows where the middle of the bat is and finds it with regularity. Better over for England there, 7 runs off it.
Yeah, 19 gone here at Eastnor. It's one-day international between England and Wales. 86 for 1, the man out. Steve Small playing on. It's Timor Allen and Mel Hussain out there. And at the end of this over, Hugh and myself will take our leave. And it'll be my colleagues Adam Harrington and Ben Sanderson that will take you through the next 10. As I say, please get in touch on the YouTube channel. Let us know your thoughts. Just some slight changes being made to the field as Anthony Smith is going to continue from the church end.
See, they've strengthened the offside here, haven't they? He's a ring now. Short third man, backward point, short extra cover and deeper extra cover. They've pushed it into the leg side where Wales took a fielder away from and taken a very good 2.
Yeah, it was a good 2 because Timor Allen got down to the strikers then first off, and I don't think he was exactly keen on coming back for the second. But he saw Mel Hussain advancing down. That's Fuller, and just played out into the onside. Third fielder at long on, and they trot through for another single. 89 for 1. Hussain moves on to 36. His partner recently at the crease, Timor Allen, 5 off 5.
Tony Smith is in, left arm round. Allen onto the back foot, but only succeeds in finding Michael Kahn at short extra there.
Well, I'm going to take my leave, Hugh, and let Adam settle in. And we shall go and have a wander around and discuss with the great and good.
Lovely, I'll see you later. Two balls left of this Smith over. Pushes him onto the back foot. They think about a run, but decide against it. I think they'll be very happy with this start. 89 for 1. Last ball of the 20th over. The 19th over. That's 20 overs gone. I'll take my leave. See you again in a bit. Hwyl fawr.
Well, we're just having a change round now as we say goodbye to you and Ben comes in. And like you were saying, 20 overs in, 89 for 1. Mel Hussain looking set. This is a good start for England. And they'll be happy with where it's going and the run rate. Just under 4.5 and over. 4.45 right now. And from the home end, it will be Gareth Edwards.
Yeah, hello again, everyone. And Timor Allen's come in and had a very good start so far, hasn't he, Adam?
Yeah, he has. He's been very impressive. Just pushed into the offside there, and the wind's picked up to an extent now where you can probably hear it through the microphone on the stream.
Yeah, it seems like every time we sit down at this desk, the wind just picks up again, doesn't it?
Yes, it's constantly changing today, as we've updated you throughout.
How much does that challenge you when you're bowling?
Well, if you're running into the wind and you're a fast bowler, you're not going to be happy about it. And the spinners will benefit when the wind's coming across them. Right now, I think just swept nicely away there. You can see he's middled it. The fielder just placed wide. Despite middling it, if the fielder was just slightly squarer, he would have had a chance, but that will be 4 runs there.
Yeah, lovely shot once again from Timor Allen. Looked very, very good since he's come in for Steve Small.
Yeah, but I think the vice captain here is bowling into with the wind, so he's not getting any crosswind, which is quite helpful for the spin, but it'll be harder for, of course, the batter to hit a 6 down the ground with the fighting against the wind. I don't think it will have too much effect currently. So that's just gone to the offside, fielded straight to the fielder.
Good over that one. 5 runs coming off it.
Yeah, some good stuff. 94 for 1 after 21, and we're approaching the halfway mark in this innings. And like I said, before, England will be happy, and Wales still searching to add to their wicket tally. Of course, they got that one bowled from this very end, the church end, a couple overs back, and they'll be hoping they can add to that. Otherwise, the run rate will you'll just see it climb and climb as we get towards those back end overs if there aren't wickets taken.
Yeah, and looks like a change in the bowler as well. Looks like Michael Cann will be coming in to bowl his first over of the day. Just working out the field at the moment, the Welsh team.
Well, I believe I was informed before the start of play that Michael Cann is a former first-class cricketer. Played for Glamorgan.
So let's see what he can do off this first delivery then. Good start.
Yeah, it's a solid start, isn't it? Just got the line and length perfect on the first try.
It's exactly what you want, isn't it? Getting that perfect line and length off that first ball.
Yeah, and well respected by Mel Hussain. The batter now on 37.
Stopped well there in the field.
Yeah, went after that one a bit more. I say you respected the one before. He went after that one. He didn't quite get it, and it was just a single out to long on. And it would just be a change in the strike for a single.
Just making a couple of changes to the field as well. With Timor Allen back on strike.
Yeah, mid-wicket just comes into the circle. It was deep mid-wicket, now stood at mid-wicket, and square legs out all the way.
Yeah, and they'll take the single there. Just couldn't quite get hold of that one, Jones. Just ran through enough for Allen to get the single and bring Hussain back onto the strike now.
Signal buys by the umpire there, and it's the first error, I think, of buys that I've seen.
Yeah, Jones has done quite well, hasn't he, at stopping a few behind, just getting enough on it to stop it running away, like we've only had that one early on where it ran all the way through. So Jones has done well to stop a lot of them.
Well, we talk about him. He took that one behind and looked very excited for a second.
Yeah, it must have been close. We're not quite at the right angle to see how close that one was, but yeah, they got a little bit excited by that, didn't they?
Yeah, I'm probably not the most well-equipped to talk about wicket-keeping, but he's doing an excellent job.
And another good single there to finish off that first over from Michael Can. 98 for 1 now.
And it will be drinks now as the players all head to the pavilion to have a drink. It's not incredibly warm, but well-deserved drinks after some hard graft in the field and some hard graft from particularly Mel Hussain, who's still there. He's faced 60 balls on 39 currently. He's done a good job.
What have you made of Wales then in the field so far, Adam?
I think in the field they've been pretty strong. There's been quite a few quick singles from England, and I'm not sure how manageable those were to stop. I think they were just well run. I think they've been solid in the field. With the bowling, maybe there's been times where they've been too straight or too wide, and they've not kept their line and length consistently, and you could argue that that's probably where they've struggled most.
Yeah, definitely. So now the England over 60s cricket team rely heavily on the goodwill of the players and from the continued support of our sponsors who make all of this happen. So it's a big thank you to our sponsors Stonehill Sports, Sport Tours, MV Play, Clean Clad, HG Construction and the Juve for their generous and loyal support. Interest in the England over 60s cricket team is not just limited to the UK. Last year there were 4 million clicks on our social media channels. Our YouTube channel had 137,000 views, spanning some 14,000 hours of viewing in over 55 countries. So the opportunities for individuals, companies and corporations to gain exposure is there for all to see. Please get in touch with us for more details on sponsorship. And on behalf of the England management team and everyone connected in and around the team, thank you for your continuing support. So the drinks break is over and the players are just making their way back to the positions. Umpires just coming back as well. So yeah, so we were saying before about the field. Is there anything that you would potentially be looking at doing differently, Adam? Or do you think it's very much continue what they're doing? Because, like I said, it's just been a lot of good running between the stumps, hasn't there?
Well, you do see a lot of fielders... They set quite a lot of people on the rope now, I think. Currently, we're looking at, from the home end, they've got a cover out and a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. And whether that's too defensive, I'm not sure. I don't think Mel Hussein's... He's hit a couple over the top and mistimed a couple. I don't know what the tactic is to get him out. I think at this point you gotta be thinking wickets and set that field accordingly. As Gareth Edwards will continue from the home end. So I'm thinking also with the new batter, what the places you're gonna take this wicket.
Yes, there is a change in the home end. It's just flashed up on our scoreboard. It's Chris Hudson coming in now. Our screen was showing that it was going to be Gareth Edwards continuing, but this is Hudson. Not sure if that was just a practice run or whether something didn't feel right in his run up there.
The batter held him back.
Oh, I didn't see.
Well, he's gone all the way. That's an incredible hit. He's just come back after drinks and thought, well, there's no need to take it slow. I'll just use the long handle and clear the man all the way in the deep. There was a man position for it, but he's going to have to just pick it out from the trees there.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Timo Allen. Brings up the 100 for England. 104 for 1 now. And that was a lovely shot by Allen.
Yeah, you wouldn't catch me doing that first ball after a drinks break.
Just a single that time.
Well, that's the way to come out the gates, come out the blocks. Just bop it over the head. I was talking about why they got all these men set in the deep, and it's probably for that reason, I reckon.
Oh, another good single, and for a second I thought there was maybe a chance of a run out there, but good running once again. The throw was a little bit wide of the stumps, wasn't it? But
well, I think he might have been in. It was almost hit to the man, and they called for the single, but it was a quick between the wickets from the England pair. Mel Hussein's favourite tactic to score runs so far today, the quick single.
so dot ball on that last one. 2 more to come from this Hudson over. Allen wanted that one to come straight towards us, didn't he then?
Yeah, he just pointed at the gap where he intended to hit it. In the end, he found it a bit too straight, and that man at extra cover, it went straight to his hands.
So a good finish to that over there from Hudson, which started off with a 6, 2 singles and then 3 dots to finish. So a much better end to that over from Hudson, and it looks like it will be Can to come back on from the church end.
Well, with that 6, it brought up the team 100, and just before the halfway point in this innings, and I think England will be quite happy with how they're pacing this. And I don't know whether the discussions after drinks were, right, we're 1 wicket down, it's time to speed things up, see how we're going, or if Alam just made that decision himself. Well, whichever way it was it's still 6.
Yeah, definitely. So 106 for 1. This now the 24th over. Just sneaks past the fielder there, and another single to start off this over.
Yeah, he brought out the dive, but didn't quite cut it off. You could see the 2 bats hovering, waiting to see what if he was going to stop it or not, if they could get the single. Taking the single comfortably in the end, of course.
Can hear that wind picking up once again. Allen happy just to leave that one.
Well, Can will also be happy either way. I think just respecting the ball right now.
Yeah, nicely down the ground. That one just for a single though.
Yeah, driven powerfully straight, but cut off nicely, and it will just be the one. He was looking to dissect the long on, long off. They're quite straight where they're positioned there, and that helped them fielding that one.
Just another single off that one.
Yeah, Mel Hussain more focused on the touch aspects of play. Whereas Alam is definitely looking to go after it. And you could see it there despite playing and missing.
Yeah, it's definitely the way they're going at the moment. Hussein's very happy just to run those singles, and Alam's going for those fours, isn't he, and the sixes, and looking to bring that score up a bit quicker.
Yeah, I think that's either he's decided or he's been given that role to go in and play with freedom. But he's definitely exhibiting that early on in this innings and going after it.
Could see there our good friend Rash Mahmood in the crowd. Nice little crowd here today at Eastnor Cricket Club. Really lovely looking pavilion, isn't it, here?
Yeah, it's a nice ground. You got the backdrop of the castle. You've got the field surrounding and the trees and the lovely little clubhouse.
Hudson back in then. And once again, Hussain will take another single.
Well, you asked me about how I would go about probably setting this field, and I said probably to get a wicket. Mel Hussain's the man, obviously, you want right now, and every now and then I've just seen him mistime one around the sort of cover area. Whether you get someone in a bit closer for that shot that's slightly mistimed on the drive, I don't know if they've thought about that. I'm just thinking they're going to have to pry these wickets somehow, and maybe it was a mistimed shot rather than the ball specifically. Well, talking about looking for the wicket, he's almost just found the man there.
Yeah, almost just played straight to the fielder out there, wasn't it? But fell short and stopped well. And just a single off it.
Exactly. He just standing up, played across the line and in the air for a little while there.
Another single there for Hussain.
Yeah, he walked down the crease there, tried to put a bit more into it. I think it was a bit off the toe. Down to long on for the single.
Final ball then of this over. And stopped well, and just the single off it in the end. I think Alan wanted a second run there, didn't he?
Yeah, it was good work from the fielder there to race round and stop it, get it in time.
Yeah, so just talk us through what we're looking at here, Adam.
Well, we're at the halfway point in the innings, and you can see that one wicket flash up, and it's been pretty steady going from England so far. They've been consistent. The run rate's always been about 4.5 and towards 5. And that we might see that accelerate from this point onwards, but it's been good batting, and they've kept a consistent run rate throughout and played nicely so far, I'd say.
Yeah, very steady run rate that. It's been good so far for England. They've been really good running, taking those singles. Alam's come in and hit some lovely shots as well. This is Khan again.
Bit of a bump ball there. I almost thought there could have been something there. Use of the wrists from Alan then to whip it down the ground, but back to the bowler.
Almost straight at the umpire's head, that one.
Yeah, had him ducking and diving there, didn't he? That will get the umpire woken up if he needs.
Certainly will.
Yeah. Powerfully struck. He's really gone for it. He's clearly targeting the umpire. I'd say that's quite mean, but he just took the single off that ball. This is now Mel Hussain on strike. He's just 6 away from this 50 now.
Just sneaks through that one, and they'll get 2 off that, and comfortably as well.
Well, he just got a bit of bat on it and guided it. There was no buy signal there, so it seems like it was a good shot. I'm not sure what exactly it came off, whereabouts on the bat it came off, but well guided there. Good use of the pace to pick up 2 runs for Hussain.
And another quick single from Hussain as well. But yeah, that last one that they ran 2 on, it was just, didn't have to do much at all, did he? And literally just let it come off the bat nicely through that gap.
You just use the pace and direct the ball where you want it to go.
Nicely found gap there by Allen. And that is another 4 for him. Takes him up to 25 off 30 balls. And brings England up to 121 for just that 1 wicket.
Well, it was definitely in the gap there. It was a bit toey. He used all his wrists to try and strike it through that mid-wicket, that cow corner region, and it trickled over the rope. No fielder near it though. He's picked his gap well, and that's the reason he found 4 for that. So good shot there, and I just get the feeling he's trying to go for more and more and hit more and more to the boundary as he goes through this innings, and he changes gears almost.
Yeah, Hussain back on strike now to face Hudson once again. Almost stopped in the field. Will it run for 4? Not quite.
It won't run for 4, and he won't get 3 runs, which means he's 1 run shy of the 50 mark. It's a nice, powerful strike on the back foot, just through covers. A bit of a misfield, and I thought for a second he could be in for a 50.
Yeah, I thought it was just going to race away, but he got enough of a foot on it, didn't he, to slow it down, stop the boundary. And there we go, that is the 50 for Mel Hussain off 71 balls. Just a simple raise of the bat. He's played well, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been a really good innings. He's run very well, and a lot of singles in this innings for him so far. Played nicely, and I think he'll be happy with how he's put together this innings. He's sped up through the end bit, 50 off just 71 balls for him.
Just a dot ball there for Timo Allen back on strike now.
Yeah, it took him 10 balls to get off the mark, I think, but since then he's looked really good. Mel Hussain. Just on the back foot and fielded by the same man there. He's trying to look for that cut shot, but not enough room to work with currently for Alam. As it's a tight line from the bowler. And that's floated up, and he's going to deposit it over cow corner. He saw that, his eyes opened up, and he just went after it. There was a man in the deep, he didn't care. And twice over he's hit the 6 right over the fielder stood in the deep.
Yeah, that fielder didn't stand a chance, did he? It was a lovely shot there by Allen. And was straight onto the other side of the road over there.
You could see early on a bit more flight in that delivery, and it fell right into Alam's arc, and he carted it away.
Yeah, the umpire's just having a little look at the ball here, I think.
It's I think it had a bit of an impact with the stone wall.
Yeah, so I'm not sure whether Hudson's brought it up or whether the umpire's asked to have a look, but...
Well, it's just being put through the gauge there and given back to him, so it's all fine. Alam hitting towards the castle there, a siege on the castle. And now he goes onto the back foot, but will find one of the few fielders in the inner circle. And it will be the end of the over. And they're just calling Mel Hussein, I think, wants a swap his helmet for a hat, I believe. And someone's going to run it out for him.
Taking a leaf out of Timo Alam's book, isn't he, with no helmet? Doesn't want the cap either, he's just going to go with nothing. The helmet's being run off there.
Yeah, clearly decided he doesn't need either. It's not particularly sunny here, so no need for the replacement cap. Just he's going helmetless. He's decided it's working for Alam, so he might as well take a leaf out of his book.
Yeah, he's hit some lovely shots, hasn't he, since he's come in, Alam, and he's playing with real intent, isn't he, here? So, will the same happen for Hussein?
And just looking at that, there's a 50 partnership up for these two. 51 runs between them off the 55 balls. Hussein contributing 19, Alam 31 of those.
Yeah, it's only taken him 36 minutes, so run rate has possibly increased a little bit with those couple of boundaries from Alam.
Yeah, he's adding some impetus to this innings, isn't he?
Can come back in from the church end, and a shout there from the keeper.
Yeah, you can. He just beat it. The bat of Mel Hussein bounced over the top edge of that bat, and Khan was almost up on his own there shouting. It was a loud shout though. He definitely went for it. He thought there was something in that. And this time Hussein will just use his feet and waltz down the pitch and clip it to long on, and that will be one more for the opening bat, who moves 51.
Yeah, nice bit of footwork there to just come and meet the ball, didn't he? And
yeah, I think you're right. He did meet it. He just perfectly got to the pitch, and that's what you want to do when you're walking down. You want to get to where the ball's pitching, especially against a spinner, and then you're in control of all the variables, spin included. Will Alam continue to look to hit this to the onside? Just clipped off his toes, beats square leg, and will be mopped up by the fielder in the deep.
yeah, literally just came off the toe of his bat there, didn't he? So wasn't quite sure where that one was going to go at first, but a good single off it again brings Hussein back onto strike.
And Alam thinks there's a run there, but there's no run, and that is a misfield from the bowler, Khan. You can just see there, this is well fielded and turned round, and it just escapes the bowler's hands as he goes to field it. He was off balance, trying to take those wickets, and Alam was floundering at the non-striker's end. He thought there was a single, and there definitely wasn't, to be fair to Hussein, as he meets that full toss. Hits it for a single, but yeah, he was in a bit of trouble there, wasn't he?
He certainly was. Yeah, he was very, very lucky there, I'd have to say. You know, if that had hit the stumps dead on there, I think he was gone. Started to go and almost went quite far, didn't he, really, for where the ball had gone. So, big let-off there for him.
Yeah, I think he was about a quarter of the way down before he had to turn back. And he sits on the back foot, and this time he'll hit it to the offside. He's primarily targeted that leg side region, that onside for both ends, and he's trying to hit that sort of cow corner, that mid-wicket region, long on, trying to make sure he gets enough power and clear the boundary. I think that's been his main aim throughout this innings, and I think he's gonna ask. Oh, he's having a towel brought on for him.
Yeah, 17 overs to go then. 134 for 1. And it will be Hudson coming back in for a 4th over now from that home end. No wicket, 21 runs coming off his bowling so far. What have you made of him so far, Adam?
Well, I think Alam's taken to his bowling and has decided that every ball he'll go after, but that gives him a chance to get him out, obviously, because you keep going, and you can definitely get the wicket here, get the breakthrough, and that's what Wales need. The way they'll get the run rate down is this wicket, and that's just bounced over the bat. That was a good delivery there, and that's what he's looking for. I think he wants to probably keep it off stump, outside off stump. He knows where the bat will be targeting, towards that road, towards the castle and the wall. And he just doesn't want to probably stray straight, and that's short. And that was close to the fielder. He's sat back and hit it away, but the fielder out in the deep had a chance, as it's just bounced before the rope.
Yeah, he had to get down low to that one, didn't he? And it looked like he was so close to getting it, and I think the way he lied down shows that maybe he had a hand on it and it just almost slipped out. And yeah, it was unlucky in the end for Wales. Yeah,
I mean, it was a poor ball, but it almost resulted in the wicket. Mid wicket's out there. Obviously, they got the square leg, the mid wicket, the long on. Alam will take them on, but he just dropped a touch short, which just allows him to target that side, and that's a touch full, and he'll help himself that time. The fielder's not there, and he will take 4 more runs in that region through Cal, and exactly what we suggested he will be trying to target this over.
Yeah, exactly that. You can see exactly where he's going every time. He's aiming for that region, and yeah, still no fielder out there. They're happy with what they've set, Wales.
That's dropped short, and it's the wicket. Well, I talked about the length being wrong, but it's just come off the top half of Alam's bat, and he's miscued it to the only man in the circle on the leg side, and it's gone straight into his hands, and it'll be a wicket for that Welsh team, and much needed, isn't it? We had that partnership building. Alam was looking to go big, and they needed a wicket.
Yeah, exactly that. A really good wicket to get as well. Like we said a few times, Timo Allen was, looking to almost play aggressive and play those shots, and brought up, was it 41 runs in the end? So it was a good knock from Allen. And next out to the middle is the captain, Edward Gordon-Lennox.
Yeah, Timo Allen making 41 at a strike rate of exactly 100 there. And as you say, despite Hussain being the man past 50, the key wicket was Timo Allen trying to speed up that run rate, trying to get some quick runs. And he very much did that. I think England will be very happy with the job that he did batting at 3 today.
Certainly. But then looking at the wicket, was that almost sort of the intention with that earlier one, which was dropped out there? Play it short, and Alam's going to try and hit it, and I wonder if that was the intention, to try and get it to hit to that sort of region, play that sort of shot, and it worked.
Well, it worked, but you've got to say it cost them. It cost
Yeah.
them. You look at Chris Hudson's bowling figures, and he has got a wicket to his name in the wicket tally, but it will be 1 ball left, and then it'll be 4 overs, and he's gone for 29 runs. So it's a costly, almost buy a wicket if he's doing that. I think he just strayed in length, and he got the wicket though. And you know what? It can just get you in the game. So we'll see if he continues this spell next over. Maybe you see him bowling better line and length. He's got the wicket. Maybe he's grown in confidence a bit.
Yeah, certainly. The captain happy just to block that one and put Hussain onto strike, with Khan coming from the church end once again.
Sorry, I was just trying to get the wagon wheel up there and it didn't quite work, but no bother. I was just trying to highlight where all the shots from Alam were coming from, and they were all going over mid-wicket and Cow. But if you've watched, you definitely know that that's the case, as Hussain's brought out the little dab shot again. This time it won't be 2, just the 1 run. But well deflected.
Yeah, you can see he's got that gap behind him, behind the wicket keeper. Nobody out deep there, so I wonder how much they'll try and target that area, because it's a few times he's done that now.
Well, it's his. I think it's his rotation of strike option here. There's a man that's third man who's in the inner circle, but there is a single if he takes it either side of him, and I think Hussain's just looking to keep the strike turning over there. And there you go, Gordon Lennox immediately tucking into this bowling on the back foot. Could we see a similar attacking mindset straight out the gate from the new batsman?
Yeah, very possibly. I wonder if that's the captain's plan now, is get that strike rate up, sorry.
And
that
he's
one's up.
It's going to be taken there and long on, and Mel Hussain has got out after passing 50. It's a well taken catch and well bowled as well. It was a bit quicker, that one, and as he went down the crease, he didn't quite get it. He hit it up more than he hit it far. And a good bit of bowling there, and a good innings from Mel Hussain.
Yeah, it's batted very nicely. 53 off 77 then. A good innings for Hussain.
Yeah, an innings that's held this innings together so far. And he'll depart now, and maybe that will change. We'll talk about the game plan of the new batsman, and now it's 2 new batsmen out there. You know, will that game plan change? It's more look to rebuild sort of situation. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of wickets left, and the tactic could still be to just go for it. You never know. Impressed with that bit of bowling there, though?
Yeah, it was good, and it almost just made for a simple catch, didn't it, in the end? Hussain had tried that a few times, I think. So I think it was well worked, and brings out Ian Barton, the debutant.
Yes, there'll be a good chance for him with 15.3 overs left in this innings, and a chance to go out there and score some runs on debut. Yeah, he got under that one early, and it looked like he had all the time in the world to take that catch, and very well taken indeed. And now he's a chance to bowl to the new batsman, as you say, Barton, just turning it to the leg side, and he'll get off the mark, and he'll be happy to get off the mark here. Well, we're going to have a change in the batsman with the 2 wickets, and we've also got a change coming in the commentary area, as this just defended into the offside and a single taken. Well, are you happy with the 2 wickets that have come?
Happy with the 2 wickets. Yeah, it's an interesting game, isn't it? I think there was a danger when I left the commentary that England were going to take it away. They did to an extent, but those 2 wickets have certainly changed the complexion of the game slightly.
Yeah, for a second I thought it was just going to be an assault for the final few overs. As he's driven that just to mid-off, as there were a few sixes struck, but those 2 wickets could change it.
Yeah, and I mean, Michael Cahn's gone for 4 runs in that over. Run rate went up, but it's starting to come back down again. I suspect that we could see 15 overs of spin to finish this innings off. And as we've seen, it has been harder to score against the spinners here. Rash, what do you feel about the turn of events over the last 10 overs?
Yeah, afternoon, Hugh. Afternoon, everybody. Well, Wells right back in it. Timor Alam, you know what you get with him. And as my colleague Adam said, he picked the only man in the ring on the leg side, but the ball did appear to stop on him a touch, and we were mentioning it in our previous stint. Mella saying, looked a bit of a weary shot from Mel, if I'm perfectly honest. Got right underneath it, but well caught out in the deep. And this is just going to concentrate the mind. Ed Gordon-Lennox and Ian Barton, well, they're 2 very, very powerful strikers of the ball. Ed Gordon-Lennox, well, we know the way he plays. Ian Barton has just been scoring runs for fun in the county championship, Hugh.
Where does he play in the championship, Rash?
Plays for Lancashire.
Well, Lancashire. So these wickets won't be totally alien to him then?
No, he's a fearsome striker with the ball. 178 he scored a few weeks back.
Did he?
The 5th highest score in county championship history.
That's a big knock.
That is a big knock. And he only knows one way to play. Now, it's going to be interesting. The Welsh boys, they know all about him. Setting the field accordingly.
Where does he score his runs? On the onside?
Yeah, he's a good player on the onside, yeah. But he's very, very powerful off the back foot. It's something he's been working on. And his favourite area off the back foot is that gap between covering mid-off.
Right,
He's a very punchy player through there. Yeah. But anything with a bit of width, he'll give it a long handle.
Right. So the right man for the situation, really?
Yeah, I think so. England, I think, they've got 7 wickets in the pavilion, 148, 15 to go, or just short of 15. They'll be relatively happy, of course, and 250 is going to be a minimum from here. But I think the Welsh boys have stuck to it really well.
Yes, always difficult, isn't it? I think 3 or 4 overs ago, 1 wicket down, 250 was a cinch. It's now become, it's a minimum. You think they'll still get 250, but it's not as easy as it looked a couple of overs ago.
It's certainly not. And if they can winkle another one of these 2 out, you're suddenly into the middle order. That's a nice shot. Oh, just a slight misfield there.
Well, it's only 1 still, isn't it? They're hitting the ball hard for 1s.
Well, as I said, I still think the pitch is doing a bit now and again.
It's one of those, we've said it before, we'll say it again, you're never in on it.
So the 150 up for England with that single.
There's a better over from Chris Hudson. Ball to go, there's only 4 runs off it so far. Hudson in the last ball of the over. It's in a bit of air. Punched off the back foot. Out to deep extra. It's a single, it's 5 off the over. 151 for 3. 31 overs gone, 14 overs left.
It will be very interesting for you to see how Ed Gordon-Lennox approaches this. He's a very aggressive batter by nature. He does like to get on with it, but I just think this calls for sensible batting. The pitch is still doing something, as I say. You've just said it, I couldn't put it better myself. He's never really in. Might have to just curb his natural enthusiasm.
it's intelligent bowlers love this sort of track, don't they? Because they know that if they can vary it a little bit or hit a certain spot on the pitch, they'll misbehave. And certainly batsmen who are intent on forcing everything. A big shout from Michael Camm, but the smile on his face tends to suggest that it was more in hope than anything else. I've asked for it, but there's no way he's going to give that, was what that look told us, wasn't it?
Ooh, a bit squirty from Ed Gordon-Lennox.
Again, it was, he played the ball on its merits, on its length and everything, and he probably stopped a little pitch or something in the pitch and took the outside edge rather than the middle of the bat, which is what he played for. I imagine there's cricketers, certainly in the west of the country, thinking exactly what we're seeing here. It's just, these are the tracks I've been playing on the last few weeks.
Again, a slight misfield. I think that's from the skipper. Hit very powerfully to him, came quickly to him, but just slipped through his hands.
Half volleyed him, really, didn't it? It sort of grubbed him just in front of him. Horrible one. Ooh, that's a big hit. It's a big hit, just away to our left here.
Well, it was there to hit you, wasn't it? And he certainly gave it the long handle.
Yeah.
That flew high and handsome over the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, I think another delivery that appeared visually to stop.
Seemed to stop.
Yeah, stuck in the pitch. Ed Gordon-Lennox was through his shot.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. Ooh, he's a fair bit of turn there.
Yeah, turn and a bit of bounce.
It still looks very green, Rash. You had a good look at it before the game, didn't you?
Yeah, it is. It is you. Very green. There was notable dampness at the extremities of the wicket.
Right.
The surface itself is absolutely fine. And you said with the mixture of weather we've had, some cracks appearing. The top surface was a bit flaky. And obviously, when that happens, you develop little ridges, and if you can get the ball in there, it produces variable bounce and a bit of turn. And we saw that last delivery turned and indeed bounced. So it's not an easy picture, we keep saying. So the batsmen have still got to apply themselves. Adjustments being made into the field. Fielder going out onto the long off boundary.
But of course, this is one of the joys of cricket, the variation that the British weather puts on pitches. Again, we go back to our time in Chennai together.
Oh, that's
big shout. Yeah, let's have another look. He comes forward and oh, is that back foot?
Yeah, it was. It was his back foot, and his back foot was flexing, and it hit him below the knee roll. That's a very, very good shout. Obviously, we're square onto the wicket, but you saw the replay there, folks. Well worth a shout. But umpire Spats, he's not moving. Kept the finger of doom in his pocket.
Yeah, we were saying we were out in Chennai, and what was remarkable there is at the end of every game they would just rough the surface up a bit, soak it, roll it and let it bake, and so you'd start again with exactly the same motorway of a track the next day. Different in the UK, of course.
Yeah, it certainly is. Wonderful pitches out there. And I know the Lions boys, when they were out, oh my God, and Lennox just swats that for four. Yeah, short, just swivel back and swatted it dismissively through the vacant mid-wicket area for four. Yeah, the boys, the Lions were out in the India Over National 60s Championship here in back end of January and February. Won that tournament, 6 games played, undefeated, but they were waxing lyrical about the pitches at Pondicherry.
The batsmen, I would imagine.
The batsmen, the bowlers weren't, but the batsmen. But interesting enough, speaking to Vince Mulholland, and I caught up with him at Loughborough, and he very kindly, he was a few words that we included in the Willows to Wisdom podcast that I host. He said it concentrated you as a batsman, as a bowler, because you had to find different ways of delivering the ball. And he went to a cross seam delivery that stood him in good stead out there, and he's using it to great effect back here in the UK, arguably on pitches that are probably going to do more for him.
That's it. To a lesser extent, you see, it's interesting. I find that the further southeast you go in the UK, the harder and drier the tracks tend to be, and so you're almost playing, if you go down to Sussex, you're almost playing a different sport to what you play up at Welsh Valley somewhere.
Yep.
Because the weather's better there.
It is, and it's the one of the things that adds to the robust nature of the county championship, of course. Different pitches, different conditions. You've got to be adaptable playing in the English summer.
And that can be the same square from week to week, can be entirely different, can it? Oh, they've taken too well there. Yeah, you get the sense that England are just winding things up a notch now. And whilst boundaries might be a little bit hard to come by here, pushing into the gaps and pushing the fielders, turning ones into twos, dots into ones, you know, that 3 of those and over it's a lot of runs.
Yeah, it concentrates the mind, because the batsman, if they can push it, and this is where the fitness levels come in. If you're getting 3 or 4 twos and over and then a couple of singles, without even trying, you can go in at 10 and over.
Yeah.
And we learnt that from close quarters watching the Australians in the 2024 final and how they battered throughout that tournament, and it transferred to a wonderful Ashes series last summer, going to the 5th and final game, a tie off the final ball, but they set the benchmark, and it's incredibly difficult when you're out there, when you can hear shouts for 2 as a fielder, you know you can't mess up, and you're trying your best to stop the 2, and you fumble, and on that occasion should have only been a single really. It's all part and parcel of the game, and it's improving year on year, Hugh, and we're getting more and more people who are fitter, more agile in the field. Because county cricket, and to a certain extent international cricket, it's still very much a batsman's paradise.
It is. It is, I think, what you've got to remember when bowlers get to over 60, most of the pace has gone from the bowling. With the spinners, they don't quite get the bounce and the grip that they could get, the turn and everything. So it is more of a batsman's game. And so therefore what you've got to work on is from a bowler's perspective, that's another well taken manufactured run there by England. As a bowler, you've got to be thinking more, how do I contain? And as a batsman, then it comes down a lot more to fitness, and then as we saw there, how do we manufacture runs and everything. So, Rash, it's a World Cup year. We talked a fair bit about England and Australia. At the moment, would you say in world terms England and Australia are above the rest? Is there anybody coming up behind them?
Yeah, I think England and Australia set the benchmark. I had Mr. Bradley on the podcast in the first episode. We were talking about the World Cup. I think there are going to be a few surprises this time round. Just break off. There's Ed Gordon-Lennox just defends that delivery from
Tony Smith is back on into the attack.
Yeah, there's teams that, listen, if Pakistan can get the visa situation sorted out, on their day they can beat anybody.
Yeah.
They are a supremely talented bunch of cricketers. They showed that in the first one-day international in the summer of 2024, chasing down 295 at Bradford Park Avenue to beat England. And in that 5-match series went to the last ball at Littleborough, where England got home chasing 316. They're supremely talented. It's whether they can get everybody there that needs to be there. Oh, kept a bit low, hurried on, but good delivery from Smith. Just turned around the corner by Ed Gordon-Lennox. Another one to the total, another one to him. 168 for 3.
So yeah, on their day, Pakistan.
Yeah,
can be
Pakistan. India, I think they're certainly a very, very talented batting side. Their fielding, a bit questionable. The team that I really do think that, because it's in Canada, the West Indies.
Yes.
And they have got their inspirational middle order, Dionarine Dial playing. He is world class. and he wasn't able to travel with the touring party last summer when the West Indies toured here in the UK. People like him, Tony Boyker in that team, and the skipper, I mean, they're a talented bunch. New Zealand will be up there, and I think we're going to give a shout out to the host, Canada. Now they're improving rapidly, and arguably gave England the hardest game in the 2024 World Cup.
And then the side you haven't mentioned, we were out in Cape Town for the Africa Cup last year. Spent a lot of time with a lot of South Africans who said they're starting to take it very seriously there. And you got the sense that just from the South African team we saw in Chennai, that what we saw last year, there were a lot of new players being brought into the fold there. Quite a few ex-first class players. And they could be a dark horse for this, maybe.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I had the good fortune to speak to Graham McLaren, who was the manager of the South Africa team out in Chennai, and he said, this is what we are trying to do. They've got a small player pool, but what they were trying to get people from the 50s making their way through. Now, they've got about 5 or 6 players who were there in Chennai who are going to Canada. Trev Poole's one of them. Ishadal Hack is another one, although he probably won't want to face England. He got absolutely smashed by Monty Douglas and Nick Newman at the SRI Ramachandra ground in the group game. 3 consecutive sixes by Nick Newman. A stand of 150 odd, but he's decent on his day. Yeah, South Africa. They've set the stall out really, and I fancy them to go well.
I think they were certainly aware after Chennai that
Oh, goodness.
That's 6. Yes, that's 6 over mid-wicket. Yep. Rock back. Pulled it. Really got hold of it. It's not a short boundary out there.
No, it's not. 25 from 21. EGL. 176 for 3.
Acceleration is on.
Yeah, hammer down.
Yes, I think we've got an interesting time ahead of us in August. Hard to call. Oh, his back foot. He's absolutely pummeled that through extra cover. Mike Hayden had the misfortune of getting a finger onto that. He's probably sitting there now thinking, what was the point? Bust my finger, didn't save anything at all.
Well, I hope it's not his poorly thumb. He
Uh,
broke his thumb, didn't he?
Broke his thumb in India. Had
Yeah.
to come home early, yeah. He's made a good recovery. He's got a fair few runs at county championship this season so far. Oh, it's at him again. Well done. That was about a quarter of the pace of the ball before. It was only about 70 or 80 miles an hour. Mike smiling wryly there. Oh, he's opened his shoulders. 1 bounce 4. 1 bounce 4 over wide long on.
Yeah, the hammer's firmly put down.
Yeah, 14 off this over so far. 3 boundaries.
Well, the Welsh boys, they know exactly what the England pair are going to try and do. They've just got to try and put the ball in the right place. These batsmen have got the hammer down. Obviously, you're going to hopefully get some chances with them trying to accelerate the score and hit it in the air. Just concentrate yourselves. Just waiting. I think they're counting how many players are actually in the circle. 1, 2,
4 in, is it?
yeah, I think there's 4.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 5. The outfit from deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and deep extra cover. So they were 5. But 14 from that over. 3 boundaries, a 6 and 2 fours. Acceleration has begun.
Yeah, both these players, as I said, can score very, very quickly. They just had a little conflab in the middle. 10 overs to go, 7 wickets in hand. What a great platform. As I said, 250, I think, is a bare minimum from here.
Run rate climbing quickly now up to 5.26. I'll hazard this is the highest it's been throughout the whole innings. Yes. Yes, and it's been growing steadily since the 20th over. And wickets in hand. See if they can get after Tony Smith. They haven't been managed to do that so far today, but see what happens in this over. He's down the wicket, but too much more than just smother it back to the bowler.
I think he changed his mind, Hugh, did Ian Barton.
Oh, he's a subtle variation in flight there, wasn't there?
He was. He's
very subtle.
Excellent from Tony Smith. Excellent.
Didn't really lob it up to him, but didn't rifle it in either. He says, have a go if you want, mate, wasn't it?
Very, very intelligent bowling.
Yeah. That's flatter. A little bit shorter. Wales won't worry about them taking singles one little bit. They're still very enthusiastic in the field, Wales. I just probably saved them 20 or 30 runs, actually.
Yeah, they fielded very, very well indeed.
Smith in. Going flat again, another single. He won't be unhappy with that. You get the sense Barton's waiting to explode, isn't he? Oh, and again he's lots of air came down the track and pulled back at the last minute.
Well, it's fascinating watching it here live, folks. I hope you get the sense of it watching wherever you are.
This is brilliant.
It's
this
excellent contest between Tony Smith and Ian Barton.
Oh, flatter, faster. Think about a swift single, but they don't take it. That's 3 runs off the over. Smith has bowled excellently today so far.
Yeah, 7 overs. And 1 for 25, I think it is. Which excellent over.
In the context of this game, that is superb, isn't it?
Yeah, super stuff.
So it's Gareth Edwards to continue to bowl to... It's Barton facing. It was Gordon Lennox who took him for 14 in the last over.
Well, he's got to be a bit careful here, Edwards, because there's a man at sort of orthodox mid-on, and there's a gap. Man at the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Ian Barton's just had a sly little look there. Oh, he'll mix up here. If he hits, he's gone. He's gone. Watch it on the replay. Straight to the fielder. Well picked up. Ed Gordon-Lennox miles out of his ground. So the England skipper departs for 34. Run out.
And the look on his face tells us that he knows exactly what he's done. He's gambled. He's gambled there. Thinking that the fielder, it either won't go straight to the fielder or he won't take it cleanly. And it's the sort of thing you've got to do at this stage of an innings with these wickets in hand, isn't it?
It is, but the call was no from Ian Barton straight away. I don't know who the fielder was. Was it...
the fielder was Tony Smith.
Tony Smith, is he a left-hander?
He is a left-hander,
right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Ian Barton recognised that, but regardless of that, he said no straight away. But because it was left-handed and he was going round to that way, it was a natural pick-up.
Yeah.
A right-hander, I think Ed Gordon-Lennox makes his way back because the right-hander picking up would have to stop and turn. Left-hander picked it up. Good intelligent cricket, the bowler right by the stumps. Simple throw into him, and the England skipper departs. 187 for 4.
And then, as we've been saying, that superb fielding by Wales today, and 187 runs, 36 overs in. That epitomises, I think, the Welsh attitude in the field today is competing for every ball, aren't they? Steve Aston joins the fray.
Good fielding again. Yeah, Steve Aston, another very combative batter.
He's opened the innings occasionally, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
Yeah.
He won't be donning the gloves in the Welsh batting innings. Simon Routh got the gloves. That's a nice shot.
That's a lovely shot.
That's going to run away for 4, I fancy.
That's a lovely shot. Little effort, he just sort of placed it there, didn't he?
He did.
Just out of Michael Cahn's grasp. He trickled over the boundary, but he's 4 runs, and a very good 4 runs.
He's a very, very useful person to come in at this juncture. And then another one who likes to get on with things.
Just out of Mike Hayden's grasp there. Again, and that's one of those 20, 30 years ago. You'd be able to get that extra pace and you'd be able to get round to it, but a miracle in the field, but miracles are fewer and further between for us. Slightly more mature gentlemen.
I probably was waxing lyrical about Steve Aston. It was Ian Barton who hit that very, very nice 4. Steve Aston on strike. Back in his stance, just prods it out into the offside, and there's no room. Good over with a wicket to start off.
For Wales. Yeah.
37 gone. 192 for 4.
Yeah. What threw you is what throws me almost every game now. They've changed the rules about the ends that people go to when they're out and everything, haven't they? And I never know. Because you've lived with it for 50 years and it's the same thing, and if the batsman cross and it's in the air, or if there's run-outs or whatever, you know exactly. And all of a sudden, the rules have changed. It takes a lot of working out. It's Adam Glasnick's coming back on. Actually, the second best economy rate of the Welsh bowling so far.
Yeah, he bowled well first off. Was it 5 first off? He bowled.
He did.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, very impressed. He's been taking a shed load of wickets as well, hasn't he?
He has. He has. Adam won't mind me saying 3 years ago he was playing with me in the fourths, and then has worked his way up the teams and more than justified his place in the first team last season and this season. And in he comes. Wraps him on the pads first up. They'll take a leg by. Yes, Adam now plays for the same team as Mike Hayden. If you'd asked us a year or two ago, they played for different sides, but Swansea Cricket Club and Swansea Civil Service have merged.
Oh.
Because the lovely St Helens ground has been taken away from us.
Yeah, what an absolute travesty that is.
Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful ground.
So much history there.
Yeah.
When I was a boy, it was where Glamorgan used to play all their big games, the tourist games, the big knockout games. It was always down at St Helens because it was such a great track, great setting, but also a fantastic atmosphere there.
Yeah.
So I think cricket fans outside of Wales, very, very sad to see that iconic venue going for good, because they're going to build as somebody said, a plastic rugby pitch on it.
Oh dear, what a shame.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, steeped in history.
Yeah.
Great times I've had down there.
It was the home ground of Swansea Cricket Club for many, many, many years, and so they've now lost their ground and they've merged with Swansea Civil Service, whose ground is half a mile up the road the other side of Singleton Park, for those that know Swansea. So Adam Glasnick was at Swansea Civil Service, Mike Hayden, chairman, I think, or president of Swansea Cricket Club. Clubs have merged, so they're now playing for the same club.
What are your thoughts, Hugh, on the regional over 65 competition, which is going well, and the round 3 of the matches are taking place today? Just break off as Glasnick comes in again from the church end. Forceful toss, nicely turned into the onside by Ian Barton. Just the one though, nicely fielded, good throw back into the bowler's end. 1 more to the total.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant. because it's more cricket. We do know physically our powers start waning off in our 60s, and so therefore to have a 65 bracket is excellent. It keeps more people involved in the game. It's also, when you think about it, once you get to your 60s, you tend to start having a little bit more time to do stuff. And if you're regular into playing cricket, the more cricket you can play, the better. That's great. I can be very controversial about this, though, if you want me to be.
You can be as controversial as you
Would you
like.
like me to be controversial about this?
Please do.
Okay. So, at the moment, we've got 6 teams, haven't we? We've got 5 regional sides from England, and we've got Wales playing as a region. We're having to put out, because we only got that many 65-year-olds, that's the end of the over. It's 196 for 4, 38 gone. We're having to put out 3rd and 4th team players, which is fine, but all the other counties have got 5 or 6 counties to choose from, and so what you've got is sort of the cream of the elder players from 5 or 6 counties. So there's a huge disparity there. But I have an idea.
Oh dear.
Why not, and I have lots of friends in Cornwall, and I hope they forgive me for saying this, why not have a Celtic Druids team? So you put Cornwall and Wales together, but you also invite Irish and Scottish over 65s to come into it as well.
Oh, what a suggestion that is. Oh, it's in the air.
Yeah, but
he's
he's
short of the skipper,
short
Mike
of Hayden.
Hayden. Yeah, just short. Stretching for it a bit. What's Steve asked him?
So I think the Scots have got a side in the World Cup 60s this year, which is brilliant to see. We had a couple of good games with them up in North Wales last week. The second game went to the last ball, where we needed, I think, 16 or something off the last over to win, and we won it with a 6 off the last ball. Brilliant game of cricket. So they're on the way. The Irish are very, very keen as well. So how's about that for an idea? A Celtic Druids team.
I think it's an excellent idea. I mean, I was fortunate enough to be at the first game, the first round of matches. I was at Littleborough for the Northern Superchargers in the Midlands Mavericks, speaking to Dave Murphy, the league chairman. He was so pleased that it had got off the ground. And Trevor Lee, who's going to be a guest on the Willows to Wisdom podcast this time around, folks. That'll be out back end of the month. Give it a listen.
Beautifully placed. Is he going to... No, it hasn't quite gone for 4. Good arm from Webber.
Yeah, Trevor Lee, who co-host of the Silver Stumps podcast. Excellent podcast. But he's gone. He was one of the drivers behind that. It'll be interesting to get his thoughts. But I think that league is going to get better and better and better. People have seen the value of it. And of course, something that you may not know, Hugh, I believe there's going to be... It's not calling it the Over 65 World Cup.
Oh, I've heard rumours.
Oh, quicker that time. Good delivery. Yeah, I think it's going to take place in Sri Lanka in possibly February.
Yeah.
6 or 8 teams. It's got to be good because, 65-year-olds against 60s. There is a disparity. 65-year-olds against 65, 66, 67-year-olds. It's a great equaliser, and there's some very, very talented people playing. And Stuart Carpenter, someone very well, scored a ton, I think, in the first round of matches.
Stuart got a ton. The first got 2 tons and made the team of the tournament at Chennai. Still, he hits the ball a country mile to Stuart. Joy to watch him bat.
200 up for England then.
That's another push. If he hit, no, he were hitting a gather there from Gareth Edwards would have made it very. Oh, and he knows it. Big smile on his face. But he knows that. Had he managed to gather that ball properly, he had a good chance of effecting a run out there.
A good over though, just a 4 from it.
Yeah, they're not 6 overs left. They're not running away with this. Maybe that call for 250 was quite a sensible one from us 10 overs ago.
Yeah, Wales have dug in, and they've dug in well.
They bowled well, they fielded well. Lots of thought going into the field placements. It's good to watch. I mean, that is one factor, and I still try and play on a Saturday. Find on a Tuesday the accumulated years of cricket experience on a field on a Tuesday. It becomes much more of what it should be, which is a thinking game,
Yeah.
And that's what we've seen in evidence here in the last 10 overs. Lots of things going on from the batsman. Where can we manipulate the runs? Where can we hit? And from the bowlers and the fielders as well.
Shot.
That's beautiful. Overpitched, but no huge effort, no great big swing. Any kids watching, you don't have to slog the ball off the ground to get a very, very good, easy four. Safe four. Lovely shot to watch.
Yeah, it certainly was. Full toss, just rolled his wrist out the ball.
Yeah.
Disappeared at a rapid rate of knots to the boundary. Nicely turned,
It's
yeah.
what's called timing, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Edwards does gather this time, and they would have been in trouble had they risked one. They did well to keep it down to 1. Gareth Edwards, exceptional piece of field in there. Coming back to what we were saying, he thought about that, and he'd come in a little bit, and he knew that if he could attack the ball and gather it, he was creating a chance for a run out. Oh, he's miscued that, but he's going to get away with it. More than get away with it. No, it's not going to run. Aid Webber again. Good arm from Webber. The Croeso Ceiliog man. Groundsman and all round good egg at Croeso Ceiliog Cricket Club, just outside of Newport, is Adrian.
Well, one more ball to go. It's over. I'm going to take my leave, and I'll come back, Adam and Ben, to take you through to the conclusion of this England innings. Currently 210 for 4.
And they'll take a single off that last ball. 211, 5 overs to go.
Well, 5 to go, and Wales have drawn it back a bit in those last 10, I'd say. And no rocketing along, but England will definitely feel they're still in a pretty good position here. Just looking at that, you can see consistent on the run rates as it's going through.
Yeah, really steady on that run rate now, isn't it? Going along really nicely now, England. Just falls short there of the fielder.
Well, he's only just got into the non-strikers then there. He was proper walking and then had to stretch his butt. I don't know if he was playing it up there.
Yeah, nice easy walk back,
yeah.
Wasn't it, to the non-strikers end. And another single again. Good running once again.
I think it will be a look for runs on every single ball here, whether singles or more.
I think so. You've got plenty of wickets in hand, haven't you? And, start, playing those shots, get that run rate up, get the score nice and high. Rash and Hugh were saying about 250. I think you'd be looking for somewhere there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, with 6 wickets in the bank, you've got that licence. You can play whatever you want. No worries. And we're going to see that. It might have just fallen short of the fielder there. Just plinked it out to long on, but it falls short of the man.
Yeah, just another single off that then. Just misses everything there. And they'll get at least 2.
Always Vincent back.
Ooh. I thought there was 2 on there, but they chose to only run 1. Not sure who it was that then got halfway down the wicket and then had to turn back.
Yeah, they were definitely not in sync with their running, and as he turned around and set off, I think you could see that. I don't think he would have made it back. Would have been very tight as it was at leg by there. just guided down and trickles just over the rope. It's really nicely played, that.
Yeah, literally that. It trickles over the rope, doesn't it? There was not a lot of pace on it by the time it reached the boundary, but no fielder in that gap. And a good over for England there.
Yeah, you talk about power shots when it comes into the final few overs. We're in the last 5 now. You're talking about the last 10 overs even, but he just used the pace. He's taken 4 runs from it, and it's a good shot, that, and smart batting, because the field's all placed for those power hits everyone thinks of when you get into these overs. As I think there was just a change of gloves there from one of the bats.
Yeah, I think it was Barton, because in that last over, he waved towards the England group on the pavilion. So he was waving something about his gloves, so yeah, obviously not happy with what he had.
He's looked good on debut, and he'll look to try and accelerate with this final few overs.
Yeah, he certainly will. Glasnick's back in then from the church end to bowl his 8th over. Just misses the bat once again. Taken well by Jones. And a dot ball to start.
And use the feet, and that is hit up and long way into the pavilion. It's into the pavilion and out again, and ricochets off the wall, and just thrown back from the fielder. Thrown back after it's gone for a big old 6, and it's really well struck, that.
Yeah, just a correction. It is Tony Smith who is bowling, not Glasnick's. And that one will be stopped. Just a single there.
Well, clearly Ian Barton just looking to use his feet every single ball here.
Yeah, he certainly is. He loves coming towards it to try and meet it at the moment. Aston back on strike though.
And that's fired a bit quicker into the pitch, and it means he can't hit it towards that leg side as easily, and he's on the back foot pushing it to cover. So a good dot ball for the Welsh team.
Another good delivery and another dot ball. Felt just a little bit slower potentially, that one, because Aston almost went for it twice almost. He's kind of like took a step, didn't he? And then I had to readjust.
I understand where you're coming from with that. It was a touch slow and a touch wider as well, as he's just able to turn this to leg side. But I think good bowling from this over, in the perspective of he's realised that they're trying to target that leg side and just hide it outside off almost. It's much harder to go aerially find that boundary on that offside.
Yeah, certainly. So who are Wales turning to now? As we've got 3 overs remaining. England 228 for 4.
Yeah, looking at this partnership, 41 runs from just the 35 balls. Only 19 minutes these two have been together. And that sort of stuff will be positive viewing for England. Trying to get these quick runs at the end.
Yeah, certainly. Like we said earlier, you've got 6 wickets in hand, so there's no harm in going for it and seeing where you can get the scorecard to. Good shot, that one. Will it go for 4? No, stopped very, very well there.
It's good running, and they'll take a second.
Hesitated though.
Yeah, but they made it fairly easily in the end. I think it's fair to say, definitely from the home end, I think they've targeted the boundary more from this end, especially to the leg side. I think it might be a touch shorter, and it is down the hill. And they're going to target it again, but that won't go well fielded and just be the one.
Couldn't quite tell the distance then and thought it was almost going straight into the fielder's hands, but depth perception is obviously not my strength at the moment.
Yeah, don't worry. The Welsh fielders don't have you out there in the field. You'll be trying to dive towards it and it'll be falling well short.
There's a reason I don't play.
And this could be a chance. And we talk about good fielding, and there's an example of good catching. Good bit of bowling there, wasn't it, Ben?
Yeah, he didn't catch it cleanly, did he, Barton? And an easy catch in the end for Wales. And that's the 5th wicket. Barton's done well, though, on debut. 34 off 31 balls. I've been impressed with him. Obviously, not a great shot to go out. But, yeah, he's batted well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think in the end there, he was just trying to target that leg side so much. He turned the face, got a leading edge, and it just skewed up. Good bit of bowling. He didn't go too straight with his line. What you don't want to do, I think, in these final overs, especially when you're bowling from the home end, is put it too straight, target those stumps, thinking you'll pick up wickets late on here, because a lot has been deposited towards that boundary, that leg side boundary, and so trying to force the batters to make space to hit it leg side makes it slightly more challenging.
So I think it's Simon Ralph that's come in now, alongside Steve Aston.
And he's the gloveman for today, but I believe both of them are wicket keepers back at their respective counties.
Just plays that one straight back over the bowler's head, and just too high for Hudson to get anything on it, but just a single.
Yeah, almost just right in between everyone. Knew exactly where the space was almost.
Yeah, just that little bit of space behind the bowler and before those two fielders out there.
And he rocks back there, and he really has to wait an age. We talk about this pitch being slightly slow, and you can see it on that shot very specifically. He went back, and he was almost waiting.
Yeah, it just seemed to almost take an age to actually reach the bat, didn't it? And that's a good shot, that one. And another 4.
Well, taking an age to reach the bat, but not taking an age to reach the boundary. That's really well struck, and powerfully so. It reached the rope in a couple half seconds. I reckon a half second, and it was there.
Yeah, plenty of power behind that one from Simon Ralph. And that's his first boundary, and that finishes off Hudson on that over and takes England to 237 for 5 with just 2 overs remaining.
Really crunch time here. We're looking at wickets and boundaries exclusively. 2 to come. So this will be the final over of the innings from the Church End. And they will be targeting this boundary once more.
So yeah, Tony Smith back in then.
In he comes, the first delivery of the over. And it's flighted up, and outside edge is taken, just evades the keeper and his gloves to his right-hand side. He was diving away, but didn't quite make it, and it's mopped up by that short third man on the ring. Good bit of bowling, though. Excellent use of flight. It's quite a risk late on, last 2 overs on, but it's beautifully bowled, and that's the result, is the edge, and he's looking dangerous. Back in. And this is a bit quicker, and it will be signalled wide down the leg side and just stopped behind the stumps. One hand outstretched there. Simon Routh, he's just faced the 2 balls, but he'll be looking to go straight from the off here. 1 run into the offside. Well, with this being the penultimate over, as that's nicely fielded, really nicely fielded, and he throws it back in, and an overthrow. Well, I was giving compliments to the fielding, but they'll manage to run up 2, and he's even going to look for the 3rd, and he won't quite come back.
He wanted the 3rd then, didn't he?
Well, I was giving compliments. I think the throw wasn't necessarily a bad one.
Yeah.
But maybe not necessary.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I didn't think it needed to be quite so powerful into the stumps. I think Aston was always going to get there in the end. He wasn't like a million miles out of his crease, so don't think that was necessary, like you say.
Really good swing at the willow there, but just the one as it collides with the fielder. I think the power it had he's done quite well to stop it in its tracks, and it will be 1 more. This is a good over here. Oh, shot. He's just stayed back and right back to the stumps and stopped with the boot.
Yep, prevented the boundary. Good fielding once again, but like you say, lovely shot. Just rocked back, didn't he, and just found that gap really, really nicely.
Is there an innings that you've enjoyed watching, particularly in this England batting lineup?
I will say I enjoyed watching Timo Allen when he came out and was almost hitting boundaries for fun, it felt like. But no, they've all been very, very good. Everyone's played very, very well, and it's been pleasing to see.
Yeah, Alam looked like a man on a mission, didn't he?
Did.
You could you knew what he was going to do every single ball, and you got to say he did it pretty successfully throughout his knock of 41, I believe it was. And that is the penultimate over done, and we can just have a little look at the batting card as we head into the last over.
Yeah, it's been good. Obviously, that half century from Hussain. Then Alam with 41. Gordon Lennon-Cox and Barton both getting 34. And Steve Small with 26 runs. And then Steve Aston 23. Simon Ralph 8. The latter 2. The ones out there at the moment as Hudson gets ready to start the final over of this innings. And another good single to start off.
Well, at this point, Wales won't mind the singles. It's the boundaries they'll be worried about. Wickets aren't really a bother for England now, with 5 balls left and 5 wickets in the hutch.
Oh, great bit of fielding. Steve Aston danced down the wicket then a little bit to come and meet it, and really nice shot, but an equally good bit of fielding to stop it.
Well, you could be ruthless there and say it was a dropped effort, but what a bit of a
It was a bit wide, a little bit wide, I think.
Outstretched hands, one hand, and parries it into the floor. Does really well to stop the runs. And at this point in the innings, that's the crucial thing, as they look like they'll only get 1 more from the 3rd ball of the over.
Yeah, I think that previous one could have easily gone for 4 if not for that good bit of fielding. So, yeah, doing well, Wales. Like we've said throughout, very, very good in the field. 3 more balls then to come to see out this innings.
And it's always tough when you've been out there for 44 overs and you have to pull out a full dive in the outfield.
Definitely. That is a shot. And 1 bouncing for 4. Lovely shot to bring up the 250 for England.
Well, I've heard people float 250 as a target score for England throughout the whole innings, and you know what, it was pretty bang on. 2 balls to go and they're at 253. And that was murdered, wasn't it, into the offside?
It was. Two balls to come then. Another good shot. Will it go for 4? No, great bit. Oh, no, it has. That's unlucky, that is, for Wales. I thought it was a great bit of fielding just to prevent the boundary, but it's almost just bounced underneath him.
Well, Steve Aston finding his groove right at the very end here. Back-to-back boundaries means this over has gone for 11 with 1 to come. And he's middling it currently. He's definitely in a good place. And with 1 ball to come, he'll look to do the same again.
Oh, just swings and misses. And is it going to carry? No. Fielded well again. And that's the end of the innings.
Yeah, well, that last ball, it was strange. It wasn't wide. It just stayed a touch low, I think, and beat everyone.
It did. So 2 byes on that final ball brings up 259 for 5 for England. So Wales need 260 to win. So what have you made of that then, Adam?
Well, I think it was a well-paced 45 overs from this England team. You had a good holding knock from Mel Hussain at the start, a good partnership as well. Those two at the top of the order, and it was very impressive from everyone. Of course, you had Alam coming in, speeding it up, and same through Gordon Lennox, Barton, and Aston. And it was tough out there for the Welsh team, especially when you only take the 5 wickets.
Yeah, but I think Hugh mentioned it while he was in here with Rash, and you know, in the field they probably prevented a good maybe 20 to 30 runs. They've been very, very good in the field. Having a look at the bowling card, Chris Hudson with 2 wickets for 61 runs. Can 1 wicket for 30 runs, and Smith with 1 wicket for 41 runs. Who's been your pick of the bunch then out of those bowlers?
Well, I think there was a very important period in the middle where Hudson managed to pry those 2 wickets out, where he was actually being targeted, and he did quite well because he stopped what could have been annihilation. But I'd say for me, the pick of the seam as one of those 2 opening bowlers. I thought they were pretty good, and I'd probably say Paul Smith was pretty consistent with his line and length and bowled pretty well.
Certainly so. I think Mike Hayden, the captain, will be fairly happy with that in the end. You can see it was just nice and steady throughout, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's a small little curve to it as it goes on, but yeah, well paced throughout, and it was, you know, no point did they look any different, and yeah, some really good batting. It's a good score.
Certainly so. So play will resume at 3:25 with Wales needing 260 to win this match.
Paul, we're in a World Cup year. How are you feeling about it?
Excited. There's lots of emotions in terms of it. The preparations for the World Cup from the Canadian admin team are going full stream ahead, and I suspect we may have the fixtures today. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes. They're doing a fantastic job. Canada's very different to playing in England and where the other World Cups have been. For example, preparation on the wickets just started at the beginning of June because of the cold weather and the wet. The grass wickets had just been prepared, and a lot of work's going in. Another example is that the changing rooms, the stands, the toilets, the bits will be put in place on the 6th of August. Doesn't give a lot of time, but there's a lot of work. I'm sure it's going to be fantastic.
Better late than never. And from an England perspective, the team have had the Loughborough camp, the game against Scotland was rained off, and as we're speaking now, the game against Wales is happening. How have you found the preparations?
I think we're well prepared. The structure that we have in place at the moment in terms of an England squad and the further enhanced Lions squad blends well. The setup we had at Loughborough worked well. The get-togethers, the performances in the league, it's all blending well. Today is a good test. This is an international. It's a step up from a county championship game, and it's a good time for people to make a mark. Wales are a much stronger team than they've been over the last few years. They won the county championship last year. They've got a few new players in, good leg spinner, a few left-hand batsmen. I think they'll do fairly well when we get to Canada.
And looking at the World Cup squad, 16 players in there and variety of profiles, do you feel you've got all bases covered?
I think we have. In the perfect world, I'd have a leg spinner to go along with us. The Canadian wickets are from when we went before. It's a slow pace off, slow bowlers paradise. The seamers have to work for what they're going to get. There won't be high scoring games, but I think we've got a really good blend in terms of the players. There's going to be a schedule where we'll play 8-9 games depending how far we get in the competition in a short space of time, so we need the squad rotation, and we've got people that can fit into all of the slots, whether it's batsmen, bowlers, all-rounders. And I think the other thing, the standard of the fielding is considerably better than it was at the last World Cup, and I think you can see the standards improved. It's a gradual improvement, and the standard has been set at a higher level, and that will set us apart from the majority of the other teams playing in the World Cup.
There are a few newer faces coming into the squad, the likes of Phil Hilson, Vince Mulholland, who are both on that Lions tour to India, but then Mick Haynes and Mohammed Saeed as well. What made you kind of pick them over other people?
I think it's their performances. It's you can see week in, week out what they're actually doing, the experience they've got. I think also 60s is becoming there's a lot more competition for places, and a lot of people finishing the 50s now want to get into the 60s team, and there can be fine margins in terms of picking people, but I think all of them deserve their chance. You mentioned the two guys, they did fantastically well in India. Vince in particular, he was bowling on roads and he really impressed and had put out some real good performances. Phil batted well. He'd like to roll those wickets up and play on them week in, week out. Zadie gives that extra little bit in terms of the slow bowling, and he's a very experienced guy who's played a lot of professional cricket in the UK, and a great addition. He's lived in the UK for over 30 years. So I think that they all deserve their opportunities. Ian Barton you mentioned as well. Ian was on the India tour and again batted well, and look at his performances so far in the league with I think it was the 5th highest score in the first game of the season. He set himself high standards.
definitely, looking back at the 2024 World Cup, the team fell at the final hurdle, losing the final to Australia. What learnings have you taken away from that into this year?
Well, we were, in my opinion, the best team at that tournament. We were the only team to go through undefeated in the round robin stage. Sometimes when you play a game of cricket, we didn't turn up. Things went against us. Maybe we were a bit tired, we were a bit fatigued come towards the end of it. Australia caught us on a good day for them to win the tournament. But I think the one big difference is the standard of the fielding, and it's when you're batting, it's looking to turn the dot into a 1, the 1 into a 2, and equally when we're fielding, it's to save that 1 or to save the 2, and you can save a considerable or score a considerable amount of runs, and I still think that will put us apart from other teams in Canada.
It's not the first trip to Canada for the England over 60s. Obviously went there for the Canada Cup back into the 2023 summer. Not many countries would have been there either. That extra knowledge can be vital when you get out there in August.
I don't think it's vital, but I think it's very helpful that we know a little bit what the wickets are like. Some of the wickets that have been used for the tournament are the same ones that we played on. The scores will not be massive scores over 200. Your 200 from when we were there before was an excellent score and very, very good. Very different to playing in India where we were, or indeed Australia before. So I think it will help, but it's not essential.
And just finally, we sort of have to touch on a few other things to do with the setup, the Lions side flourishing and the launch of the over 65s regional competition as well. Seniors cricket is starting to grow wings and really take off.
It's lovely to see. 65s I'm really pleased with because I put it forward first 2 years ago, and you know maybe the timing wasn't right. The initiative started this year. In fact, they're playing one of the round robin rounds today. It's lovely to see. I'm part of a small committee with IMC running 65s, and we're going to have not a World Cup, but it'll be probably a 10-team tournament in March in Sri Lanka, and the enthusiasm from the participating countries has been great. I think we've got to temper all of it in that countries can put in a team in 65s. What you have to have behind your 60s and 70s and then the 65s is some substance. You need to have a league structure in place so that you can build and continue to develop it. The Aussies are very keen to players at 65s, and we're going to have a very strong team when it comes out.
Hello and welcome back to Eastnor Castle in Herefordshire, where Wales need 260 runs to beat England. I'm Ben Stevens and I'm joined by Adam Harrington. Adam, what did you make of that first innings from England?
I thought they paced it really well. They got off to the steady start. Mel Hussain had a really good 50, sort of holding the start of the innings together. And there was some really key knocks throughout. Alam came in, increased the scoring, and as the innings went on, you saw just an upwards curve in the scoring rate, and got that 250 that everyone thought that they'd be thereabouts. So, well-paced innings from England, and I think it will be a tough chase for Wales.
Yeah, and Wales were really, really good in the field, weren't they? And we were saying on commentary that Wales have probably saved 20 to 30 runs in that. What did you make of their fielding?
There were some really, really good bits of fielding in there. They took all their catches, did all the simple things that they needed to, and it's tough when you're in the field for 45 overs and England are batting well, and they held it together really nicely throughout the whole innings.
Yeah, and obviously 260 to win them for Wales. How easy do you think that's going to be, or how much of a struggle is that going to be for Wales?
It should be a pretty tricky one for chasing. The pitch has got some. It's slow out there. I think there's some bounce. So it will be tricky for this Welsh team to try and chase a score like that. We'll see how it goes, but I think it's definitely in England's favour right now.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a really interesting game here. So we have both just graduated from university. So, this is a great opportunity to come and commentate on a game, isn't it? Get in front of the camera. It's been really pleasing, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been really good to come and work here with everyone and do this England over 60s game and continue, tomorrow and all the games to come. And it's been really good. It's been really good cricket too.
Yeah, so tomorrow we are at Brook Cricket Club, where the England Lions team will take on a touring Australian side. So that should be a really good game to watch, shouldn't it, tomorrow? Yeah,
I expect good level of cricket. A lot of the Lions team, they played in the intra-squad game, and then you've got the World Cup to come post that, which a lot of the people playing today are featured in that squad.
Yeah, and just a final question. With that World Cup coming up on the horizon, how do you think England could do?
Well, I've been talking to a few people, and when it comes to the England over 60s team, I'm not the most knowledgeable on everyone in the, but from what I hear, the strength teams will be your Pakistans and Australia and England. So your typical teams that are really strong when it comes to cricket, and I think I expect them to be the strongest teams.
Thank you very much, Adam. So play will be resuming shortly, where Wales need 260 to win. Join us again shortly.
Everybody, welcome back to Eastnor Castle here in Herefordshire. This one-day international between England and Wales. If you just join us, you're more than welcome. Rash Mahmood, and alongside me, Welsh commentator Hugh Morgan. Hugh.
Pnawn da. Welcome back to us, to this idyllic. We were just saying over the tea, and what? It doesn't get any better than this, does it, in terms of settings for cricket matches?
It certainly doesn't. Well, if you just join us, England winning the toss, electing to bat, posting a score of 259 for 5 off their 45 overs. And at one point, myself and Hugh were on commentary, England 7 wickets in hand, a score of 180 odd, it looked like, north of 250. They did get there, but I have to say, the Welsh boys in the field were absolutely outstanding.
So it's Neil Williams to take the first ball. Now, Neil is currently our only Pembrokeshire player in the side. Left-handed. Neil scored almost 1,000 runs at this level 2 summers ago. Lots and lots of runs. Plays for Criselli, which has middle of Pembrokeshire, and boasts the fact that it's the only ground in Pembrokeshire that's held a professional cricket match. It's a Sunday League game, about 15 years ago at a push. Somebody is going to correct me and tell me it was 10, or somebody else is going to correct me and say it was 25, but it was around, I'll say it's around 15 years ago.
Well, Mark Wilson opening up from the home end. Yorkshire player, affectionately known as Jockey. Simon Ralph, England stumper today. Standing up, helmet on.
Does he play darts or something then, Ross? Is that why?
I don't know if he plays darts. I think it's just the surname Wilson, isn't it? It's like everybody.
Was a darts player?
Yeah. They're only called Murphy's called Spud.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
But it's good to see Mark playing.
And Wales are off the mark. Neil Williams pushing it out to the covers.
Well, early stages here during the interval. I hope you were still with us following the broadcast, where the Maltese Falcon himself, Mr. Paul Bradley, the England team manager, was interviewed by the social media manager, Harrison Burridge. And Paul, he was on a flight early this morning from Malta. He lives in Malta, Paul, into East Midlands, and then the drive down to here.
And explained to me the difficulty he had in hiring a car, because they wanted his national insurance number. He said, to be honest, I've not had to use it for about 20 years. I've got no idea.
Yes, I got collared with that story as well. But it just shows you the commitment, Paul, driving force behind this this England team.
Adrian Webber on strike for Wales.
And a good start from Mark Wilson. Just a single from it. That last delivery to Webber, don't think it did too much. It just looked like he played down the wrong line. A bit of a tentative prod forward.
Well, it's still green out there. It's still muggy here. Still be moving, and of course with that new ball as well, it's gonna do a bit early on.
Well, England opting for seam at one end and spin at the other. Left arm, Phil Deakin. We always know all about Phil. He's been one of England's stalwarts for the last few years.
It's an east-west partnership for Wales. Criselli are right down west in Pembrokeshire, and Croeso Ceiliog, which is where Aid plies his trade, near just north of Newport, which is probably a straight line about 15-20 miles down from where we are today. Although there are no straight lines getting here at all. It's all country lanes, and very lovely it was too. Williams leans back. I think that's going to go for 4. Yep. Yes, just caressed through extra cover there from Neil Williams.
It was a nice shot, loose delivery from Deacon first up. Halfway down the pitch, just sat up very nicely, and Williams, as you heard Hugh say, just timed it very nicely indeed, all along the ground for 4.
Williams over the top. Yes, he's cleared mid-on. Nope, they decided against the second run. Well, a show of intent there from Neil Williams early doors, Rosh.
Yeah, as I said, they know all about Phil Deacon. You cannot allow him to get into a rhythm, Hugh. He's incredibly difficult. If he feels it early on, he can go, 9 overs straight through for less than 30. So good show of intent there. Don't mind that at all.
No, we want to see a game, don't we? We want to see a contest. And I think if Wales are going to get close to this total, they need to go from the start. They can't afford to go at 3 and over for the first 10 overs.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, the required run rate, I think it's just a shade under 6 at the moment. What's hamstrung Wales in the 3 previous encounters, of course, is slow starts. 10 overs in, maybe not have lost a wicket, but are scrabbling around at 26, 27, puts you behind the curve straight away.
And that'll have been on their mind in the changing room in the tea interval. It's a couple of the boys over tea said, we're going to give this a go. Let's go down fighting. Let's give it a go. And it's just a great attitude.
Yeah, it is. Nothing to lose. And don't forget, there's a possibility that these two could play each other in the World Cup.
Well, it'd be lovely because it would be probably in the semi-final or the final, which would be fantastic.
As yet, the final groups and schedules haven't been released. So we're still waiting on confirmation of that. As Deacon comes in again, he just prods forward this time, wraps the pad, just bubbles out into the offside.
3 British sides in the World Cup for the first time, Ross, which is again,
super.
Building on the theme, shows how the over 60s game is growing in this island. It's on this island, isn't it? It's not, you're not in an island, you're on an island. I do apologise.
Well, end of the over from Phil Deacon. The score moves on to 7 without loss. Yeah, and a new team for this edition of the World Cup. Yeah, we had the rest of the world in 2024. We've got the Emerging Nations team.
Yeah, I see now. What does that actually mean? Who are they?
I've no idea. Mr. Bradley will know.
Okay, well, let's see if we can play a bit of cricket bingo between us. It's probably Ireland, I would have thought would be one. Are they one of them?
Well, they're players from all over the world, and I don't know what the criteria is for selection. Okay. I think when I spoke to Mr. B, I think there's a player from Norway.
Ooh, wow! I wouldn't have guessed that one. That wouldn't have been on my card.
I think might be a Sri Lankan lurking about somewhere. Somebody from Germany, I believe.
Sri Lanka not got a side in the tournament, have
they? They have, but obviously they've got strict selection criteria as well. I don't know whether that person... I might be wrong. But, details about the groups and the schedules hopefully will come out soon. It's short. A good bit of fielding.
Runs, good cricket all round.
Yeah, good cricket. Good stroke. Good bit of fielding by Ed Gordon Lennox, the England skipper at mid-on. Hit very powerfully to him.
Oh, it's interesting. When we were out in Chennai, I realised I'd played against some of the Sri Lankan team, right? Many years previously, in the Middlesex League. Go figure. So a Welshman and a couple of Sri Lankans have to go all the way to India to find out they played against each other in North London 20 years ago.
Well, that Sri Lankan team in 2024, they were an absolute joy. We met them in the semi-final. England got through. A bit of a laboured performance, but they were an absolute joy to watch.
Well, the first question to us whenever they saw us was, when's the next singing, boys? And they would turn up. They'd turn up and join in with us singing. I think they all knew all the words of Canon Land by the time they went back to Colombo. It was wonderful.
They were a great bunch. And you said it in the first stint on commentary. It's the friendships you make in the over 60s. They're lifelong friendships.
great set of people.
And, you know, you really do get to learn about cricketing cultures in other countries because you get the opportunity to talk and people are more than happy to share. It's wonderful. Yeah, still a little bit dead, that ball then, wasn't it? It's pitched back of a length and Neil played it at about knee high.
Yeah, he did, and you can see he was shaking his head.
Yeah. It's more to his liking. Is he pierced? No, Is he going to go? Is he going to go? It's gone. Gone for 4. Shot from Neil Williams. I was pitched slightly more out to him and didn't allow the pitch really to come into play quite so much. It's a pressure reliever, that one.
Yeah, I think that looks like Mel Hussain trying to do the Jude Bellingham impression, failing miserably. I still advocate, and we say it when I was growing up as a kid, hands, not feet.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I could get down to use my hands. That's the difference.
Yeah, it's a hell of a journey now. Do it in 3 stages.
It's a lot closer to my feet than my hands would be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but a good shot by Neil Williams. He's moved on to 10 from just the 12 deliveries that he's faced. His partner, Adrian Webber, facing up. Yet to get off the mark from the half a dozen deliveries that he's faced. As Phil Deacon makes his way in. Oh, that's going to be a wide. Yeah, signal so by umpire Chris Johnson.
Webber off the mark with that single out to deep extra cover.
You had a chance to chat to the Welsh boys at half-time, Hugh. 260. They must have saved at least 30 runs in the field.
Yeah, I think it was mixed, you know. You're chasing 260, it's a big ask. But I think they also were all quite aware that they'd put heart and soul into that fielding display that they probably had. He kept it well under 300. Yeah. So, generally, I think they were quite positive about the way they performed.
Yeah, I was very impressed. Very good team performance in the field.
And not easy conditions to field in for 45 overs. It was muggy. At times it was very windy.
Yeah.
Very windy. But warm. It was like a warm breeze out there, wasn't it? Is this El Nino thing that we've been half reading about? Or
Yes.
What is it?
I think it is. And the temperature's set to rise in the UK. Over the weekend I was hearing things about 28, 29 degrees. Which means the country will be at an absolute standstill. Everything will break down.
Yes, because we handle the heat so well here, don't we?
Well, we had it last year at Stratford. Blazing hot day with the Lions versus Australia. And I'm looking over to my left with young Ivor, who makes this all possible. And all the equipment frazzled.
Oh, don't remind him, he says. Is that outside Neil Williams' off stump? He's looking quizzically at the umpire, is he? But a wry grin there from Mr. Williams.
Well, a better over from Phil Deacon there. Wide to start off with, and then just a single from it.
Solid start from Wales.
So Mark Wilson continuing. coming through to nice pace.
Oh! What happened there?
Well, fallen straight.
Yeah. The full bit is what conned Adrian Webber, I think, into thinking that he's going to get out and drive that. The straight bit was what undid him.
It did you, but it was a quick delivery as well.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you, Mark Wilson, he can get that ball down there. He's rapid. I don't think he's in the category of or class of someone like Mark Trafford Walker or indeed Bill Blair, who's still very, very rapid off his full run, is built. But yeah, full and straight. Webber missed. Wilson hit. England make the breakthrough. 13 for 1.
And much as we're trying to stay away from cliches, we have a bard coming into bat at number 3 here, a Welsh bard. Mr. Michael Cann, a man of many, many, many parts, and these days turning his hand to a little bit of poetry. A very good poetry it is as well, if I might say. See if we can't get him to share some of it with us later on, but I think Wales will be hoping that he'll be back in there for 40 overs and won't be able to. Michael had a solid first-class career with Glamorgan and then with state sides out in South Africa before moving into management. Had a very successful career in the pharmaceutical industry mainly. But is now, well, there you can see, straight away, first ball.
Yeah, doesn't look like much, folks, but it was a quality shot. Picked the line very, very quickly, picked the length very, very quickly, just rocked back and eased it into the covers.
No effort at all, was it? Was bought a little bit of animation from the fielders. I think that might have done a little bit. Do you?
Yeah, and you can see Neil Williams. He's pointing with his hand, showing Mike Cann. Yeah, that certainly did move off and certainly off the pitch.
Because he shaped to play that out into the covers as if it was outside off stump, and he ended up sort of. Ooh, that kept low. Ended up inside edging it down to short fine leg, and then the next ball keeps low like that. So, yeah.
He's got to try and put it out of his mind, as Williams. He had one of the previous over from Mark Wilson, didn't he? And it just starts putting doubt in your mind. He's just got to try and remove it, play his game, play the balls on its merit. That's better.
Good. One run, 1 wicket from the over.
And as we've been saying in the previous contest, it's the starts that have hampered Wales. There's no little talent and ability. That's not in question. It's the starts that have impeded their run chases. And going along at 2.8 and over, and the required rate already 6.15, it does force you as a batter to take some risks early on, because you can't afford to let that get up to 7 and 8.
No. It's difficult. They call it scoreboard pressure, don't they? And the moment you've got sort of more than 220, 230 on the board in a game like this, you're aware of the fact that you've got to get going pretty quickly. And of course, the moment that you're in that situation, hang on, what's happening here? We got to change a bowler already.
We have Phil Deakin. I don't know if Phil's got an issue, but it's going to be Cheshire's Mel Dobson.
Well, 2 left-handers in. Is that something to do with it? 2 left-handers in. 2 left-handers, and so the left-arm orthodox bowler, and they don't like bowling to left-handers because the turn of the ball goes with a natural swing of the bat. So I've got a feeling that we're going to see an offie, are we?
Yeah, we are. Yeah. Mel Dobson.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll,
Reserve judgment on
yeah,
this one.
I understand it with two left-handers at the crease, you, but so early on you sort of want to get Phil Deacon into a rhythm if you can. Mel Dobson's got to start afresh. He's a good bowler in his own right, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if they've overthought this too much, but we'll see. I might be proved wrong.
Well, again, something else we were saying in the tea interval, these sides know each other so well now. It's not only the regular games against each other, the World Cups, but it's also they play against each other on a Tuesday county level, so they do know each other very, very well. And England will know that there are no more left-handers to come, and so maybe it's getting the offie on against the left-handers sooner rather than later. Deacon also probably prefers to bowl to right-handers.
Yeah.
So he's saying, well, fine, I've got 7 overs, and I'd rather bowl those 7 overs at right-handers rather than left-handers. Could be as simple as that.
Yeah, good point.
Short, can clubs it, but not quite. Again, it didn't. Kept a little bit low and stopped a little bit on him, didn't it? So rather than going through mid-wicket, it sort of went fairly straight. Tempting him there. And we saw Tony Smith earlier really mixing it up. We've already seen Dobson after 3 balls bowling 3 completely different balls, haven't we?
That was a fabulous contest between Tony Smith and Ian Barton.
Yeah. That's a bit flatter. Ooh, nearly went through him. Nearly went through him. Yeah. Kept a little bit low. But it was the extra pace on the ball, wasn't it? That sort of undid Michael Kahn there. Confused him.
Yeah, intelligent bowling. Pushed it through quicker, it was flatter, and it didn't bounce too much.
Another good contest. 2 good cricketing brains up against each other.
Oh, yes.
Okay, he dug that one out. Good over. I enjoyed that, did you?
Excellent. I hope you enjoyed it as well, wherever you are watching this stream. And please do get in contact on the YouTube channel. But that was top quality cricket.
There's nothing better than seeing an off spinner who knows what he's doing up against a left-handed batsman. We've got 6 different balls, 6 different challenges, and it's just great to see. And he just kept thinking, what's he going to do next? What's he going to do next?
Which is what you want from a bowler, Hugh, isn't it? You don't want to, as a batter, if you're thinking it's going to be plonked in the same place at the same speed all the time, it makes it very easy for you. You've got 6 different deliveries. I don't mind it at all. I
love it.
6 different deliveries, bearing, flight, speed.
Yeah, because you sort of worked out from the one, how would I play that again? And you don't get the same ball again.
Yeah. So Mark Wilson into his 4th over, 1 for 6 so far.
He's very on the spot, isn't he? Very on the spot.
He is. He's miserly. Bowls wicket to wicket. Very rarely gives you any width. He's just nagging all the time. Forcing the batsman to play. Oh, there's another one.
And again, if there are kids watching, especially those kids that play with me on a Saturday, where I say, just bowl straight. It's a simple game. Just bowl straight. As a batsman, the last thing you want is a straight ball, because it brings a huge factor into play, which is you've got to protect your stumps and keep it away from your pads. The moment you get a bit of width as a batsman, it's a different game. It's a much easier game. But this straight wicket-to-wicket stuff it's exemplary. And if there are kids watching, this is the way to bowl, chaps. This is the way to bowl. Attack those 3 little pieces of wood at the other end. Bring them into play every ball. Slightly fuller that time.
Yes, you're in for a full toss. Got away with it. Bottom of the bat from Neil Williams. And just look at that run rate you see on the screen, folks. 6.45 and run rate required. Current run rate 2.05. Yeah, another good over. Maiden for Wilson. 4 overs.
Good over.
1 wicket for 6.
Good over in an entirely different way.
Yeah.
An entirely different way. He just bowled wicket to wicket. Just a, an unhittable length. Good to see. Good to see. I mentioned run rates there, Ash. I mean, it's T20, if nothing else, has turned the traditional concept of a run rate on its head, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's 12, 15 and over now for a few overs is easy to get, but not the case in 60s cricket.
No, not the case in 60s cricket, and obviously we know the reasons why, but I think if you're going between 4 and 6 and over, and it comes back to the point we made on the first half, turning 1s into 2s. It's a big ground here. You've got to strike the ball well to hit the boundary. Oh, that should be a wide, is it? No. Not given.
No, without giving too many trade secrets away, I think when we play our championship games on a Tuesday, it's 5 and over is the magic number. You try and score above it, and you try and field and bowl below it. And as somebody said, and if you can do that consistently, Michael Cairns out. Yeah.
Excellent this from Mel Dobson. Flighted delivery. He worked him out last time with that challenge. You heard me and you talking about it. That's a wonderful, wonderful piece of bowling.
And you could see there that Michael Cairns was slightly through the shot because the ball had come out in that teeny bit slower. He'll be very, very disappointed in that. Very disappointed.
That's excellent from Mel Dobson. As I said, that previous over, 6 deliveries, varying pace and flight and length. And that time tempted him down. Wales 14 for 2.
But that flight, you see, not only does it changes the time in which the ball gets to the batsman, but it gives the ball more chance to do something off the wicket, whether that's turning, stopping, whatever.
Yeah.
Very, very intelligent bowling this.
So it looks like the skipper's out.
The skipper's out.
He's a good bat, Mike Hayden.
He is a good bat, Mike Hayden. But we were talking earlier about St Helens. Mike, he's the chairman or the president of Swansea Cricket Club. So he's been leading the negotiations down there, and been a particularly harrowing couple of years for him with all the goings. And I know that he was, well, as most of us were, but Mike was personally devastated, I think, when the tractors moved in last week. Comfortably onto the back foot. He's a triathlete, Mike Hayden is.
He is, yes. Yes, I follow Mike.
It's one of my favourite chocolates, triathlon. Doesn't look like a chocolate eater, does he?
No, he's fit as a butcher's dog, isn't he?
Fit as a butcher's fiddle.
Yeah, there's nothing on him at all.
No, super fit man. Which again, I think, comes with a territory for this sort of cricket, as we've been saying. It's a good sport to be doing side by side with cricket.
So 8 overs gone here at Eastnor Castle. It's a one-day international between England and Wales. England winning the toss, electing to bat, posting 259 for 5. And in reply, well, Wales just struggling a touch. 15 for 2 after 8 overs.
And we were thinking maybe the wicket was starting to flatten a bit before tea. Maybe it would. We've had a lot of sun since then.
We have.
I don't think it is, though, is it?
No, that ball's certainly doing things. It's Mark Wilson got a couple to Neil Williams in the previous over. One that's certainly moved off the seam. But as you heard you say, he's bowling wicket to wicket, really not giving the batsman any width whatsoever. It's a nice shot, straight to the fielder, and there's no run.
No, there's a right-hander and a left-hander in. No, again, cricket cliche. It messes up the bowler's line. Does it? Does it really? If a bowler's in charge, knows what he's doing, you've got the ball in the string, I think it makes much difference to him whether he's bowling to a left-hander or a right-hander. You see a nod from Mike Hayden to the bowler there, acknowledging the fact that he's done him like a kipper there.
And that's come off a length as well.
That's come off a length, hasn't it?
That's going to concentrate the skipper's mind.
Yeah, yeah. Because it could be the new ball, because it's harder, there's more of a seam on it, and therefore it's going to nibble a bit more and do a bit more.
Yeah, interesting. I was privy to the conversation. Mike offered, he wanted the lightest of light rollers at half time.
Mm-hmm. Which suggests one or two things. Either that he felt that the surface was fine and he didn't want to do too much to it.
Yeah.
Or that he was worried that a heavier roller could have brought up more moisture. Because there's still going to be a lot of moisture underneath there, isn't there?
Absolutely, yes.
That's a confident shot from Mike.
And you can hear the encouragement for Wilson. Good areas, they certainly are.
1 for 6 off almost 5 overs now. That's not a bad return for an opening bowler, is it? Oh, that's a glorious shot.
Well, Steve Small played one in the England innings,
shot.
a cover drive, and that was certainly the shot of the innings for me.
Yeah, agreed.
Class from the Welsh skipper. Beautifully timed.
And timed, that's the word, isn't it? There was no big smash to the bat. It was just he got into the right position, lifted his elbow, straightened it, no pressure, no stress or anything, and just caressed it through the covers. Beautiful shot.
Very enjoyable to watch that.
Yeah. And talking of very enjoyable to watch, Dobson continues. Every one of his 12 balls so far been a choice. Everyone's been different. And he's bowling against the left-handed Neil Williams now. Let's see if he carries on with those variations in flight and speed. And that's a bit flatter, yeah. Brings him forward. Just get the chances. It's part of a 6-ball game plan, isn't it? Oh, slower. Slower. Same length, but probably 10 miles an hour slower.
Yeah, could see that with the naked eye appreciably.
Yeah.
The other thing that Mel Dobson does, Hugh, he rattles through his overs normally.
Yeah.
He's having a bit of a conversation with the skipper.
And where does he play county cricket now?
Cheshire.
Cheshire.
Yeah, he plays for Cheshire. Along with Paul Radage, who's he's here today, Paul. Yeah. He's recovering from a gallbladder operation, is Paul Radage, but good to see him and his wife down here. So at the end of this over, we'll be having a change in the commentary area. Adam and Ben will be rejoining us. So for now, I'm going to take my leave and let you have the glory for the last 2 balls of this Mel Dobson over.
It's a bit flatter again. Yeah, really good, says one of the outfielders. You're absolutely right, dear boy. It's very good. Very good indeed. It's just a joy to watch. It's a joy to watch, this is. Okay. Think about the single. They don't take it. So it's goodbye from me for a short while. And you over with Wales 20 for 2 after 10 overs.
Well, 20 for 2 after 10, as he said. Both wickets bowled. Don't know about you, Ben, but the highlight so far for me of this innings was that cover drive the over before. Crisp.
Yeah, precisely that. It's a lovely, lovely shot, that one. But yeah, it's been a joy to watch these England bowlers open this innings. Phil Deakin returns to the field.
Well, just running through for a single there, and run to start the over. Mark Wilson at the home end. Keeper stood up to him. As you can just see him crouching down now as the ball's delivered, and takes part of the outside edge there and back into the keeper's gloves. Good bit of bowling that.
Yeah, been very impressed with this England bowling to start off with. Wilson's done well, Dobson's done well as well.
Yeah, they've both been very impressive, especially economy-wise. They both got a wicket to their name. Impressive all round, and that's an impressive bit of fielding there. Getting low to his right hand side.
Certainly is. And that's a good catch. And that's the third wicket for England. And straight into the hands of the fielder. And that's another wicket for Wilson. 21 for 3 then.
Well, it was consistent line length bowling, but it was a miscued shot at the end of the day. That's what you'd have to say. It was poor, and I think that reflected slightly in the celebrations. I think you saw Mark Wilson there. He looked a bit like he thought he was lucky to get that wicket. Chipped to the cover fielder, the extra cover man, and a bit of a pry there. And I think they'll be quite happy to get them 3 down within, well, this is the 11th over. Only 21 on the board, 3 wickets. It's a really good start for England, isn't it?
It is, and it's the captain, Mike Hayden, who's departed for just 5. He'll be disappointed with that, and like you say, it's a very, very good start for England, and difficult for Wales as well. That required run rate sitting at 6.96 at the moment. Wales only going at 1.97.
And the required run rate doesn't even take into account the 3 wickets. That will be their biggest worry currently.
Yeah.
You're going to run out of batsmen well before you get to 45 overs.
Very possibly.
Anyway, new batsman, John Jones. He has a job to do here. Both of the 2 Welshmen in need to play a key role. As he just blocks it back to Mark Wilson.
Yeah, very, very good so far, Wilson. Like you said, he's just been consistent so far. And it's paying off. 2 wickets for only 11 runs.
Yeah, I think it's been really impressive. Cut away, right in the gap.
Lovely shot, that one.
And it's rolling right to the rope. I think it might have touched the rope just as he went to kick it back.
Yeah, I would also agree. I think it's definitely touched the rope there. Yeah, 4 given by the umpires as well.
So good shot, just dissected the 2 fielders and beat the man only just, very much only just.
Yeah, it was just pinpoint through that gap, wasn't it?
He was in a foot race there with the cricket ball as it slowed right on the rope.
Yeah, he was. It almost held up. Maybe a little bit of the surface, and on the unevenness of the surface on that little bit playing a factor. But yeah, just about made it for 4.
Well, you were talking about the required run rate. It's so high already, even 11 overs in, because of the impressive economy from these 2 bowlers opening the bowling up. Well, all the 3 bowlers used, and Dobson is a part of that. 3 overs and he's gone for just 2 runs with a wicket.
Brilliant, isn't it? Very, very good delivery again. Williams just kind of had to think twice about that one, didn't he? He almost looked like he was shaping up to play a shot and then always just played it into the floor.
I see what you're saying.
As it came towards him, he kind of had to think twice about that one, didn't he?
That's fired in slightly quicker. Takes bat and pad on the way down to the fielder. Dot ball.
Yeah, the fielding's been really, really good by England so far, isn't it? They haven't let many singles go.
I think one thing that's really effective about Dobson's bowling as well, when the run rate's been so low, to rattle through your over at this speed, it goes so quickly.
It really does. Rash and Hugh were saying about it, is that one does get past the fielder and will just about run for 4. There wasn't a lot of pace on that one.
Well, we're on the far end from that, and we were trying to work out whether it had gone. And on the replay, you could just see it roll over the rope. It pops up over it.
I thought it was going to just hold up and not quite escape for 4, but another boundary for Wales. Williams with that one takes him up to 16, and then a wide. About to say another dot ball, but wide signalled by the umpire.
Well, those last 2 balls I was talking about his economy. It's been ruined. Not exactly. He's still going at a really good economy, but exaggerating to say. But
yeah.
It's not quite as pretty as it once was.
No, certainly. But 1 for 7 after 4 overs. You'll take that, won't you? Any day of the week.
Absolutely any day. Of course you would. This man, not exactly bad figures himself, in fact, just as good. 1 more wicket, 2 for 15, Mark Wilson.
So 30 for 3 after 12 overs then. Reminder, the target is 260 for Wales. John Jones back on strike then.
Well, John Jones back on strike, and with him the new batsman in, he's only faced 2 balls. He's already got a boundary, but he's got to remember that the run rate's high, but he's first got to get set. That's a lovely ball. It's bounced off a length and beaten him. Good take there from it's Simon Routh keeping.
Yeah.
Really good bit of glove work with it bouncing.
Yeah. Beautiful delivery, that one.
Yeah, just important to note that these 2 new Welsh batsmen to the crease, or John Jones specifically, he has time to build.
Another very good delivery from Wilson there.
Yeah, he's bowling really well. His figures reflect the work he's done. And it's tough, it's really tough. And you can see it through this over.
Fielder out there has managed to get to that one. Didn't think there was anyone out there at first.
Well, the 3rd man there, just covering up. He's pushed at it, taken quite a bit of an edge, but I don't think the Welsh players will mind how any runs come. They'll just be looking for anything at this point.
Certainly. And another single then.
Sat back and splayed away. 1 run, bit short there. Maybe a touch wide too.
Yeah, just needs to find that line and length that he was hitting before, doesn't he, Wilson? Still being very, very good. And a dot to finish then.
And I think that's him done for his work from his first spell there. 7 overs on the trot. Of course, he bowled the very first over of the game, and since then he's gone back to back to back for 7 overs. Impressive spell, really impressive spell. And I think it's worth taking a look at that bowling card to just show how impressively he has been bowling.
Yeah, very, very good. As Dobson comes in. It's a good shot to start off with. Just a single off it in the end.
Yeah, singles will be important for this partnership, just to find their feet, just to keep the runs ticking over while they're looking to get used to this wicket, get used to the bowlers, find some form while keeping the run rate ticking over.
Lovely timing on that one. Won't quite go for 4. Good fielding. They'll take 2 off it. And a nice shot, that one.
Yeah, lovely. They've cashed in on the back foot over the last few overs. Seems their way of scoring.
Yeah, we spoke about it in the England innings, didn't we? About how they're just waiting for the ball to come to the bat, and just the timing of that one to get it down into that gap once again.
Well, yeah, there's a slightly slow wicket, as we said, and the back of the length ball can be dangerous in that way, but you can also get on top of it and really hit it hard. It sits up, and that fuller length ball is a lot more tricky to deal with sometimes, and he's poked at that one through to the keeper, Simon Routh.
Yeah, lovely delivery, that one again. Another dot ball then. Dobson goes for his over nice and quickly again. Just found that gap again, but to the fielder, just a single there.
Well, as it went out to the man in the deep, you could see the rotations it was getting because it spun across the grass.
Yeah.
Mel Dobson. It's been very impressive so far. I think he's just gone slightly too short in this over. And again, maybe there, it's not going to challenge the batsman.
Yeah, we saw that one where Williams just almost, what was it, John Jones, sorry, just kind of poked at it, and, you know, it was that fuller length and, you know, almost came off, so just needs to find that length throughout.
Well, it will be a new bowler here. Just tell you who it is in a second. Well, you keep mentioning that run rate, and it's climbing every over. And of course the Welsh batsmen will be aware of it. And it will loom over them this innings. It will be a real challenge. But for now, building a partnership is the key job here.
Certainly is, and it's Vince Mulholland coming in to bowl his first over from the home end. It will be John Jones on strike.
Now, I saw a bit of Mulholland bowl in inter-squad game a couple of weeks back, and I thought he was very impressive.
First time I've got to see Mulholland in action. So let's see what he can do. Dot ball to start.
It was a good start. He found his line length immediately. Just probing around that off stump sort of area. Just having a chat with the umpire as well. Wonder what they're chatting about. maybe front foot or something.
Now, personally, I was just watching his front foot on that one, and from where I'm sat, it did look like he was very close to overstepping. So the umpire hasn't given it, but looked very, very close. So that could be what it's about.
Well, he's right on the line where you're supposed to be as a fast bowler. You want to be foot on the line, getting as far forward as you can. Shorten the distance to the batter, right? Oh, that's bounce, serious bounce there. He's somehow managed to play it, use the pace and looped up slightly, just falling short of the man.
Yeah, and a single off it as well. A bounce almost just caught everyone out then, didn't it? And good fielding to stop it. Only letting a single off it.
Yeah, it was excellent fielding. There's been some good fielding this over.
Yeah, and on that one as well, Mulholland was slightly deeper on the line, whereas on that previous delivery before that, he was very, very close to overstepping, so just keep an eye on it. Good bowling again, just off the toe of the bat, I think, that one. Straight to the fielder.
Yeah, you definitely have a license to drop those fuller length balls in, try and get him playing at the ball outside off. You got that slip in place. Keep a slip backwards point, that's his area. And that's not. And that will race away across this outfield. Rapid.
Lovely shot for four, that one. Found the gap nicely. And that one was always going to go for four as soon as it left the bat, that one.
He struck it really cleanly, didn't he?
Yeah.
He just rocked back, put it away, and there's a big gap there.
Yeah, there is. I wonder if he'll try and target that same gap now. What does Mulholland do? Yeah, goes for that same gap, but this time straight to the fielder.
Yeah, last two balls he needs to be aware of his length. I think he should target that fuller length. You've got the slip and you've got the backwards point. He's probably just dragging it down ever so slightly. I think he's trying to hit that outside of off stump line. It's just a touch short.
Yeah, I agree. 41 for 3 then, off 15 overs.
And it looks like Mel Dobson will continue. So these two just finish their chat in the middle of the wicket.
Yeah, like we said, Dobson's been going nicely so far. Bowled 5 overs already. This is going to be his 6th. So Wilson bowled 7 or 8, didn't he? So you'd imagine Dobson's going to do a similar sort of spell. Good delivery to start.
It's an interesting line going over the wicket. He's around the wicket to the right-hander. He kind of takes LBW out of the conversation, but he did get that bowled earlier. It was a big hoik, and it went underneath. I think a big sweep shot or slog sweep shot earlier.
Yep, Dobson's started this over very well. 3 dots.
And he's getting applauded by his England teammates around him as he's dotted up 4 in a row here as he comes in for his 5th delivery. And there'll be another one. One more and he'll get his maiden. Ooh, and there's a little hesitation, isn't there, in whether to run. I think they could have snuck a run.
I think they could have as well. John Jones thought about it and then decided against it, so a maiden for Dobson.
He probably considered it too late,
Yeah.
honestly. I think there was a run there, but by the time he'd realised that, he was already setting off too late.
To be fair, I think if the fielder had managed to pick it up cleanly, there wasn't as obvious a chance. The slight misfield and not picking it up cleanly would have allowed it, but by that point it was almost too late to make that decision, wasn't it? So
it's a lot more difficult when you're out in the middle and you've got to make those calls on the fly, though. Easy to say from here.
Nice and easy for us, isn't it?
Well, to continue from the home end. Vince Mulholland.
Yeah, Gordon Lennox just making some changes to the field before Mulholland starts his second over. 41 for 3 then. That target is 260.
There was a no-look throw there to the non-strikers then.
John Jones was almost halfway down the wicket, wasn't he? Thinking there was a single on. There possibly was, but Williams never looked like he was going to run one there.
We were talking about the field in his last over, Vince Mulholland. We said maybe he was bowling a touch too short. Well, Lennox has changed his field. He's taken out this slip and put a cover exactly where the ball had gone for 4 in the over previous. As Neil Williams takes the single out to deep point.
And just some more changes being made to the field with John Jones back on strike now. Mulholland comes in once again.
I don't know about you, but there's been a bit of hesitation in the runs. I just feel something. They need to clarify their calling or something of the like. As John Jones looked to be disturbed by a fly or a bee or a wasp or some flying insect of some kind there.
Plenty of them around today, I've noticed. But yeah, I completely agree with that. The communication was very, very clear when England were out there, wasn't it? And you always heard how many they were going to try and run, whether they were pushing or to hold. And you haven't heard that quite as much from Wales so far.
Well, there was the one run out later on in the England innings. I think that was the only one.
I think it was the captain, if I'm not mistaken.
Good solid forward defence there from John Jones. He's 9 from 23 currently. Settled in quite nicely, but he'll be aware that his job is to score runs, and he'll be looking to do that now he's settled in, and he'll do so on this ball, tucking it off his legs, probably just for one, and it will be single.
Yeah, just a single there, but I think that's the difference. I feel like in the England innings, that could have been pushed for 2. So yeah, could have been 2 there, but just a single in the end. So the England over-60s cricket team rely heavily on the goodwill of the players and from the continued support of our sponsors who make all of this happen. So it's a big thank you to Stonehill Sports, Sporter Tours, MV Play, NG Construction, The Dube and Clean Clad for their generous and loyal support. On behalf of the England management team and everyone connected in and around the team, thank you everyone for your continuing support. So there will be a change in bowling now from the Church end. Dobson's finished his spell.
Yeah,
It will be Mohammed Zaid to come in from that church end.
It was a really good spell from Mel Dobson. He continued the excellent start from this England team. And they brought on another spin from this end, Zayed, and he'll look to do the same following Mel Dobson's footsteps.
Certainly so.
As he just tweaks his field.
2 slips in now for England.
It's stacked there, isn't it?
Mm.
Definitely outside off.
Good delivery to start.
Yeah, that ball's right in the correct spot. Poking forward. With the spinner, you've got to be on it with the length as well, because even if you're delivering outside off, if you drop it short, they can just pull it round. But that's the perfect length where you get the batsman pushing forward, you've got your slips in, you've got your deep cover as that man out just in case cover, you know.
Ooh.
And this is exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, I just noticed between those 2 deliveries, Timor Allen went into the second slip. And they've just moved around the field a little bit on this near side in front of us.
And that is an incredible bit of fielding. I was about to say it's a lovely, lovely shot. But you know what? What an effort in the field. Full length dive, and I think it was just on his left-hand side. His hand parrying the ball down.
Yeah, superb stop, that one. Could have easily gone for 2 or maybe even 4. Not quite sure what line the ball was almost going down over there, but it could have easily raced away. So that was a superb bit of fielding. But a lovely shot again from John Jones.
Yeah,
which brings Neil Williams back onto strike.
And again, the length is a bit short, but again, it's a really good bit of fielding.
Yeah, it slides down. I think it bounced up off his head, possibly.
It rolled over him, didn't it?
Yeah. But good fielding again, just a single. Wales won't mind that.
And that's a better length again. That's the length he bowled his first 2 deliveries at. And if that turns away from the batters, the slips are definitely in play.
That's a good finish to the over for Zahid. Just 2 runs coming off it there, and takes Wales to 45 for 3 off 18 overs. So yeah, you can see how low Wales are scoring compared to England.
Yeah, there's a definitive gap between that Welsh worm and the English one, and already it's opening, and it's getting slightly bigger and bigger every over, comparatively to where England were at the same time.
Yeah, England were around the 75 mark, weren't they? At the same point, Wales yet to hit 50. Now as Mulholland continues from the home end, and a dot ball to start his 3rd over. That required run rate now has now ticked over 8.
Yeah, it is climbing and climbing, and these 2 have got set now. They need to do a serious job. It's a lot to ask at this point.
Yeah, it really is, because you don't want to take that risk, play a shot, get yourself out and leave your team in trouble when you've already lost 3 wickets as well. So I think Wales are quite happy not taking any risks at the moment.
In a bit of a holding pattern almost, where we're both teams not too worried about getting the wickets. England aware that the run rate's slip in for Wales, and the Welsh team aware that they're 3 down already.
Yeah, sun's really just broken through all of a sudden, hasn't it? It's gone really bright. As I say that, the clouds start to cover over once again.
Yeah, never say that again.
Another dot ball from Mulholland there. Bowling nicely this over, isn't he?
Yeah, it's really nice, and you know, it reflects on the scorecard. It doesn't always as a fast bowler, but he's dotting them up this over. It's tough here for Wales, and Neil Williams will be aware of that. He's been here the longest so far out of any of the Welsh batsmen, and he will face the final Vince Mulholland delivery and a maiden over.
Yeah, nicely bowled that over. Found his line and his length nicely. And just 7 runs coming off his 3 overs then, Mulholland. And I think Mohammed Zahid will continue from the church end.
It seems so. I was pretty impressed with his first over. Dropped short on a couple of occasions, but also some dangerous deliveries in that.
Yep, they bring the 2 slips back in as well, England, so...
Going into the kill, going in for the kill almost.
Yeah.
Another wicket could be a final wicket hope for Wales. That's a weird first delivery. Yorker almost.
Yeah.
Fired in fast. Oh, we'll talk about the edge. That's the inside edge as he rushes for a single and deflected off the bowler's hand into the stumps, but he had made his ground at the time. Bit of excitement around the field.
Yeah, not as much as I thought there'd be, though, to be honest. I thought more might have gone up. It looked close, but John Jones made it back in safely. Put Neil Williams back on strike.
And he just takes that blow on the leg there. It doesn't really bother him. He knows it's sliding down.
Yeah, certainly so. Another good shot. Just a single. And I will now take my leave and leave you with Rash and Hugh. And Adam will take you through the last 2 balls of this over.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. And will be exactly the 2 balls to come. And again, a touch short, and it's on the back foot, and it's beaten the man, but it's not got enough pace to go away to the boundary, so it would just mean an extra run in the outfield. They pick up 2. John Jones back on strike. And that time driven hard at cover, but extra cover, really good work in the field there. Rolling stop, and it's an excellent bit of work. And that will be the over as I pass you over to the other commentators now.
Thank you very much. So we're joined by a very special guest here today. Philip Bennett Richards is here with a party from the Cricket Society. Philip, welcome to Eastnor.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. What a beautiful ground this is.
So tell us a little bit about the Cricket Society. What are its aims? What does it do? How do people get involved with you?
The Cricket Society is a group of individuals who really have a love for cricket, I'm sure, like all of us. Cricket past, present and future. It's an organisation of over 1,500 members. We have a variety of events that vary from dinners, talks, from players from the past, players from the present, and authors of books, and we organise days out at the cricket, this being one of them this year.
And do you always come to such picturesque grounds as this?
Well, no, I think is the short answer. This is an absolute beautiful, quintessential, I was going to say English, but I think British ground. There are grounds in Wales and Scotland that are possibly not quite as beautiful as this, but it's a British game, isn't it?
It's a British game, and it's a lovely British day. We can get all sorts of weather here in Britain, but today's a particularly lovely one. Mulholland into Neil Williams. 2 dot balls so far this over, and that's a 3rd dot ball. It's as with the other English bowlers, there's nothing given to the batsman at all. So this is a day today. You do something called a day at the cricket, don't you, Phil?
Yes, we've had a few this year so far already. We visited Wormsley for a day there, which was the Hampshire development side against Buckinghamshire, which was again another beautiful ground.
It's another dot there.
And we had a day down at Arundel, another beautiful ground, watching the England Lions. And we have a day at the Women's Test at Lord's coming up, and also a day watching Bucks against Chesham in the minor counties in August.
So it really is, it's for cricket lovers, isn't it? As Neil Williams strokes that out to long on, takes a single, first run off the over. It's something for cricket lovers, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what binds us together, really, a love for the game, and all that that is good about the game, actually. We have a passion for seeing the game played, and also for hearing about the exploits of cricketers in the past, and discussing all sorts of stuff at dinners and events that take place throughout the year. We have online meetings as well as face-to-face meetings, and we're proud to co-host the Cricket Book of the Year, the Wisden Cricket Book of the Year, which was awarded this year back in March.
Excellent. So that's 1 run off that Mulholland over. Wales moving on to 50 now, with 3 off 21. Rash, England on top.
Yes, good afternoon everybody. Thank you. Oh, they are on top. It's been hard going for the Welsh boys. Suffered early on with some very, very good bowling from Mark Wilson and Mel Dobson. And it's been no let up. Mohammad Zaid from the church end, Zeddy as he's known, a long period out of the game, and then quite a serious hand injury. Working his way back to fitness, and obviously picked for the World Cup squad. But yes, hard going for the Welsh boys.
But Neil Williams is digging in there. He's a man with a lot of runs under his belt at this level, and so whilst he stays there, you keep thinking, Wales can still make a fist of this. So back to Phil for a minute. This is you are regionalised in your membership?
So we are. So we have thriving Cricket Society branches in Birmingham and the West Country in Somerset, and other meetings up in the north as well, in Lancashire and Durham. But a lot of the events are based in London, and we thought today would be a real opportunity to come out of the capital and see some cricket in a beautiful idyllic countryside setting.
Would you say that there are things that are online, so really geography shouldn't really be...
no, it shouldn't actually. We have overseas members as well, and membership I think is very
Neil's
good.
pushed that through the covers. It's just going to be pulled up just inside the line. They'll take 2 runs. Sorry, Phil. Yes.
Yeah, so we're an entirely non-profit making organisation. We're all volunteers on the committee, and our passion is about the game itself, really. So I feel that membership is incredibly reasonable. I think it's about 30 quid a year, and you get 8 copies of a bulletin and 2 journals, and the opportunity to
wonderful journal in front of me, which is, for cricket lovers like ourselves, just full of cricket richness. Honour Oak Cricket Club here at the 100, and Imran Khan at on the next page. Wonderful stuff.
Yes, and we had a talk by Peter Oban with his new book about the history of cricket on Tuesday night at a dinner at the Civil Service Club. Great evening, and the passion in the room and the knowledge in the room actually was immense.
So we've broken for drinks now, which gives us little opportunity to talk more about how people can get involved, because we'll have the people listening to this today will be cricket nuts. They're the sort of people that should be getting involved with the Cricket Society, and you've whetted their appetite. So tell them now, what should they now do?
Yeah,
they're probably online as well, so I'm sure there's something to do
great.
Straight away, isn't it?
Great. So yes, we've got a website which is www.cricketsociety.org.uk, and you can read all about it there, and there's a way you can join from that. We've got a little bit of a social media presence on Threads and X and Facebook, and there's all details of how to join there too on that. And please do, and please get involved, and come along to the meetings either in person or online, and come and join us at beautiful opportunities at the days of the cricket like today.
And the joy of this is something it's cricket 12 months of the year round, isn't it?
Absolutely, and that's one of the beautiful things in the winter, if there is such a thing as a beautiful thing in the winter. But we have meetings that go throughout the winter. In fact, our main sort of lunch is an awards lunch. We sponsor a Young Cricketer of the Year, both male and female, and other awards. Takes place in October and November time.
Brilliant. So cricketsociety.org.uk is the place to go.
Yes, please, and please join us. I think you'll find that it's a really worthwhile organisation for any lover of the game.
Brilliant. Phil, thanks ever so much. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Hugh. Well, just during the drinks break, England 60s. Proudly sponsored by the following on the screen. Now, the England over 60 cricket team rely heavily on the goodwill of the players from the continued support of our sponsors who make this all happen. So it's a big thank you to our sponsors: Stonehill Sports, Sporter Tours, Clean Clad, HG Construction, The Jube and MV Play. And thank you for their generous and loyal support. And interest in England cricket is not only confined to these shores, folks. Last year there were over 4 million clicks on the England social media platforms. Our YouTube channel had over 137,000 views, spanning some 14,000 hours of viewing in over 55 countries. So the opportunities for individuals, companies and corporations to gain exposure is there for all to see. So please get in touch with us for more details on sponsorship. And on behalf of the England management team and everyone connected in and around the team, thank you everyone for your continuing support.
And of course, what you do by supporting seniors cricket is you allow wonderful days like today to happen. Because we couldn't have days like today without the support of people outside. Otherwise, it would be down to 22 people to fund it all ourselves, and it just wouldn't be feasible. So I can only thank the sponsors so much. It's something very, very worthwhile to get involved with.
Indeed. Well said, sir. It was nice to hear from Phil. What a nice chap he is. And I've got to say, folks, the journal is unbelievably good.
It's a shame that we're on the radio, because how can you describe this? There's a wonderful sort of modern painting of Imran Khan on the back page, and on the front page is a It's an iconic illustration, and those of you that know Imran Khan in full swing as a fast bowler will know exactly the image that Rash and I are looking at here.
Yeah, the famous Sussex image, that.
Yeah.
Well, just resuming after drinks then. Vince Mulholland. Oh, beats him first off. Yeah, beaten. Bye signalled by the umpire. Beaten. Touch of movement. Bit of pace. He is putting his back into it, Vince Mulholland.
Well, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We've had 3 hours of sunshine now, and the wicket is still a bag of tricks there, isn't it? You never know what's going to happen one ball to the next. It's making this 260 from England look better and better and better with every ball. Wales haven't batted badly. It's just very, very hard to score out there.
Yeah, well, the England boys have done really well, Hugh. To put the ball in the right place, to force the Welsh batsmen to concentrate every single ball. Yeah, there have been a couple of loose deliveries which have been put away. You're going to expect that. But for the most part, these Welsh boys are having to concentrate every single delivery. And it just drains you at the end. That's a bit squirty off the inside edge. Misfielded by Ed Gordon-Lennox. Yeah, he had eyes on that. I think there was a chance. I don't think John Jones was going to get there if Ed Gordon-Lennox had picked it up cleanly.
I think he'd picked that up and whipped it in. I think John would have been well short, but just shows the pressure that the England fielders have put the Welsh batsmen under, doesn't it? That they're starting to having to take risks like that at this stage of the innings.
Yes, yeah. We've just had that drinks break. You said midway through the contest now, 54 for 3, 9.16 runs per over, going along at 2.4. That's a nice shot, though. So it's going to be at this stage, it looks highly improbable that the Welsh boys will get to their target of 260. But how important is it to make England bowl their 45 overs, no matter what score Wales reach?
Well, very good point. I mean, you've got the World Cup coming up in a couple of months, and for the Welsh batsmen, it's a matter of working out the quality of bowling that they're going to be facing out there in Canada, because this is the quality. This is international quality bowling. There are no let-ups. It's one top-class bowler after the next, and so therefore, Wales are going to look at it now and say, we've got 22 overs here to try a few things out. What do we do? What shots can we try out? How can we push it around the field? Who can we run to and everything? So we can learn a lot from the 22 overs that are left. And Neil Williams has angled his bat, puts that down to third man. It's a run. So I think, yeah, realistically for Wales now, it's a learning hour and a half ahead of them.
And what they are an improving side, there's no doubt about it. It's just a shame that when I've been fortunate to commentate on them playing England, they just haven't put all three phases together. I mentioned it when I spoke to Mike just after the coin toss. You know, they've batted well in parts, they've bowled well in parts, they've fielded well in parts, but it's just the three elements coming together all at the same time, Hugh, and it's just letting them down. There's no doubt they're a talented bunch of players.
Yeah, it's the sustained quality of the England side. Welsh boys aren't used to this. We do play in the county championship. We did do exceptionally well by winning it last year. But you've got, most of the talent is spread between all of the counties, isn't it? Very few. It's not really concentrated in one county more than any other. But when you pull 11 of those players together, there's no respite at all. No. There's no dodgy fifth bowler. There's no weak tail starting at 6. There's nothing like that. It's gun batsmen all the way down and gun bowlers all the way through. It's a different game then, isn't it?
It certainly is. They lucky to get away with that. Short just sat up at John Jones, just happy to play that out into the deep on the offside, where it's fielded by Steve Small. Trots through for a single.
Neil opens his shoulders there, but he'll only get one out to deep long on. Wales picking up some singles. That's, oh, what happened there? What happened there? I think
John.
I think I can see John's smile from here. His bemused smile. It seemed to be short and wide, and John went to step back to slash it through the offside, and it got maybe half an inch off the ground. A bit more air there. And I think John again a wry smile, knowing he's missed out a second ball in a row, but for entirely different reasons this time round. Again, there's a bit of air there. We've seen all the tricks coming out here, haven't we? It's you know, nice as a spinner. And those that know me know I'm not speaking as a spinner, I'm speaking on behalf of spinners. It's nice as a spinner when you've got this sort of target. You know you've got runs in the bank, you can try things. And if you get hit for the odd boundary, it's not going to make that much difference. But you learn, you try stuff, you try different things. And you never know, that little thing that you might try could come in handy when the chips are down in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said, Hugh. It's a time to experiment. It's also a time, I think, to... This sounds a silly thing to say, but try and impress your captain, because you're in the ascendancy here. It's Neil Williams plays that very nicely out into the D from the offside and takes a single. But you want to show your skipper that, yeah, give me the ball, Skip, I can hold an end up. Because you're going to get times it's not always going to run for you. You need to demonstrate resilience. Yes, England are massively on top here. But the Welsh boys are being stubborn. They're sticking it out. Neil Williams, 33 off 70 deliveries. John Jones, 16 off 40. And, you know, conversely for the Welsh, Mike will be looking at it from the sidelines going, yep, we're digging in. It's not going our way at the moment, but let's see how far we can take this. And I think if they get England to bowl their 45 overs, yeah, it's definitely a moral victory.
Well, you know, again, in a World Cup year, every ball is a... Oh, here comes another cliche, everybody. Here comes another cliche. Every ball's a learning ball. Every ball these boys face out there, they learn a little bit more about themselves, about the sort of opposition that they'll face in Canada, about the sort of opposition they'll face next week in the County Championship. So, the game may be a little heading one way as a contest, but there's still plenty left in it for all the players out there.
Yeah, Vince Mulholland, good delivery that. It was a pacey delivery as well. I beat John Jones for pace more than anything else. I'm getting plenty of encouragement from his teammates. It bowled well, Vince.
1 for 12 in 5.4 overs. That's not a bad return, is it? Oh, it's a nice shot from John, though, but he'll only get one for it. Good fielding. That's a position they were discussing that in Test Match Special. Is it called deep gully? And I think Jonathan Agnew said it's a position that's not on a tea towel. I rather like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that.
Because those of us in the know will remember those tea towels we had 30, 40 years ago that we used to give to Mum as a birthday present. She had no interest whatsoever in cricket positions, but had all the cricket positions on it. And I suppose it made drying the dishes a little bit more tolerable, didn't it?
Oh, beaten. Yeah, 3 times this over. Mulholland has beaten the outside edge. That was a genuine play and a miss from Williams, but another good over from him. 6 overs he's bowled, no wicket for 13. Wales 62 for 3.
$20 overs left. Even my O-level, giving it away, right? O-level mathematics knows that this is a fraction under 10 and over. 199 off 20 overs is a fraction under 10 and over. A very small fraction, but psychologically a huge one. And again, you know, Rash, if we were looking at a T20 match in the modern era, you'd think, well, 10 and over off the line, yeah, perfectly doable. But 60s cricket, different kettle of fish, isn't it?
It certainly is. And I mean, if you're not hitting the boundaries and you're not taking your twos, it becomes very difficult. That's lovely from John Jones.
Beautiful.
Didn't try and hit it hard, just paddled it round the corner. Jockey Wilson, I think it is. There's the chasing. 2 more to Jones. Nice shot.
That's one of John Jones's shots. That is not dissimilar to the Mel Hussain shot, is it? It's not quite a paddle, it's not quite a sweep, but it's a very deliberate sort of steer round to fine leg.
Oh, he's looking again. Is he full toss? Just the one from it. They won the previous over that he got away with as well.
But he's, you know, the joy. He's bowling for wickets now. He's not bowling to contain, so he can try everything that he's got in his locker. And if the odd one is a little bit over pitch or a little bit offline, it's not as critical as if it was a 5 and over game, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, as I said, he's been working his way back a long period after the game and then an arm injury. So it's good to see him out there, and obviously he's very, very talented on his day. It's nicely played down the pitch by Williams, but straight to the fielder. 1 more to the total. So he's working his way back, trying to get into a rhythm. He's been bowling pretty well, actually, in the last few weeks.
And where does he play his county cricket?
Oh, my goodness me.
It kept low again. Kept low again. John, you've got to put that permanent wry grin away. You're going to get it. It's going to happen.
Well, if he bends down anymore, he's going to give himself a hernia. Goodness me.
Oh, that's
great pick
like
up.
it. Yeah,
Shot.
That's 4 runs. That's 4 runs. I've just acknowledged, I can't believe what I've just acknowledged the umpire. I've been scoring for too long. It wasn't that bad. I don't think he saw me. I think I got away with it. As long as nobody says anything about it, no one will know.
Yeah, Mohammed Zaid, Zed is his now, and he plays for Yorkshire.
Ah, right. So Yorkshire have an interesting setup at 60s. There's a Yorkshire and there's a Yorkshire Ridings. What's that about?
There is, Hugh, yeah. It's I was at Beverley on Tuesday to watch Yorkshire Ridings versus Yorkshire. Bumped into a few old faces. Graham Shaw and Kevin Watson. Neil Jackson, who I think we're going to see tomorrow, Neil. Wonderfully talented batsman. Martin Watkin. Yeah, it's the rest of Yorkshire, basically. Alan Lee's really nice chap, Alan, if you've ever met him. He's the stumper for the Ridings as Mulholland comes in again. Shorter this time. Slapped into the onside, but just the one. Yeah, for the rest of Yorkshire, to be honest, Hugh. And they struggle a bit, the Ridings, but they're a really good bunch. But they're in a nightmare of a division. Yorkshire, you know, Lancashire, Derbyshire are playing really well this year with the likes of Richard Merriman, and Nottinghamshire, new to this championship this year, the likes of Jason Colin Cliff. I think we're seeing Colin tomorrow. He's a really nice bat, left-hander, very pleasing on the eye. So it's a tough old division.
Oh, that's a gorgeous shot from John Jones. That's the standing up version of his specialist backward a square leg shot. Lovely shot. How do you describe that shot? What would you? It's not in the coaching manual, that one, is it?
No, it's not. It's a bit of stand and deliver because, listen, it was a rank bad ball by Mulholland, but John Jones, there was absolutely no footwork involved in that at all. It was all wrist, but he just backed himself and he just whipped it round backwards a square. Very, very nice shot to watch.
Oh, he's done it again. Is he going to pick up another 4? Oh, I think it's a long chase, and I think the balls decided on that one. Well chased. I get 2 for it. It's the same shot again. So you saw it for yourselves there. You call it whatever you want to, people. Call it whatever you want to. A very effective stroke.
Phil Deakin to move backwards a square on the leg side on the 45. John Jones has just had a look at him and goes on the offside this time, but straight to the fielder. Maybe just getting a bit tired. Vince Mulholland, it's his 7th over. No wicket for 20 so far. In the main, he's bowled very, very well.
And we stress again, it is looking a bit sunny, but it's still muggy, isn't it? Still warm. Tough for a medium pacer like this to come running in over after over after over. And certainly this over, John Jones has been on top here. He's bowled 7 overs on the bounce, says Mulholland, which is tough ask. Test bowlers don't really bowl that, do they? A big ask of him. That he's done really well. And I've got a feeling it's a lot warmer here than it actually looks, isn't it?
It is. When we were on our break here, I was fortunate enough to be sat down at the bottom end, and it's a little sun track down there, but it really was very, very warm. And, great effort by Vince Mulholland. 7 overs straight. I think he's going to take a blow.
Well, Mel Hussain is marking out his run-up. That either means he's been told by the captain that he's going to bowl next, or he's told the captain that he wouldn't mind a bowl next. He's moved the marker as well. I think that's fairly indefatigable, isn't it?
I think so. And a change at the other end as well. Mohammad Zaid, he's finished 5 overs, 0 for 21, and it's Phil Deakin who bowled the 2 overs first off. And then the 2 left-handers in, left-arm bowler himself, and as Hugh pointed out, there's obviously nothing wrong with him. It was a tactical change to bring Mel Dobson on, the right-hand off-spinner, to the 2 left-handers. And Dobson bowled very well indeed.
Well, that worked, didn't it?
It certainly did.
Definitely worked.
Yep.
Because he got rid of Mike Cann, huge danger man for Wales, but also staunched the flow of runs almost entirely. And it was a joy to watch, wasn't it? It really was a joy of a spell to watch.
Well, that over that he bowled to Mike Cann was very reminiscent of the one in the first innings with Tony Smith and Ian Barton. It really was high-quality cricket. And you like to see things like that. Phil Deakin is a different type of bowler to Mel Dobson, but vastly experienced.
And this may be limited overs, and I know I'm biased. I watch cricket 7 days a week, but I have to say that this cricket, for someone who likes an intelligent game of cricket, this is as good as it gets, isn't it?
Yeah, and you alluded to it. You've got to, bearing in mind the age of some of these players, they can't do what they used to do, when they were 25 years old. So they've got to find different ways. That's nicely played by Williams. Yeah. They've got to find different ways of doing it. So it's a more cerebral game, and it's much more of a level playing field in terms of fitness, I think. So you do need a bit of guile. You do need a bit of nous. You need to be constantly thinking, and that's the beauty of seniors cricket. And it's a very, very high standard.
Oh, I still play it every Tuesday. I play 3 or 4 times a week. But Tuesdays are what I look forward to because it's different type of cricket altogether.
Is that one of your fans?
One of my fans. Probably my son criticising me. Rob, if you're listening in Newport, stop sending me facetious texts. It's upsetting your dad. And say hello to Mally for me. Confident shot from John Jones, beats the fielder. They'll get a single for it. Yes, you get the sense for England now. It's very much the runs really don't matter anymore now. They want to be taking wickets, but they want to bowl Wales out now, don't they?
Yes, they do. And just sort of a contra argument, really. The temperatures in Toronto in August, I'll just break off, is Deakin comes in again. Oh, beaten that time.
Yep. Here we go. Oh, yes. Now then. Again, we're side on to that. Bit more bounce in that.
Yeah.
And I wonder if there was a bit of movement as well.
Yeah, bounce and turn. You can see by Neil Williams where he was planting his front foot. Yeah, I'll just continue. I mean, the temperatures in Toronto are expected to be warm. And when I say warm, very warm. It's going to concentrate the mind, and it does get you. So England, it's a muggy day here, as you've heard Hugh explain. The sun is out. It's very pleasant if you've got your shorts on and what have you. But it's things like this. You want to be, when you're on top, you want to try and get through as quick as you can.
Yeah.
Because we don't know the schedule as yet, but I presume there's going to be some back-to-back games. Puts a massive emphasis on fitness. And if you're out there toiling when you're on top and the opposition have really no chance of getting to the winning score, in this case 260, you want to try and get into good habits, rattle through teams. As Matt Evans, our colleague, of the last couple of years, used to say, his dad used to say, put your foot on the neck. It's obviously a West Country saying, but I get exactly what he means. You're in the ascendancy, you press home your advantage. Get it done as quickly as you can.
And as you say, for chaps of this age, playing in very hot conditions and having to play, if not back-to-back games, it's usually once every day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then the less time you can spend exerting yourself in that sun, the better.
That's a good bit of fielding.
Mel Hussein's come into the attack.
Yeah, nicely played by Williams. Good bit of fielding there. At point.
Ooh. The off spinner to the left hander. There's always a game on outside off stump there, isn't there?
Yeah, he's very good at that, particularly to left-handers, Mel Hussein. He's got a delivery. It's a little, describe it as a little in darter that he bowls to right-handers. He takes a lot of wickets with it.
Mm.
And his bowling action doesn't appear to change, but he's got the ability to nip one away from the left-hander as well, which he did to Neil Williams, but on that occasion, just played down the ground. One more to the total, 82 for 3. Williams moves on to 38. 80 deliveries he's faced, however. And John Jones, he's rattled up, hasn't he? 31 off 56. Well done, John.
I guess there's an obvious thing to state here for those people watching thinking that this surname is familiar. Does he have a brother?
He does, yeah.
Does he? And what's his name?
He does, yeah. Those who follow England 60s cricket will know is Nasser Hussain. He's Mel's brother. A former England Test captain and pundit now.
And rumours that Nasser himself might be interested in playing age cricket, or are they just rumours?
I'm not sure that he's got the time to fit it in, Hugh, and all his media commitments. He's beaten again. Good delivery.
Most Test matches are over by Tuesday, though. Yeah. Come on.
Oh, what a fill-up that would be, to get someone of his stature. But he's grown into his commentary role and his pundit role, and him and Mike Atherton. That's nicely tucked round the corner.
David Lloyd's played a couple of games for Lancashire in the 70s in the last couple of years, hasn't he?
He has, Bumble. Yeah, he did. I think he did himself an injury. I think he was playing at Blackpool.
Right.
And he did himself an injury. But he's turned out for the 70s. He's good value. Oh.
You surprise me.
Oh, what's it? The podcast is on with Varney and Tuffers and Alistair Cook. Stick to cricket. That's a really, really good listen. But he's on that, Bumble. Still one of my favourite commentators. So, end of that Mel Hussain over. His first one, just a 2 from it. 83 for 3. 29 overs gone. And at the end of this over, our colleagues Ben and Adam will be taking over the reins again. 177 more runs.
Probably not a factor, but what is a factor? This is a good partnership building for Wales, and this sort of partnership and these sort of runs do neither of these two boys any harm at all, will it?
Absolutely not. 62 runs, this partnership. 21 for 3. progressed to 83 for 3. There's Phil Deakin comes in again from the church end. Nice drive. Straight to the fielder and no run.
Unfair game at times, cricket. You see a shot that good and you get no runs for it. Next ball you can get an edge and get 4 for it. Unfair.
Very unfair.
But, you know, where is there any justice in life at all? Let's be honest. This wicket is still keeping the crowds entertained and guessing, isn't it?
Well, he was in 3 minds there, Jones.
Well, it's because the ball did 3 different things,
He did, yeah. He was completely flummoxed.
Oh, not that time. Again, he only gets 1 for it. He reached for that one, right? He reached for it.
Right, I'm going to take my leave. I'll let you describe the final 3 deliveries of this over, and then it'll be Adam and Ben to take over. 84 for 3.
There's a pause. They wait for Neil Williams to set himself. Deakin's in. Williams, it's in the air, but he's quite safe. He's out and long off, and they'll amble another comfortable single. Neil Williams, the man from Cresselly, moves on to 39. John Jones facing now, plays for Skewen, just outside of Swansea. Just down the road from Lon Larson, my father was from. There you are. John's tried another one of those paddly type shots to a leg side ball. They'll take the wide. 86 for 3 in the 30th over here. Deakin's in. Jones over the top. Yeah, over the top of everything. 1 bounce 4.
I've been waiting for that moment for them to take the aerial route.
Yes.
There it is.
Oh, John, certainly, once he's got his eye in, not afraid to put the ball in the air at all.
It was really well struck, actually.
Yeah, he's a very clean hitter of the ball, is John Jones. Ooh. That's a Yorker to finish off the over. 90 for 3 Wales are after 30 overs. And again, I don't need to be a mathematical genius to know that that's 3 and over. So again, I'll bid you adieu for the time being.
Well, it's good to see someone tacking a tent there from that over. With a shot over the top from John Jones. First time in a while that something of that ilk has happened in this Welsh innings, and they'll need a couple more of those. Quite a few more if they're to get near to this England target. The sun's well and truly come out now this afternoon, and I was just stood out of the shade for a second and I felt a huge amount of heat. That's been given. Mel Hussain takes the wicket. It's LBW, plumb in front. He's played around his front pad there, and it must have been straight in front. And that is the wicket there. That's been a long time coming. He's been at the crease for 82 balls, Neil Williams, 39 runs, and his long vigil finally comes to an end.
Yeah, he doesn't look very happy with that one, does he, as he shakes his head as he walks off and back towards the pavilion. I'm not sure he's convinced by that one, but he's played a few nice shots, but departs for 39. And Hussain gets his wicket.
Yeah, he's just come into the bowling attack the over before, and now strikes with his first ball of his second over. He caught me out. I was talking about weather, and he got a wicket.
Well, yeah, sun's really come out, hasn't it? And whilst we was just stood to the side of our commentary position in the sun, I can feel it on the back of my legs. It's really got hot all of a sudden, hasn't it?
It's properly warm when you're in the sunlight. I feel for those players. They've got no respite. There's trees all around the ground, but no shade going onto the pitch.
There is literally not like a single bit of shade really on the pitch, is there? It's...
No, you need a tree that's sat just over fine leg. Get your fast bowler down there in the break.
Yeah.
Well, the new batter at the crease, Martin Powell, who will have 5 balls to face. 5 of Mel Hussein's deliveries. And he just rocks forward and blocks that one there.
Yeah, 170 needed now for Wales. 88 balls remaining, 6 wickets in hand. And Martin Powell starts with a dot. And the same again. That looks a good length, that one from Hussain, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's in the right areas, especially to the new bat. Just looking at the situation there, and it looks incredibly tricky.
Yeah, it certainly does. England have been very, very good in the field so far. We were saying in that first innings, England were very, very good at getting those singles and really quick on their run, and Wales haven't quite been able to produce the same so far.
Yeah, they'll have to go at 12 and over if they're going to win from this situation. And there's only the 6 wickets left. Lost the 4th wicket just this over. Stood very tall in his stance here, the batsman.
Wicket maiden for Hussain.
Yeah, really good over there.
Yeah, just nicely found his length and his line, didn't he, there? And nothing for the batters to go at really in that. And obviously the wicket to start it off. So a very nice over for Hussain to go on top of his 50 as well earlier on. He'll be pleased with that.
And there's a few people enjoying the sun out today. We were just talking about how nice and warm it is, and lots of drinks to consume to stay cool. And there's Rash just entering the shot there as he sits down to enjoy a little break.
He's worked hard, hasn't he, today, Rash?
Has he?
I'm sure he has. Deakin back in then. And a dot to start his 5th over. Deakin's looked better now, hasn't he? He's had 2 overs to start, didn't he, at the start of this innings, and looked like he maybe struggled. Finished his 2nd over, went off the field, and has come back on now, and looks a lot happier with what he's bowling now, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, you could tell he wasn't too happy, and probably captain wasn't too happy as well at Ed Gordon-Lennox, because he was brought off after those 2 overs. So he just wasn't working for him. But he's been brought back on from the same end, and he's been much more successful in his 2nd spell.
Yeah, 3 dots to start this over, sorry. And going very nicely at the moment to John Jones. Another one, really good delivery once again from Deakin. Still just 90 for 4 Wales. Good shot that time from Jones, just to get the single. And brings Powell back onto strike for the final ball of this Deakin over.
Just one he can rock back on there. Play it out to that deep point. Take that single, get down to the non-striker's end. Always the place to be.
They just want to keep the score card ticking over at this point, don't they, Wales?
Yeah, I agree with that. As
lovely shot.
I think you've got some fielding to do here, Ben.
Oh, it's a bit too wide, and Harrison is on it.
Get him in the side.
Lovely bit of fielding from Harrison there next to us. No kneecaps to worry about this time.
Yeah, we've had worse fielders in the commentary box.
We certainly have. He knows who he is.
No, I should probably. It was a really, really nice shot though, wasn't it? Flick off his legs, and we had a great view as it rolled up the hill towards us.
Yeah, because there is that little bit of a hill just in front of us.
Yeah, just on the edge of the inner circle, it just ramps up a bit. But most of the batters have had just enough to let it trickle over. As there's a shout there from Hussain.
Felt half-hearted, that shout, didn't it?
It's probably looking a touch down leg. Sorry, it's Alam bowling now. Timur Alam replacing Hussain.
Yeah, it is Hussain carrying on from the home end. 3 dots. For this over, and there's the 4th.
Just confused by the numbers on the back of his shirt.
Yeah, he's like one of the few players, Hussain, with the number on the back of his shirt. He's 3rd on the team sheet in front of us, so the confusion is understandable. But it is Hussain bowling again. 1 wicket for 2 runs so far. 2.4 bowled.
And that's fired in full. Just looking for that LBW again that he got last over. He had a shout earlier this over.
And another maiden. Oh no. Bit of a misfield, and they sneak a single, so no maiden for Hussain.
Spoke too soon there, didn't you?
I did. Commentator's curse, that one. Spoke too early.
Yeah, just the back of a length ball. He didn't quite get much of it, but misfield allows the single, and it means he'll keep the strike. As the wind picks up, and I'm sure the players on the field will be glad to have a bit of wind, cool them down.
Yeah, but it's quite warm out there in the sun right now. 96 for 4 then, Wales. As Deakin prepares to start the 34th over. Wales still need 164 runs to win. Still got 6 wickets in hand though. Is it time to start playing some slightly more aggressive shots, do you think, Adam? Or will Wales just be happy with what they're doing at the moment?
Well, if they want to win, they're going to have to, but it would be very difficult to manage that at this junction of the game. They've got themselves into a place where winning is almost not impossible, but incredibly improbable.
It's going to take some big shots, isn't it?
I think we won't be seeing that.
There's been a couple from Wales, hasn't there? But not as many as there was during that England innings. And there's a single there.
Well, that one will move John Jones into the 40s.
Yeah, 40 runs off 77 balls faced then. Put Powell back on strike. Oh, and thought about the single there, but almost a little bit of hesitancy. Decided against it.
Yeah, England have been very good at stopping those quick singles in the field. And I think Wales have been a bit slow, as there's a shout there. I'm not sure 100% what it came off, whether it was boot, whether it was the toe at the bat, and there's going to be a chance for a run out at the same time, and it hits the stumps, but Martin Powell made it back into his crease in plenty of time.
Yeah, that one, Powell, I think they ran the one, didn't they, and then wasn't really sure where the ball was, and then I think Jones made the call to run again for that second, and Powell got back in plenty of time. The throw-in didn't quite have enough pace on it to trouble. It was a good throw. They got it onto the stumps, but Powell was comfortably back, wasn't he?
Well, I'll tell you, it was a good bit of bowling. He fired it in flat and straight and full.
Not given as a leg bye, so
it must have taken some bat then.
Yeah, Deacon was convinced, wasn't he, almost? Strong appeals. But no wicket, 3 runs off it. Wales moved to 99 for 4.
Well, I think it must have been back, because you're not going to... I think that will be given how full and straight it was. Or I know we're side on, but it looked fairly good.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like Hussain will continue from the home end for his 4th over.
And just the one more run required to bring up 3 figures for Wales.
Yeah, the umpires were in discussion there in the middle. Not quite sure what about, but they're moving back to their positions now, so... Very good delivery from Hussain again. Really consistent with his line, isn't he? And not giving the batters anything to work off, really.
Exactly. All he could do is just press forward, push it into the ground.
Full of that time, wasn't it? And good bit of fielding from Timor Allen. Will stop the boundary. And just the single, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know looking at the hand, but I think that might have been a change-up delivery there from Hussain. It was a bit faster and fuller, but I don't know if it was intended to go the other way. Just watching his wrists. It was well played, though.
It was, and it brought up the 100 for Wales. 100 for 4 now. Dot ball on that 3rd ball. Another single then for Powell. Moves John Jones back onto strike.
Yeah, indeed. He's rotating the strike much better over the last few overs. And as if to prove my point, these two take another single. Able to walk that one almost.
Yeah, nice and comfortable that one, wasn't it? Nice and easy, that single.
Big height difference in this batting partnership, these two.
Yeah, there really is, isn't there? I hadn't even thought about that, as they'll go take another single. Very well fielded by Allen. But Jones was quick through there to get back to the striker's end. And that's the end of that over. 4 runs off it.
That one was close. I was unsure whether they were going to make it when they set off.
Yeah, when you saw Allen started and got a lot closer in, because he was stood on the boundary before, moved in and yeah, had that chance there, but good running.
And Deacon looks like he's going to continue. It's 35 overs in, 103 for 4 for Wales. So if they're to even get to the 200, they're going to have to speed up a fair bit with 20 overs to go.
Yep, still
Sorry.
6 wickets in hand then.
My maths is terrible. 10 overs to go.
I hadn't even questioned it.
There's a reason I'm not a mathematician. I'll put it that way. There's also a reason I'm not a cricketer.
Started this over well, Deacon. 2 dot balls.
Yeah, just prop forward defence. And that man in close is mopping that up every time. Is he going to try and take a risk? And a bit of an inside edge takes it to the leg side, and they'll be comfortable taking the single after the fact. For a second he wasn't sure where it had gone. It just caught the inside of the bat, went to the leg side.
Yeah, tried to just block it again, didn't he? But almost got caught out by it, but with no fielder in there, it was a good opportunity for single.
And driven straight to that cover fielder. And no run. Jones now 42 off 81 balls, so almost exactly going at 50 strike rate here, Jones. And he tries to bring out the sweep, almost standing position. He gets a top edge on it, and they'll look to get back for 2 here. And they will. Not entirely comfortable when he played it, but he'll take the runs.
Yeah, definitely almost a bit of an unorthodox shot, that one, wasn't it? But found that space behind him. Meant they could get 2, so Jones stays on strike.
And now looking for a quick single, and they'll make it as the ball rolls back to the stumps. He got rid of it from his hands very quickly, but it wasn't too near the wickets.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be a challenge, that one, was it? Comfortable enough in the end for Jones. 107 for 4 then. 36 overs done. And yeah, you can just see that run rate there.
Yeah, big disparity between the two sides.
Yeah, Wales struggling to get over 3, whereas England were fairly happy at about 4 or 5, weren't they? So, big difference there.
Well, if you look at the wickets that have gone down, it's a similar amount at that time. England were just about to lose their 4th wicket at this stage. But it's that run rate. And talking about run rate, that's how you solve it.
That'll help, won't it?
Just blap it over the mid-wicket. 2 straight, and it's a confident shot, that.
Yeah.
There really was no one out there. And someone's just been sent to go collect it.
Yep, it's got to go across the road again, I think.
Yeah, on a little walk.
Yep. He gets to have a nice bit of shade while he's out there.
Yeah, I'd just search for the ball a bit longer, actually.
Takes Wales to 111 then.
And also John Jones to 49. So 1 more required if he wants to get a 50. And that's exactly the ball to do it. And he'll just guide it through 3rd. And it's very nicely played. And that will take him to his 50. And he'll raise the bat to applaud from the crowd.
Yep, nice moment. 50. It's taken him 85 balls, but he's looking more comfortable now, isn't he? And those last 2 shots were nice to bring up that 50.
Yeah, I was impressed by that shot through mid-wicket. And then the shot to go to 50 as well, as you said. Looks a bit more free-flowing.
Yeah, he's almost just like eased himself into it, hasn't he? And starting to pick up the runs now, but Powell on strike against Hussain.
And now he has a go, and he'll smoke it straight at the mid-on. Who just sort of gets in the way of it, that's going to probably sting. I don't know if it hit his hand or his body, but probably painful either way, because it was hit quite hard. They'll take a single.
Yeah, a fair bit of power behind that one, but straight to the fielder and did well to take just to stop it, and that's another good stop.
It's a really good stop, isn't it?
Yeah, just got down low with his right hand and stopped that one.
Yeah, big mitt there. Just the one hand required. Good sweep shot. He's actually picked it up really cleanly, but just have to lean down and one-hand it. As Hussain comes back in, blocked this time from John Jones. And that will be the conclusion of the 37th over.
Yeah, Hussain's bowled really nicely in this first spell, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've been impressed with his bowling. Of course, got the 50 to start the game off and played a crucial role with the bat. But he wasn't done. Decided he'd be having a bowl and he got a wicket.
Yeah, how important is that, having someone in your team who's very good with the bat and very good with the ball as well?
Well, it's always important. We talk about all-rounders having such a holding teams together, and you know, you can look at the England team right now, and Ben Stokes is, of course, missing from that team for reasons. And that might be a leg by, just down through fine leg.
Yeah, sounded like pad, didn't it?
Umpires are having a little check, and then
There
the
we
signal will come.
Yeah, leg by given.
I've noticed John Jones has a lot of cricket balls have previously hit that bat. Oh, as he goes to cut, and it goes through to the keeper, to Simon Routh. Takes a catch behind the stumps. He just chucks the ball to the side after he's given out.
Yeah, nice and simple there for Ralph, wasn't it? Unlucky by John Jones. Got that 50 off 88 balls, but caught behind by Ralph and he has to depart. But they started to form a good partnership, didn't they, Powell and Jones? So
it's a shame for him, because he just looked like he was starting to get into the flow of it. And we look at that 24 partnership, it was just slowly building, but he'll have to depart now. A very good catch from behind the stumps, and Deacon picks up his first.
yeah, deserves that one, Deacon. He's bowled very well in his last over, so deserves that wicket. And Tony Smith comes to the middle and will take guard. Still 146 runs needed for Wales, with only 46 balls remaining. 5 wickets in hand, but it's looking like it will just be fairly comfortable for England now. Of course, this is their final international before they head to Toronto for their World Cup. And we will be with the England Lions tomorrow at Brook. So do make sure that you join us tomorrow as well.
You looking forward to that one?
Yeah, it's meant to be a really nice day down at Brook. Nice bit of a early morning drive, that one. To get down there nice and early. But yeah, should be a good game.
Some very, very talented cricketers in that Lions team who
Definitely.
welcome Geelong. Just prop forward on the defence.
Yep, just happy just to knock his first ball just in front of him like that.
Yes, all Englishmen will know how good Australians are at cricket. So
yeah,
I'm sure the Lions will have a tough game in their hands there.
Yeah, they certainly will. I remember doing a couple of the games last year when the Australian team were touring for the Grey Ashes. Didn't get to do any of the actual Grey Ashes games, unfortunately, but saw them at Loughborough and at Stratford. The Stratford game was against the England Lions. And yeah, they were a very good side and really friendly as well, and really great to chat to. Got to know, even just doing 2 dates, got to know some of them really, really well. And yeah, they're a really nice group to work with, as well as England. So yeah, it should be a good day tomorrow, hopefully.
And just there, the umpire was signalling no run because they ran between the wickets, but a shot wasn't offered, I believe. I believe that's what happened. He signalled small shout there. I'll just go back to his crease. Or was it a dead ball signal with a delivery to come? So it will be re-bowled.
I was going to say the scorecard in front is showing that's the end of the over, but he will bowl one more and they will take the single off it. Yeah, not quite sure what happened with that one. I was too busy talking. I didn't see what was signalled.
The umpire signalled dead ball, but I wasn't entirely sure for what reason. I couldn't work that one out. So, but it was a dead ball. Not entirely sure why, but that is the case. And you can see, again, a bit of a height difference there because Martin Powell is a very tall man.
He is, isn't he?
New batsman Anthony Smith just taking guard. Looks like he's asking for a middle stump, I believe.
Yeah, and Hussain will continue for his 6th over from that home end now. And yeah, all the clouds have gone from above us now. It's very nearly just blue skies and right above us under our little canopy.
Anyone particularly impressed you today?
I've been really impressed by Mel Hussain today, both with bat and ball. Simon Ralph's been very good. Timo Allen was good with the bat as well. But England overall have just been very, very good. They've been very good in this field. As I say, that's a great shot, which will just hold up on that bit of a hill. So won't go for 4.
Just the 2 runs there for Martin Powell.
Yeah, I've just been really impressed overall by England. And like I said, they've been really, really good in this field. Not letting any of those singles through.
Talking of singles.
There's another.
Yeah, I think echo your points you just made. The just the 150 for this Welsh team too. Of course, Jones.
Another good shot. Has that one got enough on it?
I think it will not go.
No.
I was about to say will go, but
I thought you were.
I decided I'd change it halfway through saying it.
That bit of a hill has just stopped a few runs there, hasn't it, now, throughout this game? Yeah, there's like a little bump that it just skipped over where it just seemed to lose all of its pace. Because up until it got to that bump there, it looked like it might have just gone. And then that bump's just what killed all of its momentum. And stopped.
Oh, dropped by Mel Hussain. And there could be a run out. He's had to race back there. It was smacked back at him. Just mistimed the shot. He was too early on it. And his bat was coming through. And it went straight past head height. Next to Mel Hussain, who clawed at it but didn't get to it, and
big swing,
beaten out on the outside edge, isn't he?
Yeah, big swing there from Tony Smith after putting that one straight at Hussain. It would have been a very, very good catch if he'd taken it with the pace it was coming at him.
Would have been impressive. Yeah,
it would have been very impressive. So wouldn't call it too much of a dropped catch, really. Would have taken a very, very good catch to get Smith out for that. But then, yeah, that big swing on that next delivery. But Deakin will continue from the church end.
Yeah, just taking us through to the last 5. This is the last over before the 40th. Or this is the 40th, rather. Phil Deakin, here he comes. And it's coming our way. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, over the rope. 4 runs there for Martin Powell. And he's starting to speed up now. as Hugh, one of our commentators, chucks it back. He's saving more in the bank for if he's got a cricket game later. Well, Deacon comes back in after being hit for 4, and he goes for another big shot, and there's he's been given by the square leg umpire. Well, Simon Routh has had a very good game so far. He just took that catch behind the stumps, and now he has a stumping to his name. Some good quick work with the gloves.
Yeah, Powell just went forward, didn't he? And he's lifted his back foot up, and I think that's just what's caught him out there.
Yeah, it's impressive bit of work. He was quick hands, and a good response from Deacon after being hit to the boundary.
Yeah, very, very good. So Wales 125 for 6 then. Just 34 balls remaining as Gareth Edwards comes out.
Yeah, just the 4 wickets left now. And a few breakthroughs, and England might feel like they have a chance to bowl this Welsh team out now.
Bowled very, very well, haven't they? On top of the good fielding, the bowling's been really, really good.
Yeah, I've been impressed with it. Deacon taken 2 in this spell now. As in comes Gareth Edwards, and he's taking his guard. I've noticed he has quite very colourful gloves.
Certainly does, doesn't he?
He got to bat well with those gloves.
What's one like?
He's representing the Welsh team with the red gloves.
Are they red or pink?
I was trying to work that one out myself. And he just props forward and looks for a single first ball. Keeper Ralph turns around and has a throw at the non-striker's end. Probably safe, but misses the stumps anyway. Yeah, what colour do you reckon those are? I reckon they're red and the bat handle's pink.
The bat handle's definitely pink, isn't it? I really can't tell.
And another quick single there, or slightly more leisurely than the last.
Yeah, another dot ball. And I will now take my leave as we head to the final 5 overs, and we will leave you with Hugh and Rash, and they will take you through to the end of this match.
And we'll finish off that over from Phil Deacon with another dot ball. Really good over there, and over with a wicket in. And now just 4 more Welsh wickets left, 5 overs to come, and a big sum of 133 runs required with just the 30 balls remaining.
Thanks, chaps. So here we are, the dying embers of this game. And the way the sun has come out here over the course of the afternoon, it does feel as if, look at that. Tell you what, that looks nice on the screen. If you think that looks nice on the screen, you should be here. It is absolutely glorious. Beautiful, beautiful June summer's day. Close to midsummer's day, aren't we? Couldn't be any nicer. Couldn't be any nicer. There's a church bell going in the back. Seriously, I'm not making it up. There is a church bell going in the background here. Does it get any better than this? Beautiful. Zaid Mohammed, who's back on to bowl. Changed ends for him. Tony Smith facing. Ooh. Well. Full bunger. Tony Smith looking for the no ball, but I think the umpire would have deemed that he came 3 or 4 yards down the pitch and therefore negated the height of the ball. Now we've had a no ball called the other end now. I can only imagine that was for a foot fault. And it's a free hit. Okay. So, free hit. Tony Smith looks around him. Ball is in. And, yes, picked that up. 1 bounce for 4, backward a square leg.
Well, this match is this match has been over as a contest. I think when Wales slipped to 21 for 3. But from your Welsh point of view, takeaways from this game, Hugh?
I think the attitude in the field for 45 overs was superb. The bowlers bowled well. Neil Williams, Johnny Jones batted exceptionally well. Lots of good stuff, I think, to take away. Lots of good stuff. And we're keeping going right to the end. There's no sign of us stopping. Tony Smith is really thumping it around here a bit. I don't want to tempt fortune here at all, but we played Scotland twice last week, and in the second game we needed essentially about 14, I think, off the last 3 balls to win. Gareth Edwards went 4, 4, 6. Just saying. But I think even for that 124 in 4 and a bit overs is even a lot for Super Gareth to do.
And what does the rest of the summer look like, Hugh, before the team depart for Toronto?
Well, county championship, we're top of the Southwest Division again, halfway through the first round of matches. But of course, the cup takes place when the World Cup is on, so it's an interesting little situation for us. I think the boys will definitely want to win the league, and lay a marker down. Difficult with 15 players away then to compete in the cup, but.
There are county reps who may be listening to this up and down the country, rolling their eyes because they're in the same boat.
Yeah, all the counties, most of the counties going to lose 1 or 2 players, aren't they? We lose 1.5 teams, so.
Well, Mel Dobson, he's returning from the church end. 6 magnificent overs, 1 for 11. Bowled very intelligently.
I think another takeaway, the boys already knew this, but this level, that there are no easy bowlers. No easy bowlers. It's only Tuesday, you're always thinking, who do I target? Not at this level.
And from an England standpoint, yeah, it's job done. I'll just break off as Dobson comes down. Oh, goodness me. Waltz down the pitch, straight to the fielder, just the one. I think from an England point of view, yeah, listen, they battered. I think they were probably about 30, 40 runs short, but that was down to some excellent bowling and fielding by the Welsh boys, who, as you've alluded to. I think when you had Wales at 21 for 3, we're now, in the 42nd over?
Yeah.
You fast forward to the World Cup with back-to-back games and high humidity. You've got a team at 21 for 3. Obviously, somebody can come in and dig in, and the Welsh boys did, but you want to try and finish it as quick as you can. And I think that would be my takeaway, that England really didn't press home their advantage when they had the opportunity. And you fast forward 6 or 8 weeks' time, and in a similar position, finish the game as quickly as you can. Rest and recover, it's vital. It's still hot out there.
But again, you know, saying there are no weak bowlers at this level. There are no weak batters either. These two boys can bat. These two boys can get runs, and they're 7 and 8. And I know that there's a 9, 10, and 11 to come in who all know which end of a bat to hold as well.
Yep. Point.
Interesting there. Stopped in his delivery stride. I'd say variation has been the name of the game with Dobson today, isn't it? We've seen, well, 42 balls from, I don't think 2 of them have been identical.
No, he's bowled very, very intelligently, is Mel Dobson. Good to see him back. He's, you know, last time I saw him, he was carrying a bit of an injury. He looks to be a lot healthier now.
Oh, he's bowled exceptionally well, hasn't he? And he's been a joy to watch. He's been an absolute joy to watch.
Well, at the conclusion of play, folks, you'll have our colleagues Ben and Adam give you the match summary, and I think they're going to try and rustle up some on-field interviews. I'm not sure who they've got lined up, but they'll have their victim in their sights. Make sure it's not Ian Barton, you'll never get a word in. You'll be here for 3 weeks.
$141 now. I think it would be nice if, from a Wales perspective, they can get another 20 runs and bring the deficit to under 100 runs. That's certainly the intent there, but I think he's going to be caught. He is. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Ah, I thought he juggled that, but no, in fact, on the replay, he didn't juggle it at all. I'm sorry, I did him a huge disservice there. Huge disservice. That's why I was getting all excited. Yes, he juggled it. Yes, he juggled. Let's have another look at this. No, he didn't juggle it at all. Took it clean as a whistle. It's the Welsh scorecard for you. Good from Neil Williams at the top. Excellent knock from Johnny Jones there in the middle. Martin Powell knocked it round a bit. Tony Smith's having a dig at the end here as well.
Just look at some of those economy rates and give 2.43. Yeah. I mean, that's very, very good in any form of cricket, but it's very, very good indeed. 2.29 Mel Dobson.
And that tells its own story. There's very few 4-balls there. Very few 4-balls. And if you don't concede too many boundaries, you'll win a lot of cricket games.
Yeah, you certainly will. I thought England were very, very good top end of this innings. Really didn't give the Welsh boys anything. Put them on the back foot straight away. And as I said, it's been over as a true contest for some time.
We've seen 400 runs here today, and given the way that the wickets behaved, it says a lot for the quality of the batting on display here. Oh, that's... No, not... I thought he'd taken a superb catch there. Made a lot of ground to his left, dived. I thought he just picked it up off the grass, but would have been an amazing catch if he'd taken that.
Yeah, I think that's the skipper. Valiant effort, was hit very hard, but it was dipping on him.
It's funny, when you drop a catch like that, you feel, oh, I've dropped a sitter. But when you look at something like that from the side, that would have been an amazing catch. You would have taken it.
It would. He's a tall man, and it was right by his ankles.
That's a great effort. Still be there now, chastising himself. Thinking, oh, why didn't I see it half a second earlier? Why didn't I take another step? But it was actually a great effort.
So Mel Dobson then about to start his 8th over. Tony Smith on strike. Waltzes forward, cue end of the bat. Into the onside, takes a single. 144 for 7. Well, this is the last recognised international for England as well, Hugh. They've got one more game in the summer schedule. It's the back end of July against the England over 50s Lions. I think that's at Dunmow, which is the home club of Mel Hussain in Essex. So that should be interesting.
So again, you know, younger people watching this say, over 50s, over 60s, what's that about? When you're over 60, you know full well what it's about. They're 10 years younger than you. Like in some instances, they're more than 20% younger than you. That's a good shot from Tony Smith for 4 there. And that, no, not Tony, I do apologise. Andy Jones, Radda's finest. Both these lads play their club cricket in North Cardiff, a couple of miles away from each other. There's a cluster of top-class clubs in North Cardiff. Cardiff Cricket Club themselves, Whitchurch Heath, Radda, Craigie, Pentir. All within a few miles of each other. Up there in the northwest of Cardiff. St Fagans as well, of course. Probably in the same sort of area. Ooh! Tried a cheeky run out. It's going to cost him a run. No, they've decided against it. He's got to keep Anthony Smith on strike, I wonder. So 148 for 7 with an over to go. Smith 16 not out, Andy Jones 5 not out. We spoke to Phil Bennett Richards from the Cricket Society earlier, and he forgot to tell us that they also run a playing 11, and they have some lovely fixtures throughout the summer on Saturdays and Wednesdays and Sundays in general. So again, if you go onto the Cricket Society website, you'll find out more about that. Tony Smith's been bowled.
Well,
no thought of the red inker there, was there?
No, not at all. A bit ugly dismissal. Tony Smith just wandered across his stumps, a big hoik across the line to a flatter delivery from Mohamed Zahid. Well, he departs, entertaining 16 off 20. Zahid with his second wicket. 148 for 8.
It's Chris Hudson coming in. Plays for Davin in the Swansea area. He was a doctor in Swansea for many, many years, was Chris. And he retired last year. Which is probably why he's affectionately known as Doc. Putting 2 and 2 together then. Don't know if I've got it right, but suspicion I might not be a million miles away from it. If ever you meet Chris, he's got an interesting collection of shampoo bottles. Always worth asking him about his shampoo bottles. But that'll probably better stay between us. I won't mention that to anyone. Hudson to face. Oh, that's a nice clear call there from Dr. Hudson. Don't think he fancied running there. Leg side-ish. Hudson's picked it up. A couple of bounces over the boundary for 4. Backward a square. There we go. He picked it up. 1, 2 bounces. 2 bounces for 4. And that brings up the 150 for Wales. So, yeah, it's an area of respectability, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, a couple of lusty blows in the remaining 3 balls.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Nope. You were living in the same hope I was living in, Rash, but it was not to be. It was a false one, I think. A false one. Ooh! Caught him on the back foot, but umpire Spats not interested in the least.
No, I think height on that one. Hitting high up, didn't it?
I think so. Last ball of the game. Oh, no, not last ball of the game. Chris Hudson ensuring we all get our money's worth here, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't want it to end.
Oh, no.
Got it out to cover. Oh, doesn't believe in red ink. Doesn't believe in not outs. What a lovely game. What a lovely game it's been. Beautiful day. Absolutely stunning ground. Ladies and gentlemen, if you got a chance to come to Eastnor Cricket Club, don't miss it. It's the epitome of everything that's good about British cricket, isn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely beautiful.
Certainly is, Hugh. Certainly is. Well, it's been an entertaining day here. Weather's been absolutely glorious. And then, as Hugh said, I just like to echo it. The staff here at Eastnor, they're all volunteers, folks. Listen, they have put on an absolutely fantastic day for us. It's no wonder we've come back. We were here last year for the USA series. We got some great feedback. And these two teams, well, the game itself, really not much of a contest in the end. You can see there the match summary. England opening the batting, winning the toss, 259 for 5. Melisane with 53. Timor Allen with 41. And Ed Gordon Lennox and Ian Barton with 34 apiece. And for the Welsh bowlers, well, Paul Smith, I think Paul Smith bowled very, very well. Anthony Smith's figures don't do him justice,
not at all.
To be fair. 9 overs, 1 for 41. So Wales coming out to about 260 was their target. And they were both down right from the start. Ended up at 21 for 3. And from then on it was not much of a contest. But to their credit, they made England toil under the sun right the way through for their 45 overs, finishing on 152 for 9. But a special mention to John Jones, who was a bit scratchy earlier on, but he played some wonderful shots off his legs. And he must patent that. We must call it something. 50 off 88. Neil Williams stuck around for a long time. He really got the end from Mark Wilson, who bowled some absolute jaffers to him. But 39 off 83. And in the end, England seniors winning comfortably by 107 runs. Your final thoughts on this, Hugh, before we hand over to the boys? I think they're going to try and grab an interview or two.
You've got my mind going there, Ash. Won't surprise you. John Jones's shot. What about the skewing skewer?
I love it. I love that. Yeah.
Skewing skewer.
Yeah. Again, all joking aside, it's a very, very difficult shot to play.
And he plays it so well. He got a lot of runs for it, didn't he?
He did. He certainly did it on 3 occasions. Yeah. The first time he did it was an absolute beauty. So I'll just take the match summary off the screen, folks, so you can see just to the left of the screen. The Welsh boys sitting down, the England boys just further to the left. Getting some post-match words from the England skipper Ed Gordon Lennox and the Maltese Falcon himself, Mr. Paul Bradley. And England's thoughts will now turn to their final game. It's a domestic summer, that over 50s game at Dunmow. I think it's the 28th of July, folks. So if you're in the Essex area, please come down. It's going to be an interesting game. The people on the plane the week after to Toronto, they probably don't want to exert themselves too much. So we shall see. And we look forward to seeing the Welsh boys over in Toronto. Always good value. And it's been good having you alongside us, Hugh. I hope you've enjoyed it.
I've had a wonderful time. Lovely time. That's the view we've had all afternoon. How can you not enjoy that? Absolutely wonderful. Thanks ever so much, and hopefully I'll see you in Toronto.
You will indeed, my friend. That's Hugh Morgan, folks. The Welsh commentator. He'll be out there in Toronto. We'll catch up for a cheeky shandy, I'm sure. Okay, so that's enough from me and Hugh. And I'm delighted to say I'm going to hand you over to my colleague Adam, who will take you through a rundown of what's happened here today.
No star power. Good night, everyone.
We'll have him on this side of Adam. And if you take one step left. Wait, give me 1 sec. You just need to speak for a bit until he's able to bring the interview in. Okay. Well, that concludes the game for today. A comfortable win for this England team today against Wales here at Eastnor Cricket Club. They won in the end by 107 runs with a really good bowling performance, and Wales never really looked like they were going to be able to compete with the score of 259. A really good batting performance from England at the start. 79-run partnership between Steve Small and Mel Hussain. Mel Hussain, of course, went on to make England's only 50, anchoring the innings. After that, some quicker knocks came in, with batters going above 100 strike rates, but they never quite pushed the run rate too hard. And as Rash said on commentary, they'll be looking to do that more as they move towards the World Cup. And of course, that is their next preparation after this game. So the batting performance never got truly where they wanted it, but 259 runs represented a really good score. And it was too tough for this Welsh team to get near. Some really good bowling performances for England as well. The most notable being, Mel Hussain with his 50 and a couple of wickets that meant he probably performed the best out of a bunch today. There was some really good performances from this England team, but Mel Hussain probably represents the best performance out of that lot. Some good bowling from the opening bowlers. Of course, Mel Dobson came in and bowled very well. He was first change bowler for this England side. Picked up a couple of wickets too, and the wickets were shared mostly round. But that is all here at Eastnor Cricket Club. And if you tune in tomorrow, you can catch more action as England Lions take on Geelong in Surrey at Brook Cricket Club. But here at Eastnor, that's all.